Croeso cynnes yma i Landudno, i Fenyw Cymru, lle dyn ni fel bwrdd Prifysgol Betsi Cadwaladr yn cyfarfod ar gyfer ein cyfarfod miso, neu deufiso, a mis Mawrth yma diwrnod braf o Wanwyn yma yn Llandudno. Diolch yn iawn am ymuno ni, os ydych chi ymuno a ni'n fyw, neu hefyd diolch os ydych chi'n gwylio darllediad o'r cyfarfod. Yn unol ar arfer, mae gennym ni agenda gynhwysfawr a nifer o faterion pwysig i drafod. Dwi jyst am dynnu sylw at un y ddau o'r materion yna. Mae gennym ni gyfeillion o Archwilio Cymru efo ni, fydd yn trafod ein adroddiad strwythurol. Mae gennym ni eitem sydd bellach yn eitem reolaidd ar ein hadrannau brys. Mae gennym ni eitem hefyd ar wasanaethau canser, i ni edrych yn fanwl ar y gwaith sydd angen wneud yn fanna. Mae gennym ni hefyd adroddiad pwysig ar ein cynllun integredig, ac bydd hynny'n gyfle i ni gael gipolwg ar beth dyn ni'n ceisio cyflawni am y blynyddoedd nesaf. Felly nifer o adroddiadau allweddol yn y cyfarfod yma, a byddwn ni'n rhoi digon o sylw iddyn nhw ac yn cael trafodaeth rhywio gen unol ar arfer. Rhai materion i danlinellu, does na ddim ymarfer tân wedi cynllunio os oes na gloch tân yn canu yn yma'r arwyddion yn dangos yr allanfa, ac wrth gwrs dyn ni'n ymgasglu wedyn tu allan yr adeilad. Ac fel dwi wedi cyfeirio eisoes, dyn ni'n darlledu yn fyw ac hefyd yn recordio ein cyfarfod heddiw yn unol ar arfer. Reit, ymlaen ar y materion ffurfiol, dyn ni wedi derbyn nifer o ymddiheuriadau, a dyn ni hefyd yn rhoi croeso i gyfeillion o Archwilio Cymru fel dwi wedi crybwyll eisoes, ac yn edrych ymlaen at y cyfraniad yna nes ymlaen y bore yma. Eitem 1.2, datganiadau o fuddiant. Unrhyw un eisiau datgan unrhyw fuddiant ynglŷn â mater yr agenda heddiw, os nad ydych chi wedi datgan eisoes. Nag oes. Iawn. Ymlaen yn ni eitem 1.3, cyfnodion ein cyfarfod blaenorol. Cyfarfod hwnnw oedd Ionawr 29 eleni. Dwi'n gwybod mae'n y fater, mae pam eisiau codi, ond cyn hynny, unrhyw un eisiau codi unrhyw fater arall ynglŷn â'r cofnodion. Na, felly pam troi atoch chi i nodi un newid, dwi'n credu. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. It's on page 7 of the minutes, the last bullet point where Mr. Graves gave an update to the board. The last bullet point had an email from Mr. Graves just to suggest a modification to that last bullet point, a bit more detail, rather than replicate that as being circulated to all board members, if the board's happy to incorporate that more detailed change. These are, of course, just a summary of the discussion of verbatim, but given that point, I think it's important that we recognise that.
Diolch yn iawn. Pam pawb yn hapus i gymrydwyo hynny, a fydd hynny'n cael ei rannu ar e-bost i ni. Iawn. Diolch yn iawn. Pam. Ymlaen â ni wedi'r cofnodion i eitem 1.4, y materion yn codi a'r camau gweithredu, a dwi am roi at Pam ar gyfer yr eitem yma.
Diolch yn fawr. Lead execs will be able to provide updates on the item. I suppose the first one, just to highlight the integrated performance report. We've got the integrated performance accountability framework on the agenda, and there's the update there. But as you know, the board did seek a refreshed integrated performance report, so we've left that open at that stage until we have that. And then there's narratives on the other items, which we are suggesting are to remain open unless there's any specific comments my colleagues would like to report on. The others are there as proposed for closure. Diolch.
Wel iawn. Unrhyw un eisiau codi unrhyw beth? Tria.
Yeah, could I just ask on the action proposed for closure, the third one, it said been shared with the team and will be considered. Now, will be considered isn't very definite or specific in my view, and maybe that could just be tightened up a little bit if we're going to close it.
Any wish to comment, Angela? Considering?
It will be included in future reports.
That's the answer.
It wasn't able to be included because of the lateness of the request coming through.
Okay, great. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall? Os nag oes, pawb yn hapus i dderbyn camau gweithredu fel cofnod cywir. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Ymlaen at eitem 1.5 a'r eitem reolaidd ar gyfer pob cyfarfod yn dyn ni galw eitem profiad, oherwydd mae'r eitem yn gallu dod o gleifion neu gweithiau staff, teuluoedd ac yn y blaen, ond yn eitem bwysig o ran rhoi cyfle i ni ac unrhyw un sydd yn gwylio i gael clywed yn uniongyrchol gan bobl ynglŷn â'u profiad nhw o wasanaethau dyn ni'n darparu neu bobl sydd yn gweithio fewn y system hefyd. A dwi am droi at Angela ar gyfer y eitem yma. Angela.
Oh, Andrew said that he was going to pass to me to do some Welsh. Cool.
Okay. So this meeting story is around cancer services and support groups that support our patients across North Wales, and highlights two individuals who've gained support from these services and the significant work that's undertaken. So I'm happy for us to play with them.
Oh.
I'm a retired speech and language therapist and I've lived and worked in North Wales for over 40 years, but I had to retire due to ill health. I am married, a father and a grandfather, and before my illness I lived a very active life. I enjoyed running, cycling and karate, where I hold a black belt. In 2022 I was diagnosed with oropharyngeal cancer and I received chemotherapy, a radiotherapy treatment and care at the North Wales Cancer Treatment Centre. The diagnosis, treatment and subsequent side effects had a devastating impact on my life and resulted in a new normal which has been challenging to adapt to. I no longer run, cycle or practice karate. I am a member of the Head and Neck Cancer Support Group. The group was established by the Head and Neck Cancer nursing team at Ysbyty Glan Clwyd, who successfully managed to secure a grant from Macmillan Cancer Support to set the group up. The group initially ran at the Vernal Fawr Hotel, which is next door to the hospital, for its first year, and it's now based at the North Wales Mackey Centre on the Glan Clwyd site. I've been a member of this group since it started in 2024. Being part of the support group has helped me in so many ways. I now have a better understanding of my cancer from the different health professionals who visit the group to help us to understand what has happened to us and to ease our worries and concerns. I have gained new perspectives by listening to the experiences of others. Discussing issues with the group helps, as sharing often leads to solutions. We can bring our concerns to the group and offer possible improvements for future patients. The group also acts as a learning environment and feedback mechanism to the Health Board, learning from the experiences of patients and contributing to Health Board service developments. My cancer journey continues and I remain confused, anxious, unsettled and worried at times. The what if question is always present. However, with the help and support I'm receiving, I'm beginning to enjoy life again by focusing on the here and now and looking forward to the future that I have. I now spend my leisure time walking my dog, fly fishing in the mountain lakes, and meeting friends for coffee. I know that I'm only a message away from friends in the support group, and I know their support is constant. There is a shared feeling in the group that we become kinder and more focused people who no longer worry about the trivial things in life. I am slowly adapting to my new normal and remain thankful for the treatment I received. Alongside the head and neck cancer nursing team, the support group has been invaluable in supporting this transition.
My cancer journey started in May 2022 when I was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is a type of blood cancer. This was an extremely difficult time for everyone, as we had been through the COVID pandemic and COVID restrictions were still in place. For those of us going through cancer treatment, the isolation was even more challenging. Some people had no family support, and due to restrictions, they were unable to receive visits or have contact with loved ones, which was really difficult. Since 2019, I have been a volunteer with the ICAN service in Ysbyty Gwynedd, supporting people in the community with issues that affect their mental health and well-being. I also volunteered at Canolfan Felin Fach in Pwllheli, which is a community resource centre that supports adults in crisis by listening, sharing information and providing advice and practical support. I noticed that many of the people referred to me were experiencing anxiety linked to cancer, either from their own diagnosis or that of a family member. It became clear to me that after treatment and follow-up appointments, there was no local support available for cancer patients and their families. Through conversations with the people that I supported, I realised there was a real need for a dedicated cancer support group in the Pwllheli area. In March 2024, I established the Pwllheli and Penllyn Cancer Support Group, with encouragement, guidance, support and attendance early on from the Macmillan Cancer Support Officer, who is based in Ysbyty Gwynedd. Our first meeting had 4 attendees. Since then, the group has grown significantly and we now have over 20 members with new people joining every month. The group meets at Canolfan Felin Fach twice a month. Anyone is welcome to attend. The group welcomes all individuals who are either currently dealing with cancer or who have suffered from cancer in the past, including family members. Everyone who needs help is very welcome regardless of the type of cancer they have. Our meetings are informal where people can have a cuppa and a chat. Many of our members live alone and they see the group as a safe and welcoming place to socialise, something that we all might not otherwise feel able to do. We also have plans to organise some local activities and trips to further strengthen the spirit of our group.
Yeah. So we have cancer support groups, which obviously identify the two there, the importance that they bring to the individuals and the support they give to the community. There are other support groups across the organisation for different diseases and specialities. And the value that they add, supported by the nursing teams and the medical staff to allow them to get the information, is invaluable and gives us that extra support out there.
Diolch yn iawn. Diolch am hynny, diolch am y fideo ar y sawl sydd wedi cyfrannu at hynny. Unrhyw sylwadau neu gwestiynau gen aelodau, mae gennym ni eitem nes ymlaen i edrych ar wasanaethau canser yn fanwl, ac dyna y rheswm dyn ni wedi cael y fideo yma a'r wybodaeth mae pobl wedi cyflwyno i fod yn gefnogaeth i'r eitem yna. Na i ddod ag Yrtha mewn munud. Yeah. Just checkio unrhyw un arall. Right, Yrtha.
It's really lovely to hear people's experiences of that, because of course it's really important. The story doesn't finish when they leave hospital, does it? I think looking at it for us on a more strategic level, they voiced the well-being they gained from this experience, and obviously that's the key goal for the health board. I just wondered, have we got a way of measuring how people rate or describe that experience? But it is something that's really important, and you know, that kind of information helps us get more funding. Maybe it can certainly tell a different story about, you know, you get surgery, maybe then you get treatment, but then afterwards you have this well-being. And I'm just wondering if there's a way, you looked at a way of measuring.
Yeah. I'll bring Angela in a minute, but I think that's a very good point, not just with this matter here, but in general, and it reminds us that health and well-being isn't just a matter in the hospital, is it? But it's much wider than that. But Angela, perhaps you'd like to comment in general on that topic.
Yeah, so I absolutely, we can't underestimate the journey and the success that people get from the treatments because of that wraparound support. We are looking to try and see if we can get some more patient feedback and around the whole of the pathway, rather than it just being the segments of the hospital treatment. We're working with these support groups across the organisation. Some of them are self-regulating, so they, like the last case, they joined together and we engage with them and ask them for that feedback. Others we actually support from a Macmillan perspective. We get grants and we can support and regulate. We have women's support groups. We have the maternity voices across the organisation, and we're just now looking at how we can capture that evidence for what that increased options and increased success of recovery is as we go through. But I would suggest it's quite early stages and it's in initial conversations rather than a proper metric. But when we're looking at the patient reported outcomes and the patient experience measures, specifically for the women's health plan that we're working on at the moment, some of those will be around the whole pathway and how we take it forward.
Doing that, so Carol can come in, but just noting the role of the third sector in particular in supporting, and also what came across was people want to be with other people, don't they, after receiving treatment, particularly maybe ongoing treatment. They want to be with others, they want to have that support. That's true not just in urban areas but also rural areas, so there's that need for us to try and encourage and support the network across our region, not just in one specific area maybe. But some general comments, Carol, because that I think illustrates someone's journey and it captures that matter. It's not just hospital, is it, that is providing that care?
Yeah, no, thanks very much. I thought the films, the accounts were really quite meaningful actually, and Deborah, just to that point, much of the content of that was about people's lives, not about their healthcare treatment.
Yeah.
And I know there have been developments elsewhere in the UK, Glasgow, Mid Wales, around multi-agency working to support people on their cancer journey, because not only do they have the worry about their health, but they have the worry about housing, employment, what's going to happen to their income, children, etc. And the role that support groups, third sector and wider play is the experience of being able to help people to navigate some of those systems. Now, we need to make our systems as statutory sectors much easier to navigate for people, but that's where the support comes through, particularly Macmillan, Tenebus, others as well, many others. We'll discuss later that actually cancer is becoming a long-term condition as well. And so this longer term focus on well-being and living well with cancer, I think, is increasingly a feature for us, Eartha. So to your point, taking that more longitudinal approach and curiosity, if you like, around how does it feel for you to live with cancer, and how can we support you better in your well-being? So I think particularly as we start to get into strategy, clinical services plan, what people really want from our public services we focus much more on that. Now, we will have to focus on things like how long does it take to get diagnosed and treated? Of course we will. But this wider set of measures feels really important to people.
Yeah.
That's what I took from the both accounts there.
Yeah. Very good. Very on. Elsa?
Sorry, thank you. Sorry for interrupting again. Can I just add to that really the whole point is for people to live well in North Wales. I mean, obviously it doesn't just finish with hospital treatment, does it? So if we could find a way to capture, doesn't matter who provides it in a way, if we could find a way to capture the importance of that well-being.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And is there a wider question for the NHS and the landscape for the next 25 years in that, as you said, we and population, if we have conditions, we are managing them, if you like, and living with them far better than we did 10, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And we're living longer. So is the NHS geared, I can use that term, to ensure that we've got the resources and all the policies in place to ensure that that shift is going to happen, that we are going to be able to support people to ensure that they have the best possible lives, even living with a condition.
Yeah, at the last meeting,
We still
I think
putting all our resources into one area of the NHS.
well,
Maybe a loaded question.
it gives you a chance to say so. Well, the evidence is, of course, that there's been a lot more money gone into secondary care than necessarily building the primary and community care infrastructure we need for the long term.
Yeah.
And I'm pleased to see, I think most policy folk are pointing absolutely to that expansion in primary and community and voluntary sector and very local, whether it's small community groups, but that local community infrastructure, community assets. We were at a session last week. I'm thinking, what was it, earlier this week? Health, wellbeing and anchor framework session. A number of us were there, and the colleagues from the voluntary sector in Anglesey talking about the assets that are on the island, for example. And some of those will be statutory sector assets, but mainly the community itself. So I think our role increasingly is how do we support community? And that is objective 1 and objective 2 in our strategic intent going forward. And then one final note on measurement. We have got something called PREMs and PROMs coming through. PROMs being patient-reported outcome measures and then patient-reported experience.
Yes.
There are tools.
Which is changing now, isn't it? That's that government have stepped into that space.
Yeah, and there are tools to measure well-being. And I think that becomes a greater emphasis going forward than, did we fix your X, Y, or Z?
Absolutely.
What is your well-being?
Yeah. No, that's really important. I think some of the issues really there around that story. So many thanks for everybody who's been involved with that. Much appreciated. Gofyn hapus I dderbyn eitem yna, dwi'n siŵr gyda diolch. Ymlaen at eitem 1.6 ar adroddiad ymgysylltu efo staff a'i profiadau. Dwi am droi at Debbie ar gyfer yr eitem yma. Debbie, what is your item? So over to you, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. I'll take the paper as read. And just to pull out some key areas, this paper was requested and was in development prior to my arrival, but it outlines a suggested approach to the further development of our strategic aspirations of employee engagement and developing their sense of belonging within the health board. It outlines some key strategic initiatives designed to improve our engagement and our listening with staff. It is closely connected with the Cultural Leadership Programme, which the board received an update on in December 2025. So just in terms of page 3 of the document, it outlines some of the examples of activities that we put in train over the last 12 months. And that's supported us being more visible as a leadership team and also improve the way we listen to our workforce. I'm pleased to say that we now have 200 culture change leaders in post. And we are continuing to work with them because they're the eyes and ears on the ground to support the two-way conversation and dialogue to help us improve our culture. So in essence, we're asking the board to support the approach that is proposed in this document, which is based on the 5 pillars of strategic engagement framework, as detailed in Appendix 2. That framework was based on the work from the Chartered Institute of Personal Development and was also by the NHS Culture Leadership Programme. So, Chair, I'll stop there. I'm happy to take any questions.
Debbie, diolch am gyflwyno'r eitem yna ni heddiw. Unrhyw gwestiynau neu sylwadau gan aelodau sgwch yna? Droi at Mike gynta, wedyn Billy. Over to you first, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. I'm aware from my own contact with staff that the locality visits are done really well. It's an opportunity for staff to be recognised for the hard work that they're doing. I also know Pam is working on a programme of visits for us as independent members. Just wondering whether it might be best to combine those visits with the execs, because we're in lockstep and we appreciate that hard work of our staff. So just a suggestion.
Yeah, okay, we can comment on that in a minute. Billy?
Yeah, perfect. I just wanted to say that I welcome the approach. I'm looking forward to meeting our culture change leaders at the end of April, when we're celebrating their work. The HSE has identified workplace stress and stress in general as being one of the main causes of workplace absence, and our data shows that as well. I'm just wondering if we need a proactive approach to workplace stress.
We'll allow some comments at the end, bring you back in. The Gareth.
Yeah, first of all, I wanted, because I was obviously not at the last meeting, but to welcome Debbie as well. Yeah. It's really great that we've got, at long last, I think I can say, an executive director in place for this really important subject. And just a couple of, I mean, I absolutely think the framework is right. Just to say that I think we need to recognise that there's a long way to go in terms of the clear, open communications, particularly with Foundations for the Future, sort of on the horizon. I think a lot of, anecdotally, when I'm out talking to staff, a lot of them are still very unclear about what this means for them. And obviously you can only go one step at a time, Carol, so I know that, but that is really obviously critical of taking our staff with us. And the other thing, it probably will be a bit of a recurring theme of things I might say this morning, but the emphasis on allowing staff to take risks without fear of negative consequences, I think is really important. But I also think there are other ways in which we don't allow our staff to take risks at the moment. And I say it's an issue I'll come back to about the responsibility and the freedom people have to manage their own budgets and their own resources. So I think, you need to entrust people to take risks as well as giving them the psychological safety to do so.
And there's a relationship between those two things, isn't there? There's a relationship between supporting people to have ownership and people feeling that they have the ownership and they feel safe and they feel able to be themselves in their role. Those two things, I think, are interrelated. So it's good that we're presenting them together in this paper. Unrhyw un arall eisiau codi Debbie, we'll come back to you, then Carol will want to make a comment as well.
Thank you very much. I suppose firstly, it's really important to recognise that culture change takes time, and I think we need to permit ourselves to have that time to do so. So I'm really pleased with the questions and comments, because it shows that there's an interest and an engagement from the board and around this area. Our culture change champions will be our eyes and ears, and it would be great for us to get to know them and you know, as part of that programme of walking the localities, that we engage with them also, and I know that we're going to develop that. I completely agree about the proactive approach to workplace stress. One thing that we have done is we strengthened our occupational health and wellbeing teams by bringing them closer together. Actually, they're now working together as one team. And we are investing in our psychologists, psychology services as well. So again, being proactive, but there's a bit about the preventative thing approach, which again, with our new operating model, hopefully we'll be able to deal with that as well.
And last week I was with colleagues in, it's not too far from here, Pen Sychnant, which is part of an old estate in above Penmae Mawr, and colleagues use that for well-being, that they can get away and do activities that help them try and reconnect with themselves, if you like. And we had a really good discussion. I can share that with you sometime, Debbie, and this idea that we can build well-being and maybe have a well-being offer for colleagues, and you know, maybe even a well-being day where people can have a well-being day away from their daily job. What struck me with that experience was that people work under tremendous stress in many situations in this organisation, and some of that is something that is difficult to control. There are other things we can control, and that is that we can always be supportive, and we can be kind, and we can reach out to people. You know, so that you've outlined is really important in that respect. Carol, some comments from yourself on this?
Lovely, thanks, and thanks very much, Debbie, and yes, welcome to your first formal meeting. You were in the audience with us last time, so that's lovely. There's a couple of things really to say. The prominence of this item, we've brought this through, and I think this will keep growing and growing, because we know that engaged colleagues with great experience give great care, and that's what we want to deliver. So that is exactly the focus of this. Billy's comments are absolutely right about stress, and of course, you know, we sometimes say, is it workplace stress or home stress? It is stress, isn't it? And life is very stressful for people at the moment. You know, we've been discussing things, you know, like a phenomenon called scarcity mindset. People feel they don't have enough of things and they don't feel very satisfied. So that causes stress as well, or more susceptibility to stress. So this is a very serious business. It's essential, not a nice to do. I've enjoyed with yourself, David, the canteen conversations that we've been holding. They weren't the first ones that we held just in the last couple of months. We did some previously, and colleagues have been engaging really well with that. So I do think the level of visibility of all leaders and managers throughout our structures is really important to people who are delivering services, and us being able to take their views and help them and others to act on them is really important. I just wanted to reflect on Gareth's point as well, really, because the evidence suggests that the biggest indicator for staff fulfillment in the workplace actually isn't pay, but is their ability to influence their work environment. And we're absolutely building towards that more. but with all the rights, I hope, anyway, that's the intention, the right sort of infrastructure and support. So moving in an environment which is quite challenged at the moment with money, with targets, with all of this, moving to an area where people are able to control their work and their environment. We can't get away from the fact that the NHS has a chronic workload problem. And if we had a magic wand, we would wave it. So when we do talk about productivity and efficiency a bit later, I'm sure we'll get into that. We must stress to our colleagues that that is not about working harder, it's about working differently. So I'd like us to sort of try and keep that in mind, really, just building on your points, Gareth, about how we support staff to be their best, really.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Da iawn, diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw un arall eisiau mynegi rhywbeth, Paul?
Yeah, one of the problems with workforces is that when they think things are being done to them, rather than they're being involved with it. And part of that is that all of us, we all meet in completely different buildings from where people work. And I just wonder if the culture champions, there's 200 of them, but 20 of them at a time, 50 of them at a time, should not be here at these meetings, so that they can see how the decisions are made and come down, rather than, oh no, that lot up there are doing this to us again.
Yeah, good point. Any thoughts on that, Debbie, in terms of the perception that that there's people can be detached from other areas of the organisation, and maybe it's about visibility and going up there, maybe?
Yeah, I think I think it's important to strengthen that two-way relationship in terms of the alignment. The thing is, this is a very complex organisation with various layers, and it's penetrating all the layers, including up to the board.
Yeah.
I think it's something that we would take back as part of our, Billy mentioned the Champion Day in April, that we can discuss further with them.
Yeah, great. Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus felly I ni gefnogi yr hyn sydd wedi cael ei amlinellu yn yr adroddiad fel ffordd ymlaen ac I gymeradwyo y ffordd dyn ni'n ymgysylltu efo staff yn blaen. Pawb yn hapus I ni wneud hynny, sgwch yn dda. Diolch yn iawn. Diolch am yr adroddiad yna, Debbie, ac nawn ni symud ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf, sef eitem 1.7 dwi'n credu, sef adroddiad cadeirydd. Mae'r papur wrth gwrs yn gynysedig yn yr adroddiadau heddiw, felly dwi ddim am ddarllen drwyddo fo. Dwi eisiau tanlinellu un o ddau o bethau. Dwi am gychwyn gyda'r newyddion y Rhyl a'r datblygiad Royal Alex a'r ffaith bod ni wedi croesawu prif weinidog a'r ysgrifennydd cabinet Jeremy Miles yma I Rhyl ac I Ysbyty Glan-Clwyd I ddathlu'r ffaith bod yr arian bellach yn dod gan y Llywodraeth I gefnogi datblygiad pwysig yna yn y Rhyl. Dwi eisiau nodi hynny oherwydd mae wedi bod yn amser hir I bobl ardal yr Rhyl I glywed y newyddion yna dros ddegawd dwi'n credu. A dwi eisiau nodi un o'r cymerol wedi sicrhau bod pethau yn symud. Ac oedd hynny yn benderfyniad gan Caro I gael cyfarfod efo Cyngor Sir Ddinbych. Mynd yn ôl rhyw bron I 2 mlynedd rwan dwi'n siŵr. A nathon ni gyfarfod efo Cyngor Sir Ddinbych a dweud, reit, gadewch ni wneud rhywbeth. Ac oedd yna bobl wedi bod yn trio wneud rhywbeth am degawd a mwy. Felly dwi eisiau dweud diolch I Caro ac I eraill I sicrhau bod ni wedi cyrraedd y pwynt yma. Diolch hefyd I Stuart am y gwaith mae o wedi bod yn wneud fel cyfarwyddwr amgylchedd a ystadau. Dwi'n gwybod mae yna lawer iawn o fynd yn ôl ac ymlaen efo Llywodraeth yn does efo ffigurau ac ceisio cyflwyno adroddiadau. Felly diolch i bawb sydd bod yn gysylltiedig. Mae'n mynd i fod yn ddatblygiad pwysig ac yn arwydd o buddsoddiad mewn ardal sydd angen buddsoddi. Wedyn, oeddwn ni'n falch iawn o'r cyfle i groesawu'r Prif Weinidog ar ysgrifennydd Cabinet hefyd i Ysbyty Glan Clwyd i weld datblygiad yn y gwasanaethau canser. Oedd hynny'n braf iawn ac yn, fel dwi'n dweud yn y adroddiad, yn atgoffa ni bod angen buddsoddiad barhaus yn y gwasanaeth iechyd o ran arian cyfalaf, ni dim ond sicrhau bod ni'n gallu cynnal gwasanaethau, ond bod ni'n buddsoddi yn yr isadeiledd, boed yn adeiladau neu yn offer boed yn dechnoleg. Mae rhaid ni sicrhau bod hynny'n digwydd, a mae hynny'n mynd fod yn her. Mae'n bod yn her i'r llywodraeth nesaf ar ôl mis Mai, dwi'n siŵr. Ond mae angen hynny os da ni'n mynd i gyfarfod angen y blynyddoedd nesaf. Ac yr unig sylw arall dwi am gyfeiriad gan bod ni'n mynd i gyffwrdd â rhai materion dwi'n cyfeiriad yn y adroddiad o dan eitemau eraill. Ond yr cytundeb gyda Prifysgol Wrecsam nath Carla Fina bod yn rhan o seremoni, dwi'n meddwl gallu alw fo'n seremoni yn ddiweddar i arwyddo cytundeb dealltwriaeth, fel dyn ni wedi wneud gyda grŵp Llandrillo Menai, a dyn ni am wneud yr un modd gyda Coleg Cambria. Ac oeddwn ni wedi gosod dipyn bach o her yn ystod y gyfarfod yna, dweud gwych iawn bod ni'n arwyddo, ond rhowch wybod beth ni am wneud. Eisiau gweld y pwyslais ar bod ni'n sicrhau bod y cydweithio yn troi yn ffrwyth pendant ag datblygiadau fel bod ni'n rhoi cyfleon i nid yn unig cydweithio, ond sicrhau bod ni'n gallu cyflawni rhywbeth. Ond dwi'n meddwl bod y datblygiad yma yn bwysig. Mae'r sector yma ar draws y gogledd ac yn cyrraedd canran uchel o'n poblogaeth ni. Nid dim ond pobl ifanc, ond pobl hŷn yn ogystal. Ac mae'n y gyfle, dwi'n gobeithio, i'n staff ni, nid yn unig bod ni'n troi at cydweithio fel ffordd o recrwtio, ond hefyd i ddatblygu staff. Fel bod staff yn cael y cyfle i ddatblygu yn ei swyddi a bod yna gefnogaeth gan y sectorau yma i wneud hynny. Felly oeddwn ni'n falch iawn o'r cyfle i wneud hynny. I gloi, dwi am gyfeirio at y ffaith bod ni wedi bod yn ymgysylltu gryn dipyn gydag aelodau etholedig yn ddiweddar. Ac wrth gwrs, mi fydd gennym ni llywodraeth newydd mis Mai, a mi fyddwn ni'n parhau gysylltu gyda aelodau etholedig wedi hynny. Bydd gennym ni fwy o aelodau yn ein rhanbarth ni nag unrhyw ran arall o Gymru. Bydd yn dipyn o her i ni, ond dyn ni'n cydnabod bod y gwaith yna bwysig. A dwi eisiau'r cyfle i ddiolch am y cydweithio sydd wedi bod gydag aelodau o'r Senedd benodol dros y tymor diwetha. Mae nifer ohonyn nhw mewn cysylltiad cyson. Dwi'n gweld enwau yn dod fyny ar y ffôn ambell i nos Sul neu bore Sadwrn, ac mae'n braf cael y berthynas lle mae pobl yn cysylltu efo ni, ac dyn ni'n annog hynny. Mae tuedd gan rai falle i ddefnyddio ffynonellau eraill i gyfathrebu, ond dyn ni eisiau pwysleisio bod modd cysylltu efo bwrdd iechyd yn gyson gyda materion sydd yn poeni etholwyr neu unrhyw beth arall, ac dyn ni'n cydnabod bod hynny yn bwysig, nid yn unig i gynrychiolwyr etholedig etholwyr, ond hefyd yn bwysig i ni, oherwydd dyn ni'n cael adborth am ein gwasanaethau ac mae hynny bob amser yn werthfawr iawn. Felly, na i stopio fan'na, ac os oes unrhyw un eisiau gwneud unrhyw sylw neu holi cwestiwn, hapus iawn i chi wneud hynny. Unrhyw un am ddeud rhywbeth, holi rhywbeth? Os nad oes, gofyn i chi dderbyn y droliad yna gyda diolch, a gyna symud ymlaen i eitem 1.8, y droliad a prifysredwr. Carol, dros ata chi.
Oh, diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. Thanks very much indeed. And I also put the Royal Alex in my report.
Must be important.
It's very important, and thank you. You know, it was, you know, there'll be lots of commentary about the shape of health and care services in the future and currently, but to be able to get the level of commitment for that community and wider, I think, from the government has been a real achievement. So thanks to everyone involved. A couple of things. I will go over the paper in particular, but I want to just add a couple of things in, if I may, since this was drafted. We have now had the revised accountability and escalation arrangements from the Welsh Government, so I will circulate that, or I think I might have already done that, circulate that to members, but I'll put that in as an appendix to my next board report, so that is available to everybody. So that's very helpful, and we've got obviously reports from Structured Assessment Audit Wales and our own reflection on our progress to date under level 5 escalation later on the agenda. I wanted to draw attention to the National Assurance Assessment for Maternity and Neonatal Care. Yeah. We very actively participated in this because of the really important opportunity for us to keep learning and developing. That report has now been published. Government are working to assess that and have a look at the response. We will bring something through in due course as to what that means for us as well. I was pleased to be asked to be part of the stakeholder panel, so that was a really helpful experience. And I've just drawn out, in case anyone hadn't had a chance to read it, the core strengths and weaknesses and vulnerabilities at the Wales level. Sadly, we don't have our own individual report, but we will be poring over the national report for identifying our particular learning areas. I want to mention as well, not in the paper, but last week, the COVID-19 inquiry module 3 was published. I think there are 10 modules, so quite a way to go, but module 3 really focused on the health service and the response, and it did pick up quite a lot of media attention in terms of how close, if you like, the service came to being overwhelmed, but some of those decisions that were taken, and some of them were different in different areas. So in terms of the catch-up on planned care, for example, England had a much stronger infrastructure around use of private hospitals than Wales and Scotland did. So there will be some learning for us going forward. And I know, Jane, this is within your portfolio, with support of Pam and her team as well, we'll bring that through. Just wanted to, in addition to the Royal Alex, say by the time we meet this time in 2 months' time, we hopefully will have opened the Llandudno Surgical Hub, which will be another really key development for the people of North Wales. A very quite complex development, but we're in the final stages of that as well, and thanks to everyone involved. We'll also be looking at the health and wellbeing hubs, because there's a lot of work going on in building our primary community infrastructure, to pick up your point from earlier. And then just a couple of other things in terms of the achievements of our colleagues in enhancing care across the organisation. First of all, David, we went to, with Teresa as lead, the Welsh Learners Awards last week. It was absolute pleasure to attend, so that was fantastic. So that's really good. On the same evening, we received a HSJ, Health Service Journal, runner-up highly commended award for work on dermatology in London, so that was fantastic. And then I think it's at the end of today / tomorrow, we will have implemented fully the EPMA, electronic prescribing medicine system enhancing care. We've got a paper on that whole digital development enhancing care, but I wanted to draw that out because it's been a really major effort to get all of that done by the end of March. And I know that there will be colleagues still busily getting the final parts over the line. And, you know, even despite we had a digital incident yesterday across Wales, digital developments continue to be a key stream for us in enhancing care. So we'll touch on that a little bit later, but diolch fawr.
Diolch, Carol, and just to add thanks that you've given on the development of the EPMA and the digital team. I know they've been working flat out and into the night and weekends and so on. So we can really pass on our thanks to the team for everything they've done. Really appreciated. You talked about the wellbeing hubs and so on, and I wrote to the First Minister thanking for the visit, and I pointed out that there's a potential commitment over the next few years of something not far short of £250 million here in our region for capital development. That is the buildings that will provide health and wellbeing hubs, which is probably, dare I say, the biggest investment across the whole region in that period. So, you know, it's really, really great to be able to be in that position, but it gives us responsibility as well to make sure that all those developments happen and are fit for purpose, not just for today, but for the future, and that we maximise the socio-economic effect of that investment as well. So thank you for highlighting that. I see 1 or 2 people want to raise questions. Caroline, do you get how we did with that?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Carol, for including you know, good summary of the findings of the National Insurance Assessment for Maternity and Neonatal Care and Services. That's a really helpful summary for us here at this stage. I just wanted to mention that we will have an item on that at QSC on the 7th of May. And I'm just leading on that. I just want to mention as well, all of the chairs of QSC nationally meet every few months, and I chair that team for this year. And I've asked Sally Holland to come to talk to us at our meeting on the 5th of May, and she's agreed to do that. So that'll also be very helpful.
Great.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Carol, especially for the brief summary of the maternity assessment. I want to just point out a very simple sentence which actually goes beyond this assessment and beyond maternity. It's on page 3, and they make a point: current staffing levels and configurations do not meet the requirements of current population needs, which is obviously a really full of portent about how we're actually going to manage to deliver maternity services. But I would take it a bit further, you know, across our services. And I know we've got the clinical services plan, but I want to ask, how far ahead have we made an assessment of what our population needs will be? Do we have a 10-year analysis of what that might be? Just, I mean, I don't know, sorry.
Yeah, no, not at all, no. There is a requirement on us, both as a single statutory body and as a duty to work with partners on population needs assessment. In terms of the work, and we'll probably touch on it later in some of the other items as well, in terms of the strategy and the clinical services plan, a core part of the cell, the planning cell, is the public health colleagues, and Charlotte in particular on Jane's behalf, and I know Jane supporting that, to ensure that when we're bringing that first part, we've talked about a diagnosis phase and a discovery phase, that we've got the true needs of the population first and foremost. And then we build services around what the population needs. And I think that's really, in maternity particularly, there's been a very big change in practice, driven by lots of different factors, but much higher caesarean section workload now, and that means that we've got, you know, extra theatres to put on, theatre sessions. We've been looking at that, but there's a need to, bit like the item earlier, think about the well-being in the round. So there's the birth, but there's also, you know, perinatal mental health. There's you know, for people who get diabetes or people with complex conditions that may not have had children in the past but are having children now. So I think there's a bit of a different take on what the workforce needs to look like going forward.
Emma.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just come in on the national assessment just to give some additional kind of detail and some assurance? So the report that will go to QSC will only be kind of quite a high level response to the recommendations, because currently Welsh Government response is to create a perinatal oversight group, which is yet to be developed, and that will give us some of the detail around some of these recommendations. But we didn't want to wait for that, obviously. So what we've done as a maternity service with key stakeholders, so that is with neonates, that is with perinatal mental health, with psychology, we've kind of done a baseline assessment as to where we currently sit. With regards to the caesarean birth rate, that's obviously one of the recommendations is around, you need to look at your plans for separating planned versus emergency. There is a big driving force behind that culturally, and I know from a national perspective we're looking at that, because it's not just about workforce in terms of the caesareans now, it'll be from a population perspective, and this is where the worry is coming, because these women with multiple caesarean scars will require very different gynae care in the future, which will contribute to the already big gynecological waiting list that we already have. So it is something that we are looking at, but it's not a quick fix. In terms of maternity staffing, for assurance, in North Wales, we are birth rate plus compliant. So that's the methodology that's used to calculate what staffing you need for your population. But again, we're not sure that is fit for purpose at a national level. So there's more discussion about whether there is a more suitable methodology. But in the meantime, that's what we've got, and we are compliant, and we're just about to go through the assessment in the next quarter.
Thank you very much for that. That's really useful to know. And for those who are unsure, QSC is one of our committees who looks at quality, safety, patient experience, and Caroline here chairs that. So we're looking forward to that discussion, really important, and to reference that national work locally, as you outlined, Emma. So it's good to know. Unrhyw arall? Question, sorry, Mike.
Yeah, just I just wanted to make a point that the JCC Quality Committee used to have representation from each health board. Be Caroline as chair of the committee. In October 2024, decision was made to cease that representation. Although we are receiving the minutes, I think personally that was probably a mistake. It was disconnect to the JCC from our own quality efforts in each health board, just to register that change.
Right.
There was no discussion, it was a unilateral decision.
Okay. That's something we can ask Carol as chief exec, who is on the GCC.
Yeah, we'll feedback the government.
Yes, and I think that matter about commissioning of services and then the oversight of quality is really, really important, and it's something we need to develop actually. So thank you for raising that. Rwy'n arall, os nad oes, gofyn ni nodi'r adroddiad a diolch fawr iawn I Carol am yr adroddiad ac am ei gwaith yn ystod yr wythnosau nesaf. Diolch y galon. Ymlaen yn ni at eitem 2.1 ar asesiad strwythuredig gan Archwilio Cymru ar llythyr blynyddol o llythyr archwilio. Wrth gwrs, a dwi'n falch iawn o gyfresawu Andrew Dalton atyn ni. Dwi'n yn siŵr os ydy Dave yn ymuno ar y sgrin a Fflir hefyd. Dwi'n gweld dau personaethau bach. Na ni, dim bach yn fwy rwan. Croeso cynnes atyn ni, ti amserennu rwan Fflir. Ond croeso cynnes I Dave ac I Glir ato ni, ac Andrew yma mewn person, falch iawn, Andrew wedi dod ato ni, a dwi am droi at Carol I gyflwyno'r eitem gynta, a wedyn bydd na gyfle I chi fel Archwilio Cymru I gyfrannu y sgwrs. Diolch yn iawn, Carol.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. Yes, first of all, if I can say a couple of thanks in advance of this item. I want to thank Dave in particular, Dave Thomas, who I've known for a very long time. We're really young, really, Dave, but I know that this is your last period with Audit Wales, having had a very long career and had a huge amount of influence, I think, across the NHS in Wales, all for the positive. So I take this opportunity publicly to say thank you very much, both personally and on behalf of this health board and my previous health board, maybe I could do that too, for all the support you have given, the challenge and the encouragement around how we deploy important public resources for the public good, and wish you well in the future. Also to thank Pam and her team and colleagues around the executive for participating, and the wider board actually for participating in this. This is a really important assessment. It's an annual assessment of our progress and our challenges. I always like to think that there would be no surprises in the reports, and largely that's held true again this year. So the focus on improving our effectiveness as an organisation continues, and having this external eyes really does help us to shape the priorities going forward. So I wanted to say that. I'll come back on the response to the content of the report and draw other colleagues in, but wanted to position this with the level of importance that it rightly has every year for us, and to thank you and welcome Andrew, who is in the room, as well as Fleur and Dave online. So are we handing to you, Andrew?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to bring the structured assessment report here today. For those who don't know, and a lot of people have a lot of experience with this, our structured assessment report is our audit approach for discharging our statutory responsibilities. It's assessment of governance arrangements, and that can be considered, I suppose, quite broadly, but effectively we're looking at board and committee effectiveness, systems of assurance, which in particular focus around things like the board assurance framework and risk management, performance management. We look at strategic planning and your arrangements to develop an IMTP, and also aspects of financial management, planning and performance. We know you've had an opportunity to read the reports in advance, and we have gone through a clearance process to ensure factual accuracy. We're not going to go through the report in huge detail today, but as Carol mentions, it does highlight areas where the health board is working well, some improvements as previous years. And we've also identified some risks, which I think are sort of particularly challenging because the health board is facing financial and service challenges. I think on that note, I'll pass it over to Fleur. You're going to go through a few points in a bit more detail.
Diolch yn fawr. Diolch Cadeirydd, bore da bawb. Rhai o canfyddiadau, prif canfyddiadau'r adroddiad. Yn gadarnhaol, gwelsom fod y bwrdd a'i bwyllgorau'n gweithio'n dda, gyda thrafodaethau agored a lefel priodol a fysa ni disgwyl o her. Mae'r fframwaith sicrwydd y bwrdd neu'r Board Assurance Framework yn gryfach. Fe welsom gwelliant yn ansawdd y dadansoddiad mewn adroddiadau perfformiad yn ddiweddar yn enwedig, ac mae cynnydd wedi wneud o ran rhai o argymhellion blaenorol y gwaith da ni wedi wneud i'r Bwrdd Iechyd. Felly, da ni wedi gweld hynna'n symud ymlaen sy'n gadarnhaol iawn. Ar yr un pryd, rydyn ni hefyd wedi nodi rhai meysydd lle mae trefniadau arweinyddiaeth a llywodraethu yn creu risg i gyflymder a chynaliadwyedd gwelliannau'r bwrdd iechyd. Mae rhain yn cynnwys arweinyddiaeth weithredol, yn da ni'n nodi bod swyddi allweddol bellach wedi llenwi'n barhaol sydd yn beth positif ofnadwy, ond hynny, nid yw'r trefniadau eto'n rhoi'r eglurder a'r capacity sydd wedi, a'r atebolrwydd sydd wedi rannu sydd ei hangen i gefnogi'r gwelliant yn gyflym ar gyfer y bwrdd iechyd. Mae disgwyliadau mawr y bydd y rhaglen sylfaeni ar gyfer y dyfodol, y Foundations for the Future, yn helpu'r bwrdd iechyd i fynd i'r afael ar rhai o'r heriau strwythurol hir sefydlog sydd wedi bod mewn lle ers blynyddoedd. Mae'r rhaglen yn uchelgeisiol ac yn briodol, ond hyd yma mae'r cynnydd wedi bod yn arafach nag y gynllunwyd gyda chapasiti cyfyngedig ac amserlenni heriol. Bod cynnydd wedi wneud o ran cynllunio ar fformiad ariannol ac wedi symud ymlaen dros y blynyddoedd, mae mwy o waith i'w wneud ar y cynllun ariannol hir dymor, a disgwylir i hynny symud ymlaen wrth i'r bwrdd iechyd datblygu ei gynllun gwasanaethau clinicol, y Clinical Services Plan. Mae ymateb y bwrdd iechyd i'r argymhellion wedi gynnwys yng nghefn yr adroddiad, a rydyn ni wedi edrych dros yr ymateb yna ac yn fodlon iawn bod yr ymateb yn briodol ac yn gynhwysfawr. Yn olaf, hoffwn ddiolch i bawb yn y bwrdd iechyd a rhoddodd ei amser i gefnogi'r gwaith hwn, a rydyn ni'n hapus i dderbyn unrhyw gwestiynau ar yr adroddiad.
Dave, are you next making some comments? But like the song contest, isn't it? The jury from Cardiff.
Apologies, Chair. My sound had turned itself off. It's suddenly come back now. So for me, nothing to add. I think Andrew and Fleur have cut it off. So more than happy to answer questions that come from the board.
Great. Okay. Diolch yn iawn. Many thanks for that. Felly, Pam, nesa?
Diolch yn fawr. There's just a couple of points wanted to draw before you open out to questions. Just wanted to say thanks very much to the Audit Wales team, Fleur, Andrew, and the rest of the team as well as Dave. Of course, I think just it's really important about the quality of the relationship that the Health Board has with our colleagues. And from a Health Board perspective, we've got a really constructive relationship, and I think that's helped us in terms of working through in terms of the report. So just wanted to put on record my personal thanks for the approach and the candidness in which we've continued to enjoy. I was just reflecting, I'm almost coming up to 2 years within the Health Board. This is my third structured assessment in 2 years. But it's just really important to reflect the journey the Health Board has been over that period of time. And actually to see some of the messages around how the board is operating, how the committees are operating, understanding the context and the environment which I would say as an executive we all understand, as well as for the board, in terms of there is obviously much more work to do in terms of improvement, just to reflect on some of the progress that we've made over the period, I think, just for the record. And then just in terms of how this will work, obviously this will form part of our monitoring through the audit committee in terms of report progress, etc. So just wanted to say thanks and happy to support any questions. Yeah.
Iawn, Pam. Reit, unrhyw sylwadau, unrhyw gwestiynau, na i droi at Gareth mewn munud, just checio rhywun arall. Reit, Gareth, a wedyn na i ddod ag Gertha mewn.
Yeah. Well, first of all, just to say thank you for the report. I think it's very fair, as always, and clear. And I just want to make a general point, which is, you know, the summary really isn't a lot achieved, but an awful lot still to do. And I want to make a general point first, which is not specifically about the report, which is that we're all sometimes frustrated at this pace of change. I think it's very interesting and helpful to be reminded by Debbie that culture change in particular takes a long time. But we really have to stick with the direction that under Carol's leadership, this health board and yours obviously, Chair, has taken forward. And I think we are starting to see the benefits of that. As I said, and I'm going to cover now comments I might make later in the thing about some of the frustrations that I have, but we are actually moving in the right direction. We do have to stick to it. And I hope that's something that's recognised outside the health board as well. Just a couple of points. I do agree and recognise this is a matter for management, that, you know, some of the portfolios are not really manageable. I know there are some changes happening now, so it's an opportunity, Carol. I'm sure you'll take it to think about that. I think it's absolutely right about the point that Audit Wales make about needing to move away from rolling forward historic budgets. And obviously, Foundations for the Future gives us that opportunity, and we absolutely need to respond in a timely fashion to that. And the final one is just a question really about, and the theme I said will come up a number of times. The question, the issue about people not returning accountability agreements. I just would like a view really from you, Carol, Russ, about what the issue there is. I've picked up anecdotally, and I want to make very clear this is not members of the executive I've heard this from, but some people not just sort of like ignoring this, but taking a very positive decision that they do not want to sign their accountability agreement because they don't think that they are given the responsibility for managing the resources, and therefore they can't be held accountable for achievement. So I mean that's just one or two people. It may be only one or two people, but I'm just interested in whether it's, if you like, just a sort of heaviness in the system, or whether there is actually something a bit more considered behind it. And if there is something more considered behind, what can we do to sort of move that forward?
Okay, diolch yn fawr. We'll get Carol to respond to that shortly. Excellent, ti'n nesaf.
So Gareth has raised a few of the points.
Sorry.
No, it's great. It's lovely to to hear when you get a response. It's fantastic. I just wanted to refer briefly to the comment in the report about management response to audit recommendations, and the audit committee has been obviously looking at that, and we are taking steps to improve how that's managed. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand how busy executives are, and they can't always fit their timetables around what comes from the audit committee, but we're looking for a programme for executives over a period of time to come along to the audit committee so that they can really respond in depth to the internal audit recommendations with their smart programme of improving all their life.
Sorry, Chair, just another point. This is also relevant to the report on our emergency departments and the patient flow through the hospital. But obviously this work really depends on our external partners. It's not possible for us to improve services in the emergency department, movement through discharge, etc., without relying on them. And I believe that the structured report does make a reference to our partnership work, that we don't have a way of evaluating it. So I just wondered if we're going to, find, I know that's a very big ask, but is there a way that we can have a look at how that could be evaluated so it's more sustainable? So
yeah, for the sprint. Claire.
Yeah. So I like I agree that you can kind of read Betsy through the report, and I was just thinking about the kind of audit work as well, and thinking about how we triangulate better recommendations in reports that go to audit and the work of the other committees. So we do get reports referred through to us sometimes, where there are specific matters that chair or audit wants other committees to look at. But I think there is something about how we better triangulate the audit work, the work of the committees, and the priorities of the exec team, so that we, I guess, have a better grip really on the work that's flowing through from audit and what that means for the terms of reference and the work programmes for each committee. So I think that's something perhaps for us to have a look at as an informal board setting, really, in terms of how we might pick that up. And then I had a question specifically for Audit Wales, because maybe they're getting off too lightly today. So there's a reference in the report to previous recommendations and how many have been actioned or not. And I was looking at those because, of course, that's a measure of how ready the organisation is to respond to things that are identified. But when I read through them, some of them are very old now. So there's some in here from 2023, recommendation 7. And it's just read no progress. But when I read it, and there was a target date of August 24, so it's nearly 2 years out of date. I guess my question is, how do Audit Wales kind of reflect not only what they found at the time, but then looking back, and how do we respond to things that might have moved on a lot in the meanwhile, and maybe the previous recommendation isn't a priority right now, or so how does that all get closed off in the end?
Yes, we do meet with colleagues in the governance team and basically look at the range of historic recommendations. We've gone through that, I would say, reasonably recently, but we had, I'd say, there were a number from 2019 that hadn't been completed, and so we've brought that up to sort of more recent. And each of these we sort of look at and say, right, okay, well, is the degree of progress sufficient enough to be able to sort of say, yes, that recommendation can be closed. And there is also, and we do also consider whether recommendations are obsolete, and there are points where, you know, they are no longer relevant, the world has moved on. So we do go through that process. It is periodic, but we do go through a process of doing that.
And then an internal question, I maybe should know the answer to, is final one. So the recommendations from this year, is it the audit committee that will keep a close watching brief on our progress on each of these? Yeah. Doc.
Okay. Do you want to just respond to some of that as well, please?
Yeah, and as well. So Andrew's very right in there is the whole range of very old recommendations. So actually in the last 2 years we've worked really hard to address some of those and move some of those forward. We tend to monitor progress against these through a compliance report where that goes to audit committee, which doesn't only include external audit recommendations, internal audit recommendations. And the point Paul mentioned is the executives on a rolling basis will be brought in to be held to account. Where are you against those recommendations? We would tend to not wait to the end of the year to have these think those. It's all dependent on executives providing the relevant evidence. So Audit Wales, for example, kind of be satisfied in terms of some of that. So certainly this year, my team and actually worked well with Audit Wales around as things are progressing, were they satisfied? We weren't leaving everything to the end of the year. So I do think there's still more to do, and one of my personal priorities is to work with the executives to move through some of these, because actually there's probably a couple I think are not far off. You know, we've got paper, for example, on digital today, you know, etc. So I do think there's a little bit of some of that, but it also links back to the wider issue around internal audit. Hope that's helped, but it's actually worked very well this year, I think personally. I don't know what Flynn thinks, but we tried to do it and as we're working through recommendations.
Definitely on, and it may be stating the obvious to partly quote Monty Python, but you know, if management responses and recommendations aren't addressed in a timely manner, they won't become old, will it? And that's a message to everyone, I hope. Carol, do you want to respond to some of those? Well, hang on a minute, we'll bring Billy, then Russell in.
Yeah, perfect. I just want to reference your paper map and on page 7, where it also had accelerating foundations for the future. I'm sure our senior staff have been appreciative of the socialisation that has been happening. And I really welcome the 3rd bullet point about providing IMs with more information before we actually go to full consultation.
Different, Billy. Russell.
Yeah, Chair. So really just to give some flavour to the comments and first of all, offer my thanks as well to the assessment and colleagues on screen as well. So in terms of the history, so colleagues will remember July, we did look to do that zero-based approach when we set our financial plans. It left us with a significant challenge. There was an awful lot of work that was undertaken through July to September to bring that plan back into where the model was. And we've adopted an incremental budget setting approach, which involves quite a lot of work actually. It's not simple, the budget, we roll it over. And then, of course, on top of that, the model normally is a 3-year model to get to a zero-based approach again. I think the success around zero-based budgeting relies heavily on the maturity of leadership, clear lines of accountability to deliver, clarity of roles and budget oversight, and then having that strategic thread. I think we have an opportunity this year to embedding foundations for the future, developing our clinical strategy, refreshing our estate strategy to support that clinical strategy, and then obviously investing in our leadership teams in order to make that work. It is an awful lot of work, but actually it's about the right time to do it. And it sounds like we'll have all the pieces in place as we go into the new year. But it's just to give that little bit of a whistle stop as where we started from on the journey and where we're heading to and the challenge that gives us. It is a lot of hard work. It is not an easy route. But I think it's the right route for us as we set our plans as we go into 27-28.
Diolch yn iawn. Rhywun arall, oes na nod a Carol nôl I ymateb I rai o'r pwyntiau. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch. Well, I'll pick up where Russ left off there, because I think we are on that journey, Gareth, to a place where we can be clearer about needs, clear about what people are accountable for and not accountable for, and I think people are asking for that. So I think that's really good. And then helping people to be equipped to redesign services and redistribute funding across their budgetary area and sometimes between budgetary areas. Because, you know, when we're talking about primary and community care, for example, and money needing to move perhaps secondary into that part of the pathway, we've got to be able to enable that across budget. So I think we are well on our way to that with foundations, the discussion on zero-based, etc. I reflect back and just to thank Pam and colleagues. We are improving the audit recs and how we oversee them, but there's more to do. So I think Paul, you keep setting out very helpfully. Our next stage of ambition is this, and then we'll go on beyond that and beyond that. So and we're very committed to support the audit committee in their work. I think Billy's point about the foundations is really important. I'm glad we did that pre-engagement socialisation. It's been incredibly helpful. We've tried every step of the way to engage as many people in the code design. It's always hard, but we are near now to, you know, getting into consultation. There shouldn't be so many new things come up now, we hope, but we need to get on with it. That's what Audit Wales are saying. But Chair, if I may just give a bit of a summary.
Please. I
remember in a different place, Andrew presenting some of the lessons from Betsy Cadwallader back in very early 2023. And when we look now to where we have progressed, to where many of us came in to the health board, not everyone, but there is documented external commentary now on really important progress. Audit Wales are saying we are a well-governed organisation, appropriate scrutiny. It's clear the committees are working effectively, and I think that's the public hopefully will take some confidence in that. We've got improved processes, we've got improved plans, we've got improved financial governance and probity. So we're on the whole running the organisation in a much better way than previously. But the context is still very difficult for the NHS. We all know public sector finances are squeezed. We all know we're still catching up from the pandemic, and we all know that we've still got a lot of work to do to provide modern services that are fit for the future. And for us in North Wales, we've got that additionality of building services fit for the future. So it is tough. What I've heard from Fleur in particular, though, is that we've got a strong response to the report and a plan for further improvements. And Audit Wales are assured of our intentions to take this forward and will indeed keep alongside us, monitor us and challenge us in the right way. So my assessment is we're making progress. We got to keep going, and we might even have some even tougher things to deal with us over the next couple of years as we get this organisation and the health service in North Wales to be the best that we can be.
That just check with colleagues from Audit Wales if they have anything they wish to add finally.
Just to say, Chair, thank you to the board for the way it's responded to the report. Thank you to repeat Carol's thanks at the start, actually, to all colleagues who contributed to the fieldwork and evidence gathering, and particularly to thank Pam for the sterling work in gathering all those comments in and acting as our point of contact as ever. Pam, thank you ever so much. So it's been encouraging to listen to the debate today. Hopefully the report has given you a decent sort of point you can actually carry on moving forward from, and listening to the debate, I think that sounds positive. And Carol, I was just going to sort of finish, if I may, just to thank you for the comments you made at the start. This is my last day in Audit Wales today, and so it's a very strange feeling after 31 plus years in this institution and its predecessors, and it feels quite apt to be finalised with a session with the health board based on the journey it's been on. So thank you for those comments at the start. They were very much appreciated, and thank you for the engagement with me over the years as well, and the health board.
If I can add to that as well, I want to thank all colleagues from Audit Wales, and you in particular, Dave, for the interaction and the opportunity to work with you over the years. And I've always emphasised that this health board will be open in our discussions with you, and that we see you as a resource rather than an inspector. And we see you as something positive that will help us improve. And the course we're looking at today is seen in that light. So many thanks for helping us operate within that context, I think. And I really wish you well for the next years. I know you will go from the frustration of working with various bodies in your role with Audit Wales to the frustration of trying to work out what the Welsh rugby team is going to do next, I suspect. But enjoy whatever comes next, and many thanks for the opportunity to work with you. Andrew, I don't know if you want to add anything finally before.
The only thing I was going to add was really what Dave already said, which is thanks for support during the delivery of our work, and also just our day-to-day engagement, because we know the health board's under sort of significant pressure and challenges, and we do find the conversations that we have very open, so we do appreciate that. Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Felly diolch am yr adroddiad yna, diolch am bod yn bresennol, neu yma neu at scrutiny helpu ni ystyried y cynnwys, ac dyn ni edrych ymlaen at gydweithio gyda gyda chi fel corff a swyddogion newydd yn y dyfodol, a diolch yn fawr iawn am y cyfraniadau heddiw. Pawb yn hapus felly i dderbyn y adroddiad a nodi yr argymhellion a'r ymateb sydd wedi bod ac i ni ddefnyddio'r adroddiad fel oeddwn ni'n pwysleisio fel adnodd i gefnogi ni ar ein siwrne falle. Pawb yn hapus i wneud hynny. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Symudwn ni at yr eitem nesaf sef 2.2 adroddiad ar ofal canser. Bydd Tamina oedd yr adroddiad yma i ni ac dyn ni wedi gofyn am adroddiad mwyn i ni cael amser i edrych yn fanwl ar ein perfformiad, ond hefyd ac yn bwysicach os ga i ddweud i ystyried beth yw'r camau nesaf o ran sicrhau ein bod ni'n datblygu y gwasanaeth ac ein bod ni'n ymateb i'r heriau sydd. Felly, dwi eisiau ni roi sylw ar hynny fel bod gennym ni rhywbeth cadarnhaol y pendant yn dod allan o'r drafodaeth heddiw os gwelwch yn dda. Tamina, dros yr ato chi, diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. I hope you've had a chance to review the paper which has been put together by our network manager, Caroline Williams. I suppose one of the things I would say about cancer is there isn't a single cancer pathway. It straddles a number of different specialties. So if someone is referred for urgent suspected cancer, it will go to that particular area of specialty. For example, dermatology, where there are concerns about skin cancer. The initial element of treatment may well sit within that specialty, and then if there's ongoing treatment from chemotherapy and radiotherapy, would then move to the relevant department. So this is it's a complex pathway that straddles a number of elements in primary and in secondary care. Elements of a strong cancer strategy help us to identify areas of highest risk, and I think that's why we have used part of that report to talk about the public health element of this. Given that around 40% of cancers are avoidable, there is a real opportunity to think about how we move into that prevention space, enabling people to adopt healthy lifestyles that make it less likely that they will go on to develop cancer. And then, of course, where there is a suspicion of cancer, that we can identify that rapidly and people can move quickly to diagnosis and treatment where that is indicated. I suppose there's also something about making sure that referrals and management sit in the most appropriate setting, and there are some real opportunities, particularly around dermatology, to make greater use of our primary care colleagues and their expertise there. We've talked in this about the difference between the national target, which is 80% of patients should be seen within 62 days, and our current target as a level 5 organisation, which is for 4 consecutive months, we should have hit 55% or more of patients being managed within 62 days. We've had two examples where we've managed that for 3 months each, but we haven't been able to continue to sustain that, which tells me we are able to improve our performance, but we still have a bit of an issue about how we sustain that. The majority of tumours sits within 4 main sites, that's breast, skin, urology and colorectal. So when we're looking at our biggest areas of improvement and opportunity, it's really focusing on those areas in terms of how we're maximising the uptake of screening, and then how we're offering additional opportunities both in primary care and in secondary care to see people more rapidly. And I did just want to mention, because we've also talked about people living longer with cancer, and that cancer affects not just the individual but their family, that the Maggie Centre has been a fantastic addition to our offer to our local communities. For people who haven't visited, it is a beautiful, calm environment where people can receive personal support, but also family members can go for support and time with people who are experts by experience, if you like, supported by our team. So I did want to mention that. There are a number of things that we're trying to move on and enhance. So we are introducing straight to test pathways and one-stop clinics, so someone can go and everything that needs to be done is done in one day. But if nothing else, reduces the amount of time people need to wait for some kind of results, for example, and looking at how we ensure rapid diagnostics and a decision to treat. I will bring clarity in a moment, if that's okay, Kadera, just because she would like to just kind of focus on some of the achievements we've made, some of the progress we've made around some of these areas. but we do have opportunities around really expanding teledermoscopy, which is can absolutely be delivered in primary care. And then how we're using that evidence-based practice and research and development. There's so much progress been made in the last 5 years around cancer treatment, and will continue to do so. And that means people will be living longer with cancer. And it's making sure that we're also responsible for that ongoing journey, which I think was mentioned earlier in the board discussion as well. Claire, are you okay to just come in?
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, one of the things about cancer, as Tamina says, it's a good news story. But if we just take ourselves back a little bit as well, that, you know, a few years ago, people died of infectious diseases, and then we made those a little bit. Then the causes of death were cardiovascular. And of course, our treatment of cardiovascular disease has improved significantly, such that people are surviving longer. And now, therefore, the incidence of, so the number of people developing cancer is increasing because people are surviving longer. And the really great stuff is that in my career, the treatment for cancer and the survival rates have changed beyond recognition. There is no doubt about that. And that means, of course, that for us as healthcare providers, we need to make sure that we are investing in that ability to be able to do that. And as Tamina has indicated, our outcomes in North Wales reflect those mainly across Wales, but those are not good at an international comparator level. And there are significant differences, so inequalities in health associated with various population characteristics, for instance, deprivation. So those people who are in our most deprived communities are more likely to develop cancer and more likely to die from it. So within the group, it is not all the same. There, as Tamina says, it is a whole pathway right the way from population behaviour in how we are living our lives, but equally how we uptake screening, and there is differences in screening uptake within our populations. But you can see within the paper that actually the diagnosis by screening remains pretty small, and that can be increased, but we sometimes, I think, get tied up in that a little bit, that most cancers present as a symptomatic stage, and therefore we need to make sure that we've got really good access for those with symptoms and that the population are aware of what those symptoms are. And that access is often, of course, through primary care, through structured pathways and into diagnostics. And one of the issues with cancer pathways is that one of our jobs, of course, is to diagnose when it is not cancer, as well as to diagnose when it is cancer. And the vast majority of people who go down a urgent suspected cancer pathway, of course, do not have cancer. And I think that within the report, we're saying that 4,000 patients a month are diagnosed as not having cancer across the health board as well. And that is just as important. The treatments then have changed very significantly. There is, of course, surgery for some of the cancer areas, some of which we provide ourselves internally and some of which goes out of the health board, and some of which is being progressed through robotic surgery now to make it the recovery easier. We do have a robot in the West for some of the treatments and looking about how we need to expand that both for our patients, but also to make sure that we're able to attract surgical staff into the health board, because that is a standard way of treatment now. And one of the things that we will be doing as part of the clinical service plan is work out what treatment we provide here, what treatment we buy from elsewhere, and whether some of that treatment can be moved back into the health for patient convenience. And we will need strategic partnerships associated with that, and that's certainly something that I'm keen to look at. There's then chemotherapy, so it's called SACT now, systemic anti-chemo, anti-cancer treatment, and that again has changed enormously from the traditional chemotherapy of immune suppressant to immunotherapies that can be given in different ways, not as the kind of traditional intravenous treatments, but as kind of simple injections or even as tablets. And again, we will need to be thinking about how we're expanding our space and our staffing resource to be able to give this and to be able to give it closer to home. So estate strategies and delivering that closer to home is going to be important. And then, of course, there's radiotherapy as well. And we've just got 2 new linear accelerators locally and are able to do some more localized chemotherapy now, radiotherapy called SABRE, which helps us really focus on the area of the cancer rather than, and that reduces, of course, the side effects. So there's a huge amount going on here, and it would be wrong of me not to add in research, which is, of course, vital. And we are, as a nation, have driven cancer progress. As I've said, you know, it has changed enormously since I qualified, and that is through structured, randomized, controlled trials of treatment, often done in partnership with industry. And for us to be doing that locally is incredibly important. It is something, as someone who holds the portfolio for research, that I want to make sure we're driving forwards and upwards. But equally, if we're not able to do it, we need to make sure that we have partnerships across, mainly into England, really, with Christie's and Clatterbridge, to be able to provide that where we are not. So a hugely busy space. It is an area that we're doing an enormous amount in, as Tamina has described, in that kind of diagnostic space to make sure that we're diagnosing earlier and more efficiently. But equally, our cancer services, both surgical and within the oncology space, are really something that I think we should be hugely proud of and continue to deliver over this next period.
Yeah, Marianne. And I always say, I remind myself, just over 25 years ago or so, there were no cancer services in our area. So we've come a long way, and I'd like to get a sense of what the next 25 years is going to be like, you know, because I think there are huge opportunities for us to develop and to innovate and to provide the very, very best for our population. So it is worth reminding that just in over 25 years, we've come a very long way. So let's take that as something we can use to take us forward for the next 25 years, maybe. So I'll bring Carol in just to make some comments before then inviting questions. I know Rhian will want to come in.
Great, just Chair. I'm reminded of the stories of the patients earlier, so I'm going to start there. Because often when we're talking about cancer in the board, we are at the section of the agenda where it's talking about the government target of 62 days. So just want to start with that broader picture, really. In line with our strategic intent, 4 statements that we approved last month, last board meeting, we must do more on prevention. Because as Tamina rightly pointed out, 40% of cancers are avoidable. And we know that the health of the nation is a real challenge for us. We also know that resources are constrained. And so therefore, prevention is better than cure, as they say. So I think as we go forward, we will need to set out our stall about how we very actively work and support people to prevent that. Now, that won't be just the NHS's responsibility. We'll be working with others on that. Claire is absolutely right about the population awareness, because why other countries have such good rates of outcomes is they pick it up earlier. And that is got to be a sort of a social contract between the health service but people themselves, and we have to help people to identify what could be potential symptoms much earlier, because survival is directly linked to that. So we've got a job of work to do on that as well. What is really good, when I dived into the stats, just 3-4 years ago, we were seeing about 1,500 to 2,000 people per month and saying you don't have cancer. We're now seeing 4,000 per month. So people are coming through. Now that's put a huge challenge into our diagnostics, etc. So we've got to adapt ourselves to more people thinking, I wonder if that could be a sign of cancer and coming forward earlier.
Could that happen earlier in the system? so that we get that diagnosis sooner when people maybe go to their GP or whatever, rather than being referred into the health board and being on a waiting list and then being told at the end of it, well, actually, you don't have cancer.
Absolutely. So Tamina talked about teledermoscopy. If we talk about skin, because when you look at all the data, skin is our biggest area, biggest number of referrals. Taking a photograph of a skin lesion and having some expert or even AI as an expert, which is happening now across in Liverpool, means that that patient will hardly ever need to come to an appointment. I've had family members have that, and they've had a letter to say, we've reviewed your picture and you're fine. Now, with the volumes of people who are coming forward, that could be happening very frequently in the community, in GP practices, nowhere near a consultant dermatologist, if you like.
And the reason we're highlighting that is because what the system needs to do is to see people who have cancer. And the system is spending a lot of time and energy looking at people who actually don't have cancer. Now, obviously, you've got to have that diagnosis. But if we can do it earlier, we will have more opportunity to see the people who need to be seen. That's the point, isn't it?
Indeed. And the public have a role in that. I think when you get to a certain age, you'll have a parcel sent to you to help screen for bowel cancer. So you can help us by...
I consider it a birthday present.
People can help us by participating in that, because that screening tool helps us to go, we need to see you, but we don't need to see you. So that's exactly it. And then you talked about more cancer treatment in North Wales, and I just want to emphasise the point that Clara made really, is we always need to look at the pathways that give the best outcome for people. So sometimes that will be, we treat all of the cancer pathway in North Wales. Sometimes it'll be working with others. We will develop and we've got great partnership with Clatterbridge and other trustees, etc. But where it's right to do so, we'll want to keep growing our own. And it's fantastic that our own cancer centre here in the region has recently been awarded a Centre of Excellence status with Tessa Jowl with brain cancer. So the offer is good and it's getting better with the investment we've put through. Our biggest challenge now is how we encourage people to come forward, whether it be through GP screening or others, being able to do those tests and then getting people as quickly as possible to the treatment. And it's the volumes that have challenged our performance, because when the volumes were lower, we were coping with that. When the volumes are higher, we're struggling. So these new techniques that we're bringing straight to test, and nurses and others being able to do diagnostics as well will help us. We've got a backlog. We've got a backlog. We've got the biggest reduction in that now since 2023. We've got to keep going. We've got to keep going. And our cancer performance will reach that 55% for that 4th month.
It will.
And then we will start to build. The rest of Wales is challenged. The rest of the UK is challenged for the same reasons. But we've got the ball rolling here now. I think.
And that's really important, because we know of people's anxiety and concern quite naturally, waiting for diagnosis, but also waiting to be treated. So we have got to do everything possible to make sure that people be seen sooner. So let's keep up that work and do everything we can. And work with partners, as you said. We've got some of the world leading just across into Northwest England and London too, actually. That really work. Right, Nessa.
Yeah, I just got a couple of practical things. I think Tamina said, in order to run efficient, effective one-stop clinics, we need the space. And elsewhere in the papers, there was something about physio over in the Maylard. needing space. So I wonder to what extent are these things being built into our estate strategy and estate plan for the future? So that was one question. Another question, I just need to understand a bit better where we are on the clinical services plan. It's mentioned throughout papers and apparently we're in phase 2, but I'm not quite sure what the end game is and whether it becomes a fixed thing, a concrete thing, or is it always fluid, you know, is it constantly evolving, which I presume it is, in fact. But I wouldn't mind a map of where we are on the clinical services plan. And then I think my third thing is listening is, of course, there will be many patients, particularly the elderly, for whom invasive or treatment is not appropriate. And it's a case of managing possibly end of life with cancer as well. And I just wanted to make sure that that was being considered about the non-treatment and supporting and palliative aspect.
Good point. We have to hold those for a minute and we'll have opportunity to respond. Anyone else have a question? This I got Mike Nessa, dwi'n meddwl, wedyn Claire, wedyn Russell. Mike
is actually ahead of me. Thank you for this report. It's very detailed and comprehensive. One thing I did notice was that we're on target for screening for breast and bowel. That both North Wales and Wales as a whole is well below target for cancer of the cervix screening, well below 10% off target. And I wondered why that was. Maybe it's related to the nature of the screening. I don't know. Is it something we should be encouraging the women of North Wales to avail of more? But for balance, today the UK National Screening Committee meets to consider prostate cancer screening. Scotland yesterday announced a local initiative for the Scottish nation pilot study. I wondered if any execs were aware of any plans for, ahead of today's decision nationally, of initiatives in Wales for male prostate cancer.
Yeah. And there was an item on Radio Cymru this morning actually about that and the debates, because there are different views, aren't there? But yeah. Claire and then Russell.
Thank you for the report. I think it's the first time we've had a detailed report on cancer at the board, so it's really useful to see it. So I've got a governance question, which is about the ongoing role of the committees around this topic area, because a lot of what is in here today, to me, kind of sits neatly within QSE, and it doesn't look like it's been there yet. But as 40% of cancer is preventable, the report's quite light on. It kind of says what we need to do: manage weight better, drink less alcohol, move more. But I can't see a clear plan about how we're going to work with partners around in that space, and that work might sit with PPHP. So I'm just wondering how we might take that forward. That's a question. I just wondered also about how, this is really to Clara, how specialisms use testing. You know, I'm no clinician, so excuse my explanation, in its broadest sense. So I've read something recently about how mammograms could be being used, and they are in other parts of the world, to identify heart issues. And actually, as they do the mammogram, you don't get to just see the breast tissue, you get to see what's going on in the heart. But because they called a radiographer, or the person who does the mammogram is there to look at breast issues, they wouldn't necessarily be also looking at heart. So I just wonder, because what you were saying was that actually most cancers are detected through the person saying they have some symptoms of something, but I wondered whether there was opportunities through testing in any specialism to also be looking for other worrying things. And does that happen as a matter of course? Could we be doing more in that space, and could that help us into the future? And then the final thing I think was, the report interestingly says that GP referrals, when they come into the secondary care space, are more often upgraded than downgraded. So again, what practically can we do to support primary care so that things are referred appropriately. And I know the report says, and some of that is leading to pressures around diagnostics and numbers and all that type of thing. And that's one of the reasons that our performance is worse than it was 4 or 5 years ago. But I just wondered what we can do in primary care, because that's so important that GPs refer appropriately, so that we then in the secondary space prioritise appropriately to enable us to be as fast as we can in diagnosis and treatments.
Russell.
Yeah, Chair. So mine was just really to link that the report as well back into the generation of the performance report, the integrated performance and quality report. So we need to clearly see, and I'm working with Tamina and the operational teams as to when those actions take effect and what we plan to see as a consequence of those benefits as we progress through the year, and then track against that performance delivery. So turning some of those actions into quantifiable benefits that we can evidence through the report, target for delivery, and then assess as to whether we've got there. So I think it just builds feed back into that equation in addition to the other committees.
Anybody else? Jane.
So on screening, I think it is really important. There on the cervical, there's changes in behaviour which actually reflect generational change, and we will probably see more because we now do the HPV vaccination. So cervical screening may become the first truly preventable cancer because of that, and I think some of that is reflected. That is being addressed particularly through some of the health inequalities work that Public Health Wales is leading on. But I think it is really important in screening because of this debate, and people wonder why we are so cautious, because cancer, and it comes also into the why do you have to have a 3% conversion rate from referral to cancers. Overall, cancer is a common, there's a generic cancer is a common, but individual cancers are actually quite uncommon in the population. So actually your chance overall of getting cancer is high, but your chance of getting an individual cancer is low. And that is the same when we're looking at screening. But screening has real harm as well, because if you are screening appropriately, then the concerns and the anxiety that you can incur and the additional tests and the treatment that may not have benefit can be significant. And that's been the real debate, because the prostate screening is a very insensitive screening tool compared to most of our cancer screening. So that's why the debate has gone back and forward so much about this. I think the advice there is really, and it's both in primary care, is about making sure that we have got real clarity about symptoms that people should be aware of and that are coming forward, and symptoms that GP should be taking much more cognizant about referring in when they do so, and particularly in prostate, and particularly where you've got symptoms at a younger age, etc. Those are the sort of things that are as important as actually the screening programme, probably, in making sure we get the identification of people who are at risk of rapidly of prostate cancer that is going to have the impact. The majority of men with prostate cancer will die with prostate cancer without any treatment, not from prostate cancer because of the nature of it. But the final thing I just wanted to say, and this is the pathway, and so we are doing quite a lot on the partly about thinking both about what is the health improvement offer the health board needs to have for that sort of chronic condition, which includes cancer, but also what is the health improvement offer we need to have as a North Wales. So how do we need to be working more broadly? And at the other end, from a public health perspective, it's that really, how do we support people to live well with chronic conditions? And I think that has to think about the mental and the physical. So cancer, as with other chronic conditions, what you see, and particularly immediate post-treatment, is that actually there is a big uptick in sort of generalised mental health problems. So again, that focus about getting that well-being, both in terms of physical and mental health, for people who will be living with chronic disease for quite some years.
Jane. Cyn mi ddod efo ateb, rwy'n eisiau oli'r peth arall, Caroline. Wedyn nawn ni ddod â bobl I ymateb, fi jyst yn cymryd cwestiynau ar hyn o bryd.
Sori, ymateb i hwn yn hytrach na cwestiwn.
O, reit, oce.
Na, oedd Claire yn awgrymu falle ddyla QSC arwain ar y maes yma, dwi'n cytuno efo hynny. Dwi'n meddwl bod ni wedi cael deep dive arno fo ryw flwyddyn a hanner yn ôl. A wedyn ni drafod wrth gwrs efo Claire a efo Pam. Ond os nad yna di'r lle fwyaf priodol I arwain ar hwn yna, os ni'n bodlon.
Iawn. Great. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, just it is a question. I've got no doubt that the best way of treating cancers is as early as possible, and the 62-day bit fits sort of later. But if somebody is told that there's a problem and we're going to send you off for a test because you might have cancer, and they're waiting for 3-4 months, it's not just a cancer problem, it's a whole stress, lifestyle, everything problem. And that's why one of the things we don't quite get out of this paper is what that's going to look like in a year, 2 years, 3 years' time. And for, I think, the public who are looking at us, they'll be wanting to see this paper to say, we're going to do all those things, which is absolutely essential, but this is the difference it's going to make. Because those 62 days, anybody, you know, you get told in the autumn and it's still after Christmas when you're waiting, that's the important thing for me.
Absolutely correct. So, colleagues, to respond, I'll bring Claire in first. I know Stuart wants to make a point about the estate that was made, Tamina will want to say something, and Carol too. So, Claire, to begin with, maybe.
So if I pick up the kind of more medical ones. So, first of all, to your point, Rhiannon, about kind of as people get older and the appropriateness of this, and I don't cover end of life jobs, so there's a programme of work associated with that maybe at some point we could discuss in more detail. But the other thing for us is to always balance what guidelines say versus individualised care. And some of these tests are really not terribly pleasant or easy to undergo. And I think that the thing that we must, and this is the art of clinical practice as opposed to the science, is being able to have those discussions with people as to what their actual risk is based on their actual benefit. And that is something that, you know, AI will never be able to do, and where, of course, general practice and continuity of care is incredibly important. And so we must never lose that in all of that. And that, of course, falls into some of Jane's points as well, that the issues around screening and the difficulties that we have associated with making sure we've got early diagnosis, but that we're not over treating in that area. So that remains a significant issue. The clinical services plan, again, when Paolo's kind of emerged from recovering from the IMTP.
If he emerged.
We've got actually a big launch event on the 5th of May booked in to start to discuss this with clinicians in more detail around how we all come around this. But it will be for me, it is the overarching umbrella of everything. And it will take, it's going to be an ongoing programme of work to work through and to where we start to focus. And of course, we've got these challenge specialists, which we're now going to be calling fragile services, that we'll start to work through. So I'm sure we can bring updates associated through that. With your question about in what we call incidental findings, so actually this is a really tricky area for medicine as a whole, because actually what often happens is that you have an investigation for something and it picks up something else. What we in medicine call an incidentaloma in kind of terminology. And one of the big areas that happens is lung cancer screening, which is coming in soon, where lung cancers are picked up by CT scanning. And then but it looks at your coronary arteries at the same time, because obviously they're in the way, and that often shows narrowing of coronary arteries associated with them. One of the biggest problems in England associated with that is what then one does with the findings that you have associated with that. And equally, if you're having bowel cancer screening, you might find polyps as opposed to other things as well. So it is standard practice for us to pick those up and deal with them along the way. But it again falls into this additional complication of screening and testing in general in medicine, that you have something done and then you go off down a pathway over there that actually was nothing to do with the pathway that you picked up in the first place. And that's one of the real difficulties for us whilst we're dealing with the kind of innovation that medicine brings and the demand that you go down other routes. And that's one of the reasons that we struggle with diagnostics actually in this day and age. GP referrals being upgraded and downgraded is an interesting one as well. And one of the things that we need to do is make sure that our routine pathways have people are able to be seen within a reasonable period of time, because otherwise you may have people being directed down an urgent pathway because there is concern about the wait along a routine pathway. And that's why it's so important to have that kind of balance of that yin and yang of making sure that you've got people in the right places by focusing on your urgent ones, but also making sure that your routines are seen within an immediate, within an amount of time. And we're focusing very much on structured pathway referrals, particularly in the higher risk areas. So the gastro, there's a whole piece of work around structured pathways. Skin, we've talked about with the teledermoscopy, etc. So that upgrading, downgrading is associated with that a little bit. I think that's probably my areas. I can pass to you for waiting for treatment to be there, if that's helpful.
Yeah, would like me to come in? So I think there's a number of other things that have been raised really about kind of process. So I think we're looking at how we make sure that we have timely referrals. I mean, it links a bit to the upgrading, downgrading, and what might be driving that. There is a large piece of work for us to do in the community space. I think that does absolutely sit with the PPHP committee and the work we're developing around community by design. There's certainly an appetite, I think, in primary care to be developing more of a role in this. Some real interest locally. We have GPs with a special interest, and we have more technology now that will enable us to do that. So that for me feels like it's very much part of how we're pushing out into primary and community services, which enable theoretically faster access, but also close to where people live. And there's a very different experience from going to a local community setting than going into an acute hospital. I think the report does say that diagnostics is probably one of the single biggest opportunities, but also currently blockages really in terms of us moving through the rapidity we need to with the timeframes for patients. So we have invested a significant amount in our diagnostics pathway. For example, we've got more opportunity around our endoscopy capacity, and we are looking at where appropriate insourcing and outsourcing to support that. Diagnostics will be probably one of my key objectives this year. I'm looking at Carol in terms of improving that. I think it's kind of in some ways the unsung hero, isn't it? It relates to so many elements of our pathways. We haven't really focused the time and effort we need to on that transformation and improvement. Some of that's entirely about process. So we map the demand coming in. We can base it on historical demand. We know what the pattern of referrals are at the moment. So that will help us to track in to make sure we have appropriate capacity. But actually coming out of the diagnostic process, we also need to make sure we've got rapid reporting and that people can then go and discuss the outcome of those tests quickly. So I think there's a significant amount of work for us to do internally. Now we've seen and we've started to settle in with some of the investment we've had around diagnostics. So yes, I see that as being a huge enabler.
Well, just before bringing Stuart in on these dates, just those who may be interested that we are doing the first of its kind UK-wide trial using AI, and you can see that on YouTube. Actually, if you have a search for it, if you're interested, and it's worth looking at to how we're using artificial intelligence to detect multiple cancer types. And it's first in the UK, and it's happening here in Betsy Canwell at the University Health Board. Stuart.
Yeah, I'll just come back on the estates related points in the comments and questions. So from an equipment perspective, they are picked up as part of our capital plan on a regular cycle of renewal. That tends to be procured at an all Wales level because of the value of the equipment. And there are emerging technologies, which we're looking at as well, for future schemes, which potentially give rise to improved outcomes. The services would have had an opportunity to submit bids for capital funding as part of the normal process. I've got to say though, due to the pressure on the bids, it's unlikely anything that's not going to give rise to improvements or improved throughputs is going to be approved. But we can pick up consequential matters such as improving signage to improve the overall experience as part of other projects. We do have a scheme ongoing for the nuclear medicine, which includes a PET-CT scanner, which I think will be the third in Wales, from memory. And that currently is going through scrutiny, assuming we can resolve those questions. The report that is before board refers to the potential for one-stop clinics and that they're going to be progressed in due course. And we've of course got a programme for the health and wellbeing hubs, which represents a perfect platform to provide those as drop-in sessions out in the community. And in England, I've worked on schemes where we've literally had a bus turn up into the likes of Tesco's car parks, where people can sort of pop into those services. So there's lots of opportunities, both from an existing estate and potential moving forward. Yeah.
Okay, now let's do it. Carol, some final comments.
Yeah, thanks very much for the discussion and for having this paper so prominently on the agenda. I just want to pick up from what you said, really, David, in terms of North Wales being a leading area. I was so impressed when I visited our pathology service to see AI in action. It is absolutely remarkable. But first in Wales, others look to our service with envy. It showed on the screen that AI doesn't replace, but supports colleagues to identify where a piece of skin tissue, whatever, a biopsy can tell us and show us where the cancer is and what stage of cancer is, meaning the treatment pathways can be developed. When I went to the research centre in Wrexham, I heard about research on prostate neurological cancers, where the potential is a dipstick urine test to identify whether you've got cancer, etc., etc. So, you know, we've got every potential to continue this development and innovation journey. And I think that's what we should set our stall at. You know, Paul, in terms of your question, what can the public expect? I think they should expect us to adopt, adapt and create innovative solutions that mean we pick up cancer earlier and we deliver great care. Just a bit of reassurance on Paul's point as well about how long people wait. When we look at a cancer pathway, we generally put targets in by day X, this should have happened, and by day Y, this should have happened. And we track that very carefully so that we can see where are the bottlenecks in that process. How are we tracking through? Where might we need to put more diagnostics in? Where might the clinical decision making take longer? So some of this is all about those marginal gains to gain another couple of days so that we can get treatment started earlier. And then I do just want to loop back to the story from this morning in the relation to the support groups, really, and the prostate issue, really, Mike, given it's so topical today. We heard from the North Wales Prostate Cancer Support Group, a really compelling argument actually for prostate screening, whether it becomes a national or a local, but to raise awareness around that. And some of their work is to engage with local companies to say, come and have a test and that sort of thing. So it feels like there's a people's movement to improve cancer diagnostics and treatment as well. And I think that underlines a bit of a partnership between the NHS and the public and our communities. So I think that's what the future looks like. As we develop the clinical services plan, etc., there'll be more detail about certain pathways, but at a high level, that's where we're heading.
Right. Can I just also add, we've referenced working with partners particularly in the northwest of England, Clatterbridge and Christie's, that have been historical providers of services for the people of our communities in this region, and wondering how we develop those relationships going forward. So it's not just a matter of us commissioning services, but actually thinking about the learning that we can then embed in this part of the world, and maybe even how do we make appointments? You know, can we look to see potential joint appointments? What about a research offer and so on?
Yeah.
There seems to be lots of potential in that space for us to consider, and that could be a vision for how we can develop services going forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, ydy pawb yn hapus felly I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna? Dyn ni wedi cael trafodaeth golfanol, ag dwi'n meddwl bod yn iawn I nodi pwyllgor Caroline ti'n cadeirio fo QSC yn edrych ar y cynnydd yn y gwaith yma. Felly ga I ofyn I chi fel pwyllgor I raglennu agenda sy'n cynnwys eitem fel hon, fel bod ni'n gweld y cynnydd a bod chi'n gallu wedyn adrodd yn ôl i'r bod be sydd yn digwydd, pa wahaniaeth mae'r drafodaeth heddiw wedi gwneud. Drafodaeth ofnadwy o bwysig, dwi'n meddwl. Dwi'n meddwl dyn ni wedi cyplysu yr heriau, ond y posibiliadau hefyd, sydd yn peth gwych iawn I ni. Mae'n rhaid I ni cael y cydbwysedd, dwi'n meddwl rhwng y ddau beth yna, fel bod ni'n ymateb I anghenion a cyhoedd. Felly diolch fawr iawn I bawb. Gai hefyd diolch I bawb sy'n gysylltiedig â'r gwaith pwysig yma. Mae'n waith ofnadwy o heriol ar y degau, a dwi eisiau diolch I bawb sydd yn cefnogi pobl sydd mewn angen. Diolch galon. Reit, dyn ni'n dod I egwyl mewn munud, mae hi'n bron yn 10 munud I 12. Nawn ni gymryd y toriad tan just cyn 12 o gloch, 2 munud cyn 12 ysgolch yn dda, nawn ni ailgychwyn. Felly nawn ni doriad am 10 munud, ailgychwyn 2 munud cyn 12. Diolch fawr iawn I chi. Croeso nôl i ail ymuno a ni, da ni'n symud ymlaen gyda'n rhaglen a'r eitem nesa ar y agenda ydy eitem 2.4, adroddiad cynnydd ar fesur arbennig. Dwi am droi at Paolo mewn munud, ac byddwch chi gyd yn ymwybodol bod y bwrdd iechyd wedi gosod yn fesur arbennig gan y Llywodraeth rai blynyddoedd yn ôl, ac mae'r adroddiad yma'n mynd i amlinellu cynnydd dyn ni'n gwneud o dan gofynion gan y Llywodraeth. Felly, Paolo, dros y ddau.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Mae'r adroddiad hwn yn darparu asesiad wedi rynhoi o sefyllfa'r bwrdd iechyd mewn perthynas â mesurau arbennig, gan amlygu meysydd o gynnydd y sylweddol a'r heriau sydd weddill sydd angen ei ddatblygu ymellaf i ni gellir is-gyfeirio. Mae'r sefydliad wedi sefydlogi ar draws y meysydd llywodraethu arweinyddiaeth cyllid, cynllunio ac ansawdd ac wedi gwneud cynnydd sylweddol o ran cyflawni sefydliad perfformiad allweddol. Cefnogir hyn gan rheoli'r cryfach gyfeiriad strategol glirach ac aethfedrwydd sefydliadol gwell. Mae'n newid i Saesneg rwan. Stronger board governance is evident in building year-on-year improvements. We've seen some clearer assurance structures and improved scrutiny and risk management. A substantial amount of work has been undertaken around leadership and development and a core focus on progressing culture change, as we heard from Debbie with some of the culture change leaders earlier, as well as the importance of the values and behaviours work that we have undertaken. Organisation has also got a quality management system in place since we went into special measures, clearer governance and more systematic clinical oversight. Patient safety continues to be the priority for the organisation and focus of improvement with areas and things such as mortality review processes making some improvements. Areas around complaints, concerns and incident management in the health board have gone from the worst to the best performing in Wales. There is, however, a requirement to make additional strides in improving outcomes for patients, the most important area. There have been some important progress in planned care, 70% reduction in people waiting over 2 years, which now meets the special measures de-escalation criteria of over 97% of patients waiting less than 2 years. There's been a 95% reduction in outpatients waiting over 2 years and 68% reduction in outpatients waiting over 1 year. Mental health have continued to consistently meet their access targets, and children and adolescent mental health services have dramatically improved their wait times. For example, therapeutic interventions moved from 42% to 70%. There have also been some areas that, whilst they have made progress, have got a bit further to travel. We heard earlier in the cancer slot about the progress that's been made in urgent suspected cancer weights, and the performance that was met for a number of months and has dipped since. 2 of our challenge services, plastics and oncology, are being considered for de-escalation based on the progress that they've made. However, others such as ophthalmology, neurology and vascular have more to do. Then, of course, areas that we still face significant challenges. Urgent emergency care with its whole system challenges is the main area of concern for the population, and we've got a paper that will cover the detail of that on today's agenda. So in summary, I think the organisation is in a firmer footing. It's demonstrating strengthened controls, improved planning maturity, stronger financial grip and control, and progress in a number of the clinical areas. Challenges in the coming year to make sure that we cascade that performance improvement across all areas and that we continue to make improvements in the areas of patient outcomes, experience and importantly safety. So the board members are asked to note the report and make a new questionnaire. Yes.
Diolch yn iawn, Paolo. Reit, unrhyw sylwadau neu cwestiynau gweld ni'n drefn yna.
Diolch yn fawr for the report. I thought it was really helpful to have all of this just in one place in a really clear, easy to read fashion. And I think it really does highlight the significant progress we've made in some areas and where we still are with the things that we really need to focus on still over the coming year. So my question really is to Carol around, so as an organisation in special measures, my understanding is that we don't have to have achieved everything to be de-escalated. It's possible to be de-escalated for certain aspects, while others might remain in the kind of highest level of intervention. So I think this really does evidence that there are some key areas where we have a strong case for de-escalation. And I know we're in a kind of tricky period now between one government and another, but what's the plan around our work with senior civil servants and ministers around making our case around how we might move from our current position to one which I guess I believe as a board member is more reflective of where we are right now?
Yeah, hold that for a minute. Priya?
Yeah, cwestiwn wahanol rili I be na wedi mynd ar y ôl. Oedd faint mor gynaladwy ydy'r gwelliannau dyn ni wedi wneud? Mae'n ymddangos I ni fod nifer oherwydd bod ni wedi prynu gwasanaeth I nai mewn llefydd eraill, neu dyn ni wedi prynu pobl I ddod I mewn I watanaethu. A mae yna arian ychwanegol wedi dod I gynnal y gweithgareddau yna. Ond tysa'r arian yna yn dod I ben, faint mor gynaladwy ydy'r gwasanaeth, achos mae hwnna'n mynd I effeithio ar a dyn ni'n aros mewn mesurau arbennig neu beidio yn ydyn dros y flwyddyn. Mae rhaid I ni gynnal unrhyw welliant, jyst wneud o am gyfnod byr. Felly dyna'r cwestiwn yn gyffredinol ydy faint mor gynaladwy ydy'r mesuriadau.
Wel iawn, sy'n bwysig. Unrhyw un arall? Na I ddod â Paolo I mateb a wedyn Carol a sylwadau hefyd.
I'll come back on Brian's question and maybe a number of colleagues may want to come in. I think with the extra money that's being brought in terms of insourcing and outsourcing, that's supported a lot of the improvements that we've made in some of the headline numbers. That's really about the backlog removal and reduction that is there in terms of we've built up, through COVID and then beyond, built up this backlog that our core capacity just can't quite cope with. So what the modelling shows us is that our core capacity and some of our extra additionality that we can give through kind of WLIs, the overtime type space, actually meets quite a lot of the demand going forward. What we need to do is to be more productive and efficient to make the most out of that. But the additionality in terms of outsourcing and insourcing is really that hump is what is designed to get over, and therefore going forward, it's more sustainable. We need to make sure that the numbers all add up, though. That's kind of theory, I guess. And some of the other colleagues who are involved closer into the planned care operational delivery may want to comment.
Can I just come back? So, but we do need to make sure that we don't start building up another backlog, don't we? Because there's the people down there who need to get into the system.
Yeah. When is normal going to be really? WLI, by the way, is waiting list initiative, which is to do with funding that supports people to work extra time, shall we say, to help address the backlog. But Carol, did you want to?
Yeah, thanks very much. And thanks for the compliments on the paper. I also thought if I was a public, hopefully it's reasonably accessible paper. I know not all of our papers are as easy to read, but if I can comment on what Rian said, and then Claire, and then just a general sort of sense of where I think things are. I think in a way, if you're going to use the analogy, we are flying the plane while also building it. So we are trying to make those improvements to access in the here and now, as well as develop our systems that can be sustainable and gets to a normal, which is at a high standard we aim for. So the use of temporary money and temporary initiatives and solutions should only be temporary. And then the conversion of that into more sustainable approaches. So when we were talking about cancer paper, for example, and dermatology, that shift to teledermoscopy as the first one will be part and parcel of the normal pathway. You can point to examples of that across numerous pathways where we need to move through to what would be industry best practice or GIRFT, and that will make us more sustainable. There will be areas that need additional investment. Even if we were as productive as, you know, the top performing, there'll be areas of additional investment, and the pattern of, you know, clinical care changes. So there are some risks for sure to us not having as much of that resource available. The £42 million we often talk about, that is an issue that was flagged in other work by Audit Wales, but we do have pots of money such as the £34 million planned care, which is recurrent, and we can put into sustainable solutions to do that. There's bigger points on where are we really? We know de-escalation and re-escalation has been a political challenge. You know, I'm not going to comment much more than that. I think you only just got to put it in. So we recognise we work in a context. The government did refresh their escalation and intervention framework probably a few months, 6 months, 9 months ago now. And they shifted that to say if there's sufficient progress in a domain, it can be de-escalated, rather than you've got to make progress in all of the domains before you can go down. That feels a fairer approach to why they did it. And so when we think about some of our domains, you know, governance, today we've heard from Audit Wales that says, you know, really we're well governed. And I know that we're leading some areas across Wales, and people look to Pam and colleagues for their advice on finance. We're the second best performing health board now on the financial position. And we've done a huge amount of work on probity and governance around finance. I know we're not where we would wish to be in balanced position, but so I think there will be the opportunity to go through each of these areas. The new accountability arrangements are starting shortly. I think there is a but coming up, and I think we've got to give more confidence that we've got sufficient traction on those other areas as well, that there wouldn't be a sense of we de-escalate and then, oh, we might have to re-escalate. So I think the importance on planned care, UEC, cancer diagnostics, those areas where the public feel most benefit or not, will continue to be in the forefront, I think, of government's eyes. But if we were to take a very evidence-based view across the other domains, we have really made significant progress in there, on quality systems, etc., as well. But a new government may take a fresh look at some of this as well.
I was going to just make a final comment. I wouldn't say in some ways, I think we had to focus on the governance and the financial probity first to lay some kind of the foundations for then making the transformational changes in some of the direct services we're providing to the people in our community. So kind of feels like we focused on things in the right order, but I can understand that from the public and elected officials' perspective, it's what people feel about their own health and their health improvement and their health management and their ill health treatments that needs to be addressed as well. I think we all see that, but I suppose we had to get some of those foundations working better first to enable us, I think, to now move into a really, really strong focus on urgent emergency care, so, you know, cancers, etc.
And if I may, just to say, I think increasingly we're starting to see this through the more revised performance approach. Where do we sit amongst others? Because it's very easy, I think, to get in the, oh, where are we? We've got an NHS across the UK that is stressed. You know, I look across the border and I've got colleagues there who are trying to save 10% of their overall budget. Well, that, you know, that level of saving is likely to impact on service provision, I'm afraid. We've got areas, you know, I look every day at the urgent emergency care system across Wales. Yesterday, every major hospital, bar one, apart from one, was at a level 4. And so we look at ourselves in, and that, I don't want that to come across as being a negative thing, but we are in a context as well. Yeah. So thank you, Claire.
No, that's a really important point. And special measures, you know, it's the very title suggests it's a very sort of I don't know, internal mechanism and something between government and the health board, but actually it should be about making progress to ensure the best possible service for the public. So it's not just about trying to tick this box or whatever. It's about working in a program that will improve health and well-being outcomes for the population. I think that's what you tried to outline in the paper, actually. I think we're putting more emphasis on actually what does it mean for the public. So it links into some of the discussions we've had earlier. It'll link into our next item, talking about the intermediate term plan and so on. But the focus is on what difference is going to make to the public, and as Claire's underlined, particularly around access to services, I think. So, right, so rhywun arall isio holi cwestiwn. Os nad oes, gawn ni diolch I Paolo am yr adroddiad. Diolch bawb sydd wedi bod yn rhan o'r gwaith yna. Ac wnawn ni edrych ymlaen at barhau gyda monitor cynnydd da ni'n gwneud o fewn mesurau arbennig. Diolch yn iawn, Paolo. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesaf 2.5. 2.5a a 2.5b. Un ydy'r cynnydd o fewn cynllun canolig integredig, ac wedyn ydy edrych ymlaen to cynllun newydd, wrth gwrs. Felly Paolo yn troi at ti ar gyfer y temau yma. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch Cadeirydd. Mae adroddiad hwn yn rhoi trosolwg o cynnydd yn erbyn cynllun cyflawni blynyddol 2025-26 yn chwarter 3. Ynghyd hyder cyflawni ar gyfer gweddill y flwyddyn ariannol. Mae'n crynhoi cynnydd idd yma ac yn tynnu sylw at ble mae angen gweithgarwch gwella penodol a optimeiddio'r dylliau cyflawni a sicrhau effaith ystyrlol. Just to explain, this is the Q3 report, which was pulled together in January and been through executive and committee governance before coming here. But it's felt that it should come to the health board also, as it's been extended to include some of the additional information from responsible executive on their areas that were at risk of not delivering by the end of the financial year. So if I call out a few headlines, and I'm sure my executive colleagues will be happy to take any questions or comments on the areas that fall under their portfolios. As a crude measure, around 70% of the deliverables are expected to be complete by the end of this quarter, which is a number of days away from now. As we know, what sits underneath that number is really what is important. Some of the areas of delivery include a strategic intent statement co-created with partners that was approved in board in January, introduction of a governance hub and toolkits and the quality management system, rollout some big digital deliveries like RISP in radiology and EPMA, related to pharmacy and medicines administration. The value and sustainability programme exceeded the target £40 million savings for the year, and Welsh language standards delivery has been strong. And the work associated with prevention and early intervention around healthy weight, smoking, arts programmes and some social prescribing has made some good progress. However, there's always areas of challenge to complement the areas of delivery. Some of the other areas within digital, for example, the wider electronic healthcare record, delays linked to some national issues. Primary and community care being quite a complex area that has close links to the emerging national programme on community by design, and our own operating model has also found some challenges. Plant care and diagnostics, while making some progress, operational delivery remains a challenge. And as we stated in the last section, the urgent emergency care system has made some improvements in relation to working with partners, particularly through difficult winter periods. But there's much more to do around flow, discharge, etc., to mitigate patients in corridors, long waits, and delayed ambulance handovers. So I'll just finish off by saying a full Q4 report will be developed as we close out Q4, and that will be brought back through board governance and give a final and complete picture. But hopefully this is a useful report to give you an interim view. Diolch yn cymryd unrhyw cwestiwn.
Diolch yn iawn. Follow. Unrhyw cwestiynau wrth wedyn Gareth.
Thank you, Paolo, again for an interesting report. I have one question which probably reflects which committees I belong to, not as anything that you have or haven't done, but I noticed with the value and sustainability and the comment on £40 million savings, I don't feel that's visible to me, what's going on there or how that's been achieved. And it might be if you just need to refer me to a report. But also, if it's not visible to me, it's probably not visible to the members of the public. What it's built on, you know, where do I find it? What's it look like? I hope that's okay.
Yeah. Gareth?
I've just got a more general comment, really. I mean, thanks very much, Paolo. I think it is really helpful, and the way I know I wasn't at the Performance and Finance Committee, but the way you've added material in from colleagues, I think is really helpful. There's just it's a general point that, and it's difficult when there's 700 pages of papers, but there's quite a lot of inconsistency of tone, not necessarily substance. So what I'm looking at is sort of digital and data here. We say there's low delivery confidence compared to what we set out at the beginning of the year. But we've got a report later on, which I think, you know, says how much has been achieved. Now, the two things aren't contradictory in the sense we can have achieved a lot, but still not done as much as we hoped we'd do. But it just sort of there's something about the tone. And the other one, which, sorry, is not directly on this report, but is I was struck as well when we come to UEC, and I'll say it now, so don't say it then, that the UEC report tries to give us some confidence that things are improving. But when we look at the integrated performance report, it says there's basically been no change in pathways of delayed care for the last 3 years. So I don't feel we're always getting a consistent message about where our performance is. And as I said, I know that with 700 pages, I don't expect the Chief Executive to be able to read all of it. But I just worry a little bit about tone, and I do know that, you know, it does not help us as an organisation if we're relentlessly negative. So I absolutely appreciate why we do need to understand the effort that's going in things like UEC, and that some progress is coming out. But I say it just worries me a bit that I'm not absolutely certain what these papers as a whole are always telling me about some of these key areas. And then just two last things. One is, I mean, as you know, I'm really, really concerned, and I'll say it now rather than anywhere else, about the primary and community care and community by design. I know it's being elevated into a major programme for next year, which I completely support, but I just feel that we don't have a grip on that. And the other thing, which is a more minor, well, not minor, but more specific point, was just on the diabetes care processes. Again, the low delivery confidence, and that worries me, because we've heard both, I think, in this committee and more, this board and more generally, about the really big impact that diabetes is having, and the even bigger impact it will have on our services going forward if we don't really get a grip on this. So just you know, anxious for some reassurance, not necessarily in this meeting, but looking going forward about that area too. Thanks.
Claire?
So thank you for the paper, and useful to get the update. I do think it's really helpful to have the exec commentaries now in here. But I was looking, we don't ask Stuart enough questions, so I was looking specifically at comments around the state facilities. And I just feel the commentary bluntly reads like kind of I'm on the stuff I've got control over, but other stuff sits with other people. And I just would appreciate, I think, for the future, that these are kind of, although an exec might be ultimately accountable, these are collegiate responsibilities for the whole organisation. So, and when we set the objective, we must have had a higher degree of confidence we were going to be able to deliver it, understanding the complexities and the need for joint working. So I just think it would be helpful as we move forward to see, even though one person is responsible for not writing the comments, that they, you know, we've kind of got a collaborative approach around it, or joint ownership.
Everybody else? Paolo, ti eisiau ymateb gynta, wedyn nai ddod Pam, wedyn Carol.
So I'll just take some points in turn. On the first point on the value and sustainability, I think that probably is a function of not being part of PFIC, for example. But that doesn't excuse us for not being able to make sure that we make all that information available, because some of these areas of work are really important. And we talked about the financial landscape and how challenging that is going ahead. And this has been one of our key delivery vehicles for been in our position this year and will continue next year. So Russ, who's the SRO for that, and I will catch up afterwards about how we best make the things visible outside of the obvious chain of governance that we currently hooked into. So that's a good point. From Gareth, in terms of the inconsistency in tone, I suppose one of the challenges in this area, what we've tried to do, rather than go into action by action and did we tick it off or did we not tick it off, we've tried to elevate it to an area. So digital, for example, being an area and gone, what would that look like in the round? But obviously that's quite complex, as you can see underneath that. Lots of action. In the, EPMA, I think is done such a good job and it's a real success story. Risk has some challenges but being delivered. But then other things that are in the same bag, if you like, are not going so well, and some of those are outside of our control, and some of them are within. And therefore it's striking that balance. And I suppose then when you zoom in on any spot issue somewhere else in the order of business, you might see a more positive or less positive tone as a result. But we'll continue to work at trying to strike that right balance, and let us know if you've got any thoughts on the best way of doing that. Primary and community care, I agree with that. I think where we're at with it is partially because the community by design national view is quite early on in its thinking, and you can see that in the ministerial expectations that have been put to us. There's a couple that have come through, and then they put a holding statement to give us some more when the thinking's more mature. And obviously our foundations for the future organisational structures will be a massive enabler for us to be able to get into that in a good way. But I know Tamina has already kind of switched into that more community by design programme space, and that's why we put it as a major change programme, to give it extra focus but also extra board visibility, because the major change programmes all cycle through coming to board as well as other governance. And on the diabetes care process, Jane may want to comment, but I know from our conversations that it's quite tricky. Those being done within primary care and across different GPs, and there's quite a large variation in what's happening, and also quite difficult challenge to get hold of the data quite often to assess those things. We have committed to improve that in this next IMTP and take it forward, but until some of those challenges are overcome, it's going to be continued challenge. So I don't know, Jenny, if you want to add anything to that.
So I think that there was lots of reasons for the variations, some of which are data. But actually the bigger gain is probably around the transformation and as part of community by design. So what we are trying to do is make sure that all of this is going in lockstep with both the for community by design work and with the clinical service plan, because diabetes is probably, if you are going to look at clinical pathways, diabetes is a really good one to look at, to sort of think about how that fits in with the sort of clinical services plan. So this is very much about making sure that what we do is going to have the biggest impact for the population and for the biggest gain for us as a health board in understanding how we meet the needs of the population.
I'm going to come in on the governance point.
Just with Brett Powell's, it's PFIG, which has had the updates, but we did have a strategic item at the board not so long ago on value, so we can work through around making sure board members got access to those emerging reports. I think there's an item coming through PFIG shortly. Again, the next meeting, I think we agreed to on value. So there's well, we can just highlight some of those board members through the weekly update. I think Claire touched on it earlier, Gareth touched on it about the importance of triangulation and not seeing reports in isolation. So as we move forward in terms of further improving our governance, that is exactly where we'll, how do we link all those things together? And one of the areas that I was just mentioning, we've agreed to commission a facilitated board development programme for next year, which will really start to help us as a board work through those things. So I do think that is a real critical point that both Gareth and Claire have raised today, because actually don't look at the reports in isolation. We've got to, it's about that whole and making sure they're strategic in nature. I think we've had some comments from board members that sometimes the papers are written for management as opposed to what the board needs in terms of strategic direction and assurance. So I just wanted to mentioned that they
Yeah.
certainly from my sort of area,
Yeah.
an area of focus from this, the plans facilitated development, we will have this in year.
One truth but different reports. The slogan really and adopt. Carol, do you want to comment and then
Yeah,
we'll
just briefly, really. You'll see that we're using delivery confidence commentary a lot more. I think that just moved us into a slightly better pace, so you don't have to assess that. It's been assessed, and then you can challenge and support that. So I think that's quite a good discipline. And of course, you know, some people will be a bit more cup half empty than half full. So we will try to do some of the moderations on that as well. We promised ourselves as a board that we would spend more time together on strategy and development. And so, Gareth, your thoughts and comments on the community by design, that's a really key area for me. I think that we would perhaps value spending a bit more time. I know that as an executive, we're going to do that, have some informal exec time on that. It's such an opportunity for us. In fact, it's a critical part of how we develop services for the future. And I wonder whether we should, as a whole board, spend a little bit more time on that. I did get an opportunity to speak to the Chief Medical Officer last week when she was in North Wales. And we were talking about, you know, the bottom down, top down, bottom up, get that right. And our event that we had a couple of months ago in the Conwy Business Centre, actually, with colleagues in developing that. She was very supportive of that, us taking that approach, because we've got to build on what we've got and take people with us. And a lot of our practitioners and others have got really great ideas for the future. So I think we should take that one forward.
Reit, ydyn ni'n hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna a nodi cynnydd dyn ni wedi gwneud, a diolch yn fawr iawn I bawb o'r tîm am waith. Pawb yn hapus, diolch yn fawr iawn, ymlaen felly at y rhan arall o'r eitem yma, 2.5b, ag edrych ymlaen at beth ni am gyflawni I dyfodol. Paolo, dros at ti eto, plîs.
Diolch Cadeirydd.
Mae yna gyflwyniad hefyd, dwi'n meddwl, yn does?
Mae yna gyflwyniad ar gyfer y slot yma. Dwi'n meddwl bod bydd o'n dod I fyny ar y screen mewn munud. Ond fel y whole IMTP, mae hwn yn team game, neu game team, bydd o'n team down Cymraeg. Felly na dod y rai o'r execs I fewn pan dwi'n mynd trwy y slides. So dwi'n gallu mynd ymlaen un?
Diolch yn iawn.
A neu bach mwyn Cymraeg, wedyn na I switcher mewn I Saesneg eto. So, just ar gyfer hwn, mae'r sefydliad yma wedi dod ar daith datblygu dros 3 blynedd diwetha ers cael ei roi mewn mesur arbennig, o datblygu cynllun ymateb cychwynnol i'r mesur arbennig plan bod 5 canlyniad wir. I datblygu 5 amcan strategol ac gorffori'r mesur arbennig yn y cynllun gyflwynydd blynyddol. Llynedd, dyniodd y Bwrdd Iechyd ei gynllun tymor canolig wedi 3 blynedd cyntaf erioed ac oedd cyffbwys yn ariannol. Roedd y garreg filltir bwysig yn y chafodd gymer adwydio'r oherwydd pryderon nad oedd yn ganolbwyntio ar gyflawni ac yn ddigon realistig. Eleni, mae'r sefydliad wedi cymryd y gamau gyntaf a ddatblygu ar strategaeth newydd gan gymerwydio'r 4 datganiad o'r bwriad strategol a gafodd ei greu I cydd a phartneriaid. Mae rhaid i'r islodi'r 5 amcan strategol wrth y Bwrdd Iechyd symud o ymateb i'r mesur arbennig i'r cyfeiriad strategol newydd. Now I'll switch to English if we could move it on the slide. In terms of how we have improved the planning setup this year, so every year we try and make strides to take us on a notch in relation to this. There's always things to learn. We feel like we started the journey on more continuous planning, and a good example of that perhaps was the PPHP development session on prevention that we had early in Q3, as other examples as well. We tried to start earlier with the engagement, both internal and externally, with partners and with board members, and critically starting off, I think it was back in June time, with what was our strategic direction and some of our key priorities that we wanted to see coming through the plan that developed. We've did a planning maturity matrix self-assessment for the first time this cycle, which has informed improvements to the integrated planning framework, which was approved by board in November and then implemented through the planning cycle. We've got more detailed service level plans that are probably not that visible to board members that sit underneath the IMTP, but absolutely aligned to them. And those make sure that we've got the key priorities in lockstep between those two sets of plans. The plan itself, I hope you would agree, is more delivery focused, and this is from the key feedback from Welsh Government. So it's got timescales in it now, it's got impact in it now, it's got risks and mitigations in it now that it hadn't touched before. And we've also got kind of absolute clarity in where the Welsh Government requirements sit within the plan. So across the planning, performance frameworks, the ministerial advisory groups, special measures de-escalation, and a number of other sources of requirements, we've got a referencing that you can go into the appendices and see exactly where we are covering the points of. And another improvement we made to the structure of the plan was really to make sure that more business as usual, while still important elements, feature within the plan in a separate section. So that's section 5, meaning that everyone can see their place in the plan, but we're tracking fewer deliverables as a result of it and keep us focused on the key priorities. I think we feel that the plan is stretching, but realistic and deliverable, and that is again against some feedback we've had that the previous plan was perhaps too ambitious. And whilst we have made progress on kind of a truly unified modelling approach, there is still more to do in that space, as we found as we were getting to the final stages of our performance trajectories and checking challenges. We could just move on. So the key messages within the plan, you will have all seen this because these are the things that we developed together, but just as a reminder, the special measures introduced a bit of a concept of phases of maturity, which was stabilisation, standardisation, sustainability over a number of years. Much of that stabilisation work is complete. We've got lots more to do to standardise, and part of our foundation for the future operating model is all about standardising across North Wales, which will be a massive enabler. We've got some crucial strategic and transformation enablers. I've mentioned foundations there, but also our clinical services plan, which is featured in conversations today quite heavily, and that pan North Wales approach, and making sure that we've got the clinical and service models to support that and modern workforce practices. Operational delivery hopefully comes through as a key focus. That's something that we've absolutely got to make sure we're on, and that being synonymous with patient safety, which isn't just about access, but obviously that plays a part. We have to make sure that we improve productivity, efficiency, and also the quality and unwarranted variation. That will free up resources, and that means that we are able to invest more into that prevention and early intervention as per our strategic direction. And that is all around improving outcomes and experience. And again, strategically, we're trying to make sure that we shift the thinking from attempting to treat everybody medically for every individual illness, and focusing more on managing quality of life across multiple mobilities, and that crucial bit around working with partners, third sector being a really important set of partners with this across the whole system. And then finally, we remind ourselves that we've got to be ambidextrous as an organisation. There are a lot of challenges with the here and now that we've got to address, but if we don't look after the long term, we'll never get into the sustainable space, and we'll never kind of move to address some of the health inequalities and get further out into the community. So that's a reminder. Hopefully that comes through the plan. The next slide, there's a Welsh version and then the English version of our plan on the page. This is a new feature of our plan this year. The drivers at the top try and outline what has been taken into consideration and what drove the plan formation. You can see there population needs, key organisational risks, etc. Then in the middle we have our strategic priorities, so the 4 strategic intent statements. The shorthand about focusing on health and wellbeing, enhancing coordination of care in primary and community, and then improving access, experience and outcomes, and then an organisation fit for the future, if you like. What I think is particularly important here is the emphasis on that upstream piece around the health and wellbeing, and then primary and community care, you know, it's in equal measures with the rest of it, which is a big shift, right? And then underpinning all that is how we're going to go deliver the plan. Of course, we'll be making sure we're working closely with partners regionally, making sure that we continue to engage with citizens, and to make sure that our governance and performance accountability arrangements mean that we are able to drive the plan through. The final slide, before we get into some of the numbers side of it, first of all on performance and then on the finances, which I'll hand over to Russell on. This just gives us a quick overview of the really key areas that we focused on in the plan. So we've got our 4 major change programs, as we've been discussing today. Planned care and urgent emergency care remain, but community by design comes in, as we just discussed, but also the clinical services plan. And we feel that that package actually, they fit really well together in the way that they relate to each other and complement. So I think that's probably a more cohesive set of major change programs than perhaps last year. Value and sustainability continues to be important within key programs, as does Foundations for the Future, but they've been maturing now and had a good year of focus. The package of integrated health and wellbeing hubs will remain important for us as part of our delivery into communities. And then we've got developments that continue in the mental health arena with the ABLET as well as the electronic healthcare record, and some other digital developments falling out here, the broader electronic healthcare record and completion of the LIVD or the broad information management system. And then, as Clara mentioned earlier, what we had been calling our challenged services, we've moved terminology to fragile services more broadly. And part of that is to signal that we're starting to take a bit more control ourselves of which services that we're concerned about. And as a result of that, oncology and plastics, which we've been mentioning a number of times, are being considered for de-escalation. They've been dropped from this group, continue to have service plans underneath this, but we brought gastroenterology in, which is something that we have decided warrants the extra focus on oversight and support. So they remain the areas that we will be focusing on. The next slide, which is 8 in my pack. Not intended to be able to read this. The appendices, the appendices do go into detail. This is basically the 1 slide version of what's in the appendices. This is intended to be a heat map, really, of showing where we've got delivery confidence or not across the delivery expectations from the Cabinet Secretary. And the subsequent slide is that of enabling actions. Board members have been involved in this a good number of times through the joint PCHP PFIG in January, through PFIG in February, through board development in February, through PPHP in March, and then through PFIG in March again. So that's my justification for putting an unreadable slide up there, over and done with. But hopefully that helps just give a sense, even at 10,000 feet, of where our delivery confidence is against those things. And what I should also remind us is that the 2 columns here, one is the special measures de-escalation criteria metric, and the other is the full planning or performance
went on that slide.
Previous slide. The previous slide there. Yeah. The one that we've just moved on to is the enabling action version of those, which is 50% of that is numbers based, 50% is deliver an action. So that's why there's some numbers and some not. So hopefully that gives, for the upfront part of it, a bit of a tour of where we're at. I'll hand over to Russell on some of to walk us through some of the financial considerations. And we've been trying to work hard to make sure that these things are properly integrated in all of our discussions rather than a bolt-on. So hopefully that will come through in sort of the discussion that follows.
Russell.
Yeah, Chair. So I'll just whistle stop you through if I may. We start with a £114 million normal underlying deficit, and we have £82 million of Welsh Government resource, which is conditionally recurrent. So we are netting those off to give our report on an underlying deficit basis of £32 million as we start the year. We have got that resource in our plans as we go into 26-27. I would re-emphasise that £82 million does come with conditions that we need to attain, of course, and therefore is discretionary at Welsh Government's position as we go through the year. It would give us a hole if we didn't have that resource. And then you can see as we move across, we've got the growth allocation, 1.11% allocated to across all health boards. There is some specific funding as well. That is essentially general practitioners settlement pay award for 26-27. That is absolutely funded through central government, so you'll see an line coming off that as well. And then we've got some specific planned care resource, £34 million. That resource is currently in our baseline, written there for us to be used to determine and develop enhancements. We have spent some of that already, a large proportion of it recurrently, but about 50% of that is still to be utilised on the core areas that we want to improve and delivery upon. And then we have about £9 million roughly, which is value-based healthcare, 6 goals and further faster resource. Again, we've got plans to develop and utilise that resource, which are shared later on in detail. And then we map that against what are our inflationary assumptions, elements of growth for drugs, further cost pressures through the incremental budget setting modelling that we've undertaken to allocate resource. We obviously spend the planned care resource, of course, on top of that, because it is ring fence for planned care only. We can't use that for anything else to offset any of our other pressures. And the same goes for value-based healthcare. So you see those pull back out. It gives us about an £89 million resource gap. So if we wanted to hit that break-even line, we have to find £89 million to achieve that. We have considered what our opportunities around savings delivery in year. We've traditionally hit above £40 million, most of that recurrently as well. So that's really strong performance. We'll reflect a little bit more on that when we get into the actual financial report, perhaps a bit later. So we've set ourselves a target trajectory of £46 million in the current year. That leaves us with a £43 million deficit reported position. That means we would not hit the key financial duty. So that is quite a significant step. We do need to, therefore, because of our standing orders, standing financial instructions, we do need to start to develop a recovery programme around that closing of that gap, and members be assured that we're working that through. We had some discussions outside of this board forum in committees, both in PFID and PPHP. Okay, if we move to the next slide. My eyes aren't good enough, so I'm going on screen, so I'll flick up, sorry, apologies. So what this slide does is try to put some flesh on the bones as to where some of that resource is going. So you can see there from the £34.5 million resource we have on planned care, how we are planning to utilise that. And as I say, some of those elements are effectively committed to currently. So endoscopy, top line, orthopaedic, anaesthetists, JCC additional out of area expenditure, all of those are currently committed. So it starts to reduce the allocations we have. We've just taken a decision on insourcing and outsourcing, of course, at 13 million as well. And then there's further faster initiatives in there as analysis as we go forward, and then a reinforcement of the savings target delivery. Go to the next slide. And this is the summary. There is I'm just flicking through the English version as that may test my knowledge otherwise. So this really just summarises where we are on our journey on our financial plan. £89 million gap for delivery. When we include the £82 million conditionally recurrent funds, of course. That means we've effectively got to get an £89 million gap closed to hit break-even duty and statutory obligation, key financial duty. We're saying in this plan that we'll target £46 million with a £43 million deficit out-term position. And then we'll need to work on how we close that gap immediately after the plan is endorsed and submitted. And what we need to do is get a 3-year model. What are our savings expectations over the next 3 years? What are the initiatives? What are the areas we can focus in on? Some of that debate has been held within committee structures, and we'll be progressing that still further. I think we'll keep with the financial oversight group, and we'll try to place emphasis on taking decisions around what services we are able to maintain as we go forwards, as opposed to maintaining that control environment, which clearly none of us want to maintain as we go forward. We want to actually target where we stop resource so that we can free those controls and give managers the freedom to deliver the services we're asking them to within the financial context of the resources available to the health board. I think at that point, I'll hand back to Paolo.
Thank you, John. So just to finish off the slides and a couple more things to say. Next steps, therefore, in relation to the IMTP, we want to take any points that we've raised today and incorporate those into the plan. and submit the plan and the associated supporting documentation to the Welsh Government by 31st of March, supposedly Tuesday. And then we'll get into making sure that we hit the road running with delivery this year, part of that being the cascade through the organisation and objectives. A couple of other things I'd just like to point out. The final designed version of the plan is in the process of being completed. So the upfront sections and the section 5 at the end will look quite different, but the words will all be the same. So nobody panic. I've tried to incorporate as many of the things. Tried to incorporate the version that got uploaded last night. Tried to give you a glimpse of some of the design features that are coming through. So that's just to point that out. I'd also like to draw member attention to the fact that the capital plan that is contained within the IMTP, I'll be asking in a second on a resolution form. It's in the summary version in section 5, and then a detailed behind it sits within the appendices. Before I solution, I'd just like to take the opportunity really to thank executive colleagues and independent members who really supported us through the creation of this year's IMTP. My role is clearly to marshal the organisation through the process, but without the right input, focus and ownership around the table from colleagues, we wouldn't have got to what I think is a much improved plan from previous years. So thank you, Gil, for that. And therefore, what we're asking for the board today, to make sure we're clear on the wording of this, to note the board to approve the capital programme 26 to 28, which is included within the IMTP, and then to agree to support the submission of the IMTP to Welsh Government, noting the financial circumstances.
On Paolo, on the capital element, Stuart, is there anything you wish to add?
Thanks, Gil. So only that it has been approved by PFIG, and it followed the same process that we had last year, where we invited bids, and the bids were scored based upon risk and a number of other criteria, and a cut-off set, and we had bids totaling just under £90 million, which gives you an indication that it was about 4.5 times oversubscribed. So, but nothing else to add. Thank you very much.
Okay. Everyone, Stuart. Right. Cwestiynau sylwadau, sgwrs on that. Mike.
I've got two. One is the financial plan includes retention of the conditionally recurrent allocation, the £2 million from Welsh Government. Have we had an indication of that will be recurrent next year, or are we still hanging on that question? And secondly, it's being submitted on the 1st of March. PERDA begins just a week later. Do we know what the likely outcome of the submission is going to be? Are we going to have to wait until the next government is formed? Seeing nods, yeah. Okay, so thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Come back to we'll gather the questions first, then. Paul.
Yeah. I never like submitting any kind of deficit budget, but I can understand why we're in that position now. Are we looking at foundations to say, I know foundations is not a savings measure, it's actually getting ourselves the right foundation for the future, but within that, there are savings that we made if we went at it faster. Are we looking at moving some of the things forward from foundations to get ourselves moving, to get the saving, which I expect Welsh Government, whatever shade it is, may welcome it. You're not going to have a deficit budget. We know where to go to. So are we looking at past the foundations?
Yeah, just first of all, a general comment that, I think both the process and the outcomes are significantly better than in previous years. And so I take your point, it's not just your team, but I'm sure we've done a really good job, but colleagues around the table. It's not perfect, but really, I really like the way it links in the targets, the risks, everything together. So that's really positive. I'm so concerned at the sheer volume of staffing here, and I just wanted to confirm. I know this is the case, but just for the people out there, well, there's millions of people watching our broadcast. That with this also incorporates what this year was in the annual development plan. Is that right? Annual delivery plan, as well as what was in the, because that reassures me a bit that although it looks a lot, it's not unmanageable. I just a couple of, I mean, I agree with Paul. I mean, I sort of, part of me sort of thinks, well, 46 million is perhaps not that ambitious given what we've done in previous years and given inflation and so forth. But even so, I think probably 89 million is probably a bit too much. So, you know, this is not a perfect game. And also, we got criticised last year for not being realistic. So, anyway, so I can certainly live with it. But like Paul, I think we need to be, you know, have a real plan coming out the next few months. I strongly welcome, of course, as from what I've said, the real emphasis on prevention and primary community care. But I think it's going to be a real challenge to actually deliver that. So, you know, that and likewise, looking at some of the targets related to perhaps what I've already said, but pathways of care delays and all the issues around productivity, so theatre utilisation and, you know, the number of primary joints per day, all those things we set targets that I think are really challenging given what we've achieved to date. So I'm all in favour of that. I think we should be setting ourselves challenging targets, but on those areas in particular, I shall be sort of looking over the next few months to see whether we're really up to meet those challenges. But as I said, broadly really positive and you know, recognise the huge amount of work that goes into this. So grateful.
Claire.
Doug, just wanted to thank all of the exec and colleagues across the organisation who put so much work into this. I think we have seen it.
Thank you, if we may add, also as chair of the committee that's at oversight of this as well. So thank you for having that role.
Because I think I can certainly feel and see that the work for this has been a kind of ongoing iterative process throughout the year. It hasn't been a kind of, we head into the autumn and we've got something we have to produce for a deadline. So that feels like it's a really positive development in the organisation. I think the objectives are still very challenging. I agree with Gareth, but I think they're far more realistic perhaps than we've had in the past, which leads me to a question really around, I think the report's really clear about, if you're almost like, our first priority is to address the special measures, targets and challenges. And we've got quite a high degree of confidence, I think, that we will be able to do that this year. But we're going to fall short on some of the ministerial expectations. So it's a question, I guess, around how will that be received? What's happening in other health boards? So I'd like to understand that a bit better. I think on the financial side, we had really encouraging work through the early autumn, where, in all honesty, I guess at that time what we didn't know was what our budget for the year was going to be. So we had some really encouraging work, I think, around starting to understand better what I'd call activity costing and demand on services. So if you like, what the current budget is for a particular specialty, what the demand for it is, and whether our current resources can deliver that demand or not. But it felt as if once we got perhaps into the kind of just after Christmas period and we had a much clearer view about what the budget was likely to be, we've had not as much opportunity as I'd have hoped we would have had to be able to kind of turn that early work into, so what's that going to mean for where we're going to be able to invest more next year? We could tweak resource from there to there. And I think that's something we just need to keep working on and following up on during this year. On the finance side, I've been one of the people, along with lots of other colleagues, pushing us and others all the time around the shift to prevention. I'm delighted to see on page 119, and I've got that bolded in my head, was that in Q4 we're looking to shift 2% more resources into primary care. So I think that might look small, but to have that quite bold in the plan. So thank you very much for that. But I guess it's just general understanding for us. I think the plan feels realistic for where we are, but still going to be very challenging. Although government won't be looking to prove it until the early summer, what are the consequences of not submitting a financially balanced plan and being really upfront that will be
save adeiladu bobl dyn ni'n sôn wneud gwaith ar lefel lleol bydd yn gwneud gwahaniaeth a bydd ni dwi am dweud heddiw, ond dwi eisiau ni ddod yn ôl efo rhai syniadau o gwmpas hynny. Reit, os there's some financial matters, thank you, may wish to respond to our gynta within Russell.
I'll take them in the order that they came, and Russ, if I say some things I fancy, you either correct me or don't answer, I guess we'll get there. But the financial plan bit from Mike, so the 82 million was confirmed in our financial allocation letter. It's still conditionally recurrent, but it's been allocated on that basis. So clearly they can change their mind at whatever point they would like to change their mind, but the better information we've got at the moment is that it is ours for this forthcoming year. And I think your question around when will the plan be prepared or pre-election period, the implications of that, I think you got answered, but it will, they have confirmed up front, it won't be until there's a new government in place that they will consider plans going forward. So there'll be some delay on the usual timelines for that. Already mentioned about the financial deficit plan and looking at foundations. I think we've stated quite early on in this work in foundations that one of the tasks here was looking at how much was spent incrementally on the previous reorganisation that was done, and we kind of almost unintentionally injected a good number of millions of pounds worth of extra cost in there, and part of the challenge for this one would be to address that. But all of our work around efficiency and productivity isn't limited to just frontline teams and the way they do work. It's around corporate departments, it's around management structures. So we'll be making sure that we do that work as part of foundations as well. Gareth, you wanted me to confirm, but you already felt you knew, but I will confirm about the level of detail. Yeah, so part of the Welsh Government feedback was that they didn't like a second annual delivery plan coming out later. They want to see it integrated. So there isn't another more detailed version of this coming out. However, we will, just to avoid any confusion, what we'll do is essentially remove all the other words and just leave the deliverables in a document, and we'll call it the annual delivery plan, just for ease of reference and reading. But it'll be, you know, a copy and paste from in here. In terms of the 46 million and the savings and the ambition, I'm sure Russ will say more on this, but we, as part of our response to submitting a financial deficit plan, our SFIs require us to come up with a financial recovery plan, which will be in addition to what we're doing in the savings space. So perhaps Russ will say a bit more on that, but we're looking to create a big pot of opportunities over the longer term, not just about in year, so that we're setting ourselves up sustainably for the future. Some of the big targets that are quite ambitious, you talked about pathways of care, for example, delays. That was actually quite deliberate because some of those, particularly the pathways of care delay, is so central to so many different aspects of our performance. So we need to go after those things, and that's a bit of a signal that we're going to make a big difference there and focus our efforts to make a big difference to the whole system. Claire, you asked some questions around Welsh Government's view on not meeting all the ministerial expectations. They've been quite clear with us all the way through, but most recently in our scrutiny meeting, that the delivery expectations enabling actions are not optional, they are mandatory, and therefore it remains unacceptable that we aren't going to meet them. However, you know, they have asked us to make sure that our plan is more realistic and deliverable, and if we don't have line of sight for them, we learned from last year is, you know, we need to put forward a plan that we think we can deliver. So there's the tension that we're having to work with. You also asked about other health boards. We won't know until the 1st of April once their plans start getting into the public domain, but the intelligence from talking to my peers is almost all of them are not going to meet all of the performance expectations unless they have found a way between once they revealed that until the 1st of April on that front. You talked about the before Christmas and the activity, and I completely share your view on that. Actually, we felt like we were heading in the right direction, and then when we got into Q4, it didn't quite all come together. What I'd say is we've learned a lot about how the organisation works in that space, and my slide on unified modelling might have been too untransparent a word for it, but really that's what I'm getting at is we've got more to do in that space to how we bring the organisation or teams together to focus on that. I think foundations will help us be an opportunity for that as well. And the 2% resources in primary care, again, that was very deliberate. Russ and I sat down and made, we were puzzling over where to add that and to what commitment to make. But it's part of our commitment to making that shift is putting our money where our mouth is putting a number down on paper and then making sure that we meet it and deliver it. So I'm glad that you picked that out deep in page 67 or wherever it is in the plan.
119. Maybe no, so it's stuck in here now.
You mentioned about consequences of not submitting a financial plan. I think I covered that off with the SFIs and our required response. And finally, David, you mentioned about the community, the sector fund. Miraculously, between you talking to me about it last week and this latest version of the plan, it is in the 2B.4, page 42. It is in there for a Q1 deliverable for us to develop a proposal for that. So we've signed up to it now. We're going to go build that.
Did you say quarter one?
Quarter one, develop a proposal for that.
Great. That's good to get that resource. Anything to add, Russell?
The Chair, yeah, really good financial interpretation by my colleague. I think the only, just to give clarity around the 82 million, so it is in our allocation letter, the conditional elements, so it's conditionally recurrent, so it's not in our underlying deficit, but it could be pulled back, and that's the reality. 40 million of that is associated with delivering that balanced IMTP over the 3 years, and 42 million pounds of that relates to de-escalation by ministers. So there are different conditions for those two splits. So just to emphasise those, as Paolo alluded to, we are pulling together a number of actions, and I think sort of addresses some of the comments from Paul and Gareth that we need to go hard and fast around some of this, and actually creating that shift across. This can't be additionality and layering on, because that just 2% of this health board is £50 million. So it's a big amount of money, as you can imagine. So the only way we're going to create this momentum and shift is to effectively look at how we disinvest in some areas to provide services in a different way going forwards. So that transformation of services is going to be really important to make good that 2% shift. I actually think that could be one of the greatest enablers for us in terms of financial sustainability, actually, as we move forward as well. And a lot of our plans will be foundations. It will be looking at a workforce growth, 4,500 increase in workforce in 4.5 years. That's 25% circa. So we need to look at that and say, are we in the right place? There'll be a number of measures. We've also got support through Welsh Government colleagues. So the total productivity factor, which indicates essentially 2019-20, what was our access for our local population from the workforce and resources we were deploying compared to what we've got now, and use that as an indication to further inform the position. And I think finally, just as Carol alludes to, I think we need to get more granular into our service models. We started to get into that space, and I think we ran out of time really. So we've got to continue that, and we've got to start that through the new year. I think in 6 months we have to underwrite what we have as a 3-year model in terms of financial sustainability, and that way we can be very confident that we will get there. I think we have to be realistic around where that resource can be taken out in year, or whether that is that 3-year model. So just balancing all of the priorities. I personally don't like to submit a deficit plan either, obviously with my Exec Director of Finance cap on, and clearly we will be referred to in audit papers. But I think a lot of organisations are finding it incredibly difficult across Wales. And as a consequence of that, we'll see deficits and non-delivery of ministerial actions, I think, in plans that are submitted by other health boards as well.
And that may be as a discussion with any new regarding what their priorities are and what they want us not to do, because we can save 85 million, we can save 185 million. It's not a problem.
Choice.
But it's about choices then. What are we not going to do to deliver the balanced plan? So I think that discussion with the new government will be really important to get clarity around what they wish for us to achieve. Carol, to make some final comments, and then
Thanks very much. Thanks particularly to Paolo. This is not Paolo's plan, but he has eaten, slept and breathed, whatever it is, yes, for a while. And to Emily as well, who I know has been supporting this. We've been strengthening our planning as a key area in our organisation, and I think this demonstrates actually a step change on the granularity, the focus on outcome and delivery from where we were a couple of years ago. So that's really good. I just wanted to say something as AO now, accountable officer to the board. It's repeating things that have been said. It's for me to advise the board that as the position stands, it does not meet the statutory duty to break even, and we must continue and actually escalate the pace of work to get to a financial break-even position. Clearly, the context is one of multiple requirements to improve access to services and continued improvement of quality standards, whilst also having a financial break-even. We will require savings and cost reductions and actually a redesign and redistribution of resource as we move through, and we'll have more conversations as a board about the financial recovery, but also in that wider context. So that's that bit. I just wanted to say about implementation cascade. So I always feel that the IMTP are my objectives. All 100 and whatever pages of them. So that's how I feel. But I've got a great team, which we have those objectives run through, executive director objectives, of course, and really important areas where our professional colleagues lead delivery of the board's agreed plan. And that goes through then to directorates, that goes through to teams, and that goes through to individuals, because it would be great for every member of our colleagues, 20,000 plus, to feel and see that their contribution is part of this. So we will discuss the integrated performance and accountability framework, and that's demonstrated in a figure in there. And then the really important role of committees. I think given the Audit Wales, we've got an effective governance system in the organisation to oversee our delivery here as well. So I think that's really positive. And then finally, I think I've said this a couple of times through the morning, it is a very difficult context. So at the health boards, it's not a surprise that we have moved out from a break-even position to currently 43 million deficit. Other health boards have moved out significantly further, and even the best performing health board in Wales has not got a financially balanced position. And unless, of course, they have done something over the last week or so, and they may well have done. So there's that, and that will impact on the choices and the balance of access and other developments. I'm afraid the outlook, I don't want to be a bit of a downer on this, but the financial outlook for the country is not brilliant, and I read the Institute of Fiscal Studies reports, 1.1% likely to come for the rest of the term. So we do need to take very seriously the issue of the financial sustainability, but as part of building a sustainable organisation as well. So that's our leadership challenge, Chair.
Yeah, and additional pressures due to the global situation, which will be playing through in terms of inflation and increased energy costs, and people, even more people, experiencing that cost of living pressure that so many people are under at the moment as well. So the context is going to be challenging for quite a long period, as I say. Right, Gai, diolch I bawb am y cyfraniadau. Dwi'n meddwl oedd hwnna'n drafodaeth dda, adeiladol, a gwerthfawr. A diolch yn arbennig I Paolo a tîm sydd wedi bod yn arwain y gwaith yna. Diolch hefyd. Dwi'n gwybod mae nifer ohonych chi yma wedi cyfrannu at y gwaith yna. Diolchgar iawn I chi. Yr her rwan, neu y braint rwan, ydy gweithredu, I troi hwn I gyd yn weithredoedd. Felly, nawn ni edrych ymlaen at weld y cynnydd a monitro cynnydd rhwng y pwyllgorau a'r bwrdd. Dwi pawb yn hapus i nodi'r adroddiad ac i'r gymydrwyo rhaglen gyfalaf. Stuart wedi cyfeirio ato fo ac i gefnogi wedyn cyflwyno cynllun yma i Llywodraeth erbyn diwedd y mis hwn. Pawb yn hapus i wneud hynny. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Ac dyn ni'n troi rwan at eitem 2.6, sef gwella gofal drwy ddatblygiadau digidol. A dwi'n gwybod mae Justin yn mynd i gyflwyno. And we can note that Jason has been waiting very patiently. Please follow Jason. Great to see you, Dr. Jason Walker, who will be supporting this item. Really grateful that you come along today, Jason. Sorry to keep you so long, but I know how much you are involved with this work, so grateful for you being here. But just over to you to present. Diolch yn iawn.
Yeah, Chair. So thank you very much for inviting us to come and present today. So and just sort of set the context, I'll take the paper as read anyway, but staff were really enthused when they were made aware that obviously we're going to be presenting the paper today. And I was posed a question actually as to which one of us was going to be Anton Deck. So Jason and I would probably agree that it's probably more like Laurel and Hardy. So just So I think the paper will demonstrate the significant activity that we've done over the entire year, and a lot of what digital do is behind the scenes. So it's not noticed or recognised really, but you know, we keep on keeping the lights on. We make sure that our systems are up to date, safe and secure, and that the data that we hold in those are safe and secure as well. Some of the things that we've been really striving to do with the capital investment and the revenue that we've got is around making sure that the local area network, the land network, is nice and safe and secure. It's up to date. It's upgraded. We make sure all our servers are available, that the information on them is accessible. And just some of the end user estates we've upgraded 1,200 laptops, 1,100 PCs, and 9,000 of those as well on top have been upgraded to Windows 11 again to make sure that we're nice and safe and secure. A lot of work on our cybersecurity posture, obviously, with the complicated threats that are continuing across the nations. And looking at raising awareness across all the organisation, not just for staff when they're in their working environment, but they can take home the awareness. So when they're in their home environment, they'll get that level of knowledge and skills that they can apply and keep them safe at home as well. We're starting on the journey to look at retiring some of our legacy systems, but with that comes a whole plethora of different activities. So we need to make sure that the information is transferable, that it remains accessible, because it has to be with the patient all the way through their pathway. So Jason's going to talk a little bit more in depth about some of the clinical system developments, and hopefully you'll be able to see the flavour of the benefits just for patients and for staff as well, and the difference that has made on the shop floor. I just want to signal out though, and I think you alluded to this earlier on as well, David, around it's all been possible through the dedication and commitment from our staff and our teams. And I just want to express a massive thanks to them all. We had a national outage last night and they were all rallying around. They were on site working till gone 12 o'clock at night, trying to make sure that everything was possible.
I noticed there was a message. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning, actually. From the team. And
on one of the
not
things,
that I was, but I did happen to see it. 3 o'clock.
One of the true things I think that's come through that I've seen over the last few months, though, is the engagement and the willingness for the digital team, the entire digital team, patient records, clinical teams, and the services on the shop floor, is that joined up close working relationships that they have forged to implement and deliver the success of these clinical systems. And for me, that has got to be the way forward now. We have to work together. It really forces for me the issue about being clinically led. And that quite nicely leads me into Laurel's.
We do have slides.
Yeah, drop the slides.
And so, thank you, everyone. If we can move to the next, I've been working in this organisation. Well, I've been working in North Wales for not longer than this organisation. I've been an anaesthetist in Ysbyty Gwynedd for 25 years now, and certainly in the last 12 to 18 months, it's the first time we've started to see a real step change in the way that we've delivered things. Justine has alluded to a lot of the infrastructure work that we've been doing. On the ground, what that means is the things that are up there, like stronger governance. If you're dealing with equipment that works, you're less likely to use workarounds and take shortcuts. You're doing things properly. The technical debt is a term that we use a lot in digital. It refers to the fact that when you are using old equipment, it's more expensive. It needs repairing more often. And the fact that we have reduced a lot of our old estate means that the stuff that we're using is fresh, clean, and is cheaper to run. For staff, of course, that means it's more reliable. It's less frustrating. And I'm not going to go into things like increased productivity, because I think that reduction in the frustration of using old, cranky equipment is huge. And of course, then that leads to benefits from our patients, from the fact that you are dealing with staff who are more informed, who are using systems and equipment that are more fit for purpose. Next slide, please. EPMA is probably the biggest thing that we have done as an organisation digitally ever. And the projected benefits are up there, but it's a real step change, the way that people work on the ground. There's 2 step changes now. I'll stop saying that. It is the potential for reducing 124,000 in reduction in drug spend, simply because of the fact that knowing what's prescribed and that whole demand and supply thing, having eyes on it from the get-go is sort of thing that we should be doing as an organisation, not something that, there's a new system that will now tell you how much paracetamol you need. We should know. The non-cash releasing are actually really, really important. Did you know that last year we spent 3,000 hours yomping up and down to pharmacy with paper drug charts? Yes. And taking that away is tremendously important. It increases our ability to have compliance with a lot of our standard audits. We can now no longer prescribe antibiotics without telling you why we're prescribing antibiotics. That antimicrobial stewardship thing, where we should know what the antibiotics are being prescribed for, and not just sort of putting them out left, right, and centre, is now built into the system. You have to say why I'm prescribing it. That of itself is huge. And the lack of the paper systems, and so the environmental impact of that. We are live now across all inpatient. We're supposed to go live we're going live in Tannacastle this morning, and that's our last inpatient site. So that means we are live across everywhere. I think the paper is slightly out of date, because when that was put together, we weren't live in Glencluid, but we are, and today is the last of the community sites that we are. So we are fully digital for inpatient prescribing, and it feeds into things like the National Shared Medicines Record. So we were the first health board to feed the National Shared Medicines Record. That in itself is a big thing, and I was in the room when it happened, and it was like being in mission control in NASA, because there was people crowded around the screen going, somebody's doing a discharge, it's coming through. It was just wonderful. Some poor doctor somewhere has no idea that when they were discharging a patient, there's a whole team of people watching every step and seeing that the various bits of it were joined together. Next slide, please. The mental health EHR, I'm not going to spend too long on this, because we're at the stage we're at this. Obviously the procurement report has been approved, and that's gone down to Welsh Government for formal sign-off. What I will say about this is as Justine mentioned, there's a tremendous ownership of this by the service. And this is going to be a complete change in the way that mental health works. And they appreciate that. And they are very keen that they are in the driving seat for that. And it is not a thing of waiting for the IT department to plug in the disc and switch it on and send out the training. This is about them working in a way that gets the most out of this system and really gives the benefits. So that's all I really want to say on that. It is, but they are very much owning it with us on that. Next slide. There's a few other things that I just want to touch on. RISP, obviously, we were the first health service to go live. RIS, just in case anyone's wondering, the radiology information system started its life as a radiology information system procurement. And then it went on to being a radiology information system project, and now it's a radiology information system, but it hasn't lost its P. So that's why everyone's calling it RISP. So that's what the P stands for. So we were the first of the larger health boards to go live with that, and it is a fully joined up end-to-end radiology system. So your bookings, your ordering, your x-rays, your viewing, your reporting, it's all housed in one single system, which just makes life an awful lot easier for the people who have to navigate all of this. And we have not gotten to the bottom of how many different things this can do. We are still learning this system, so it'll be a while before we get its full value. But it's huge, and it's been fantastic actually seeing it. The laboratory system we are plodding on with, it is, we have gone live with cellular pathology, and there is, that is a lot more piecemeal than it has been. I mean, would have liked it to be, but the intention is that we have a fully new laboratory information system across all our laboratories and our test requesting result reporting. Digital maternity has been rolled out. Well, digital maternity it's a phased rollout. So if you're already pregnant, we're keeping you on paper, but all the new bookings are now going onto the new system, and so that'll build up slowly over the next year, and that is across all our maternity units. The Welsh Patient Referral Service is another thing that we're rolling out, especially by specialty, because it is. Up to now, when a GP on their system presses a button and says, refer this patient in, somebody at our end has had to print out a piece of paper and mark it down to, and it's these bits of paper moving around North Wales that we're trying to get rid of. Whereas now, working with services to make sure that the process suits their service at the end. So it's not straightforward. It's not simply a case of not going down to Curry's and buying the disc and plugging it in. It is it's working with services to make sure that's working properly. Single sign-on, ground control, these are things that, single sign-on is something we use across ED, and it's that ability, again, it seems obvious, doesn't it? The ability to tap on a card reader and you're locked into the system. We have Ward 6 in Glenclue as our test bed for exciting new developments like this, and it's working well there. It is something we would like to be able to roll out further and further, but again, there's financial implications for that. The system is straightforward and the system works well. The licenses have a cost to them, and is it worth that at the moment? Ground control is it's not it is, but ground control is a system where you can log out a device such as a laptop or an iPad by tapping a card onto it. And it's a bit like the Boris bike version of, so I need a laptop, tap it, there it is, I use it, and I can put it back into another bank somewhere else. And again, that's been trialed in Ward 6, and it's very exciting. So that's something we could be looking at moving out further across the health board. Next slide, please. Some more systems that we're the emergency admission system you have heard of, because there was a lot of controversy around it earlier on during the year. But the emergency admission system is not an ED system. It's a process. It's the system that the inpatient teams use to deal with the unscheduled care workload. And it is when I was a duty resident doctor, I had stickers of all the patients I was supposed to see up with the arm of my white coat. But we've taken away the white coats because the baby all the elbows policy. So now we've got a system that really makes a difference, and we're able to remove paper from the resident doctor's handover because of the fact that this is all documented. It's all safely put away into a system. CETO is our digital document repository, and there's a number of forms that are available in CETO, and one of them is being used by our IV Access service, and they've gotten a health service HSA group a nomination for the amount of improved productivity they've got because of the fact that they're using a digital form to order IV Access lines. We're currently writing a scanning strategy to get rid of, if you took our paper notes, they would stretch it, and we had the time, you could stretch them all across Anglesey. And obviously that's not a good thing. That's something we will load up. So we'd like
that's the solution for the third bridge.
Yes. I live in Amla, so don't talk to me about third bridges. And we would also like to move towards 24/7 patient record service. We've started in East. We'd like to be able to move across. Next slide, please. There's other things that we're doing to strengthen our foundations, such as the cybersecurity Justine has mentioned, and getting an understanding. It's not getting the organisation to understand why it is that we block certain things and why it is that we're particularly interested in certain behaviours. Developing our digital skills. We have set up the Digital Academy to do the training for BadgerNet and for EPMA, and we would like to develop that process of your digital training is all in a single place, and also bringing us that organizational resilience. We learned an awful lot from the internet outage last night. And it's how can we improve the organization's response to these things? And if obviously he himself wanted to do that, and it is we still have a lot of the team around that were involved in the EPMA rollout. So last night was an excellent night to trial. What would you do during it?
Are you saying you did that deliberately?
Yes, it was all part of a master plan. Yes, it's but I mean, the stuff that if you were going to plan to do it, last night's the night to do it. So yeah, I'd rather we didn't, but hey ho. And strengthening the clinical perspective, we're moving towards England has a standard called clinical digital safety, and you may have seen referred to in certain documentation. DCB 0129 and DCB 0160 standards. They're not mandatory in Wales, but they're considered best practice. And we have adopted them for all our new systems. So we've got a full clinical safety case for our EPMA system and for systems moving on, BadgerNet 2. And which reminds me, I've got to go and read the BadgerNet case today. That's my next thing on my list. We have a clinical safety officer, and we've also set up a clinical design authority, which will be the committee, the body that oversees the connection between digital and the people on the ground. Because as Justine said at the start, this is all about the organisation and the digital side coming together to develop new ways of working. That's the last slide, and I'll shut up now.
So if I can just talk about the next steps, obviously, for us moving forward. So Jason obviously talked about the Digital Academy. At the moment, it's very, very small. It's a dedicated resource that we've got in there. We would like to look at expanding that within our current resources for us, so don't have a heart attack. So because we really need to start using better the tools and the facilities that we've got through the use of Office 365. There are some significant efficiencies that we can make. So we need to start sort of changing the way that we're thinking and using some of that technology. So we're going to start off obviously with that small team, then starting to look at that. But we're looking at individuals who've got keen interest in this area to start working with us again, doing some pilot exercises, and then we can share that wider across the organisation. We're going to keep on with our cybersecurity. Obviously, we've got to. We're looking at strengthening our third-party suppliers, because again, you're only as strong as your weakest link, aren't you? So we've got to make sure nothing comes through the back door. And again, that comes down to risk assessments, data protection, cybersecurity risk assessments. And then I know Carol is desperate to put her running shoes on and to do the London Marathon tomorrow, but with regards to AI, we just need to make sure that we set the foundations properly and we wrap around that governance to make sure that everything that we do is in a safe and secure environment. Some of the innovations that are happening already, I know across the border in England, we're going to get some teams out to go and start looking at what they're doing. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. We can lift and shift and do what we're doing.
That sounds really good, and thank you very much, Jason, for that sort of whistle stop. So it was captured so much activity, and
yeah,
I'm sort of taking myself back to, you know, the fairly recent days of fax machines in wards and so on, and what you've outlined. That's quite actually, isn't it? And I hope it reflects the shift in understanding and the shift in ambition as well for the organisation. So that it's been really useful. So diolch fawr iawn, diolch Justin. I think you presented it really well. Thank you very much to you both. Right, cwestiynau a unrhyw sylwadau. Paul.
Yeah, I think this is really good. I think it's really exciting. I've just got one concern, and that is business continuity and ensuring that we revisit business continuity every time you put a new system in. So that's the assurance I want.
Absolutely, business continuity, and it's interesting to watch the rollout of EPMA, because as each ward went live, the last thing we did, I mean, I don't know if you spotted on BetsyNet, but we had pictures of each ward going live, but each ward was also handed over their business continuity pack and explained the processes should this go down. Now, that is not perfect. And we've learned that last night, that certain wards needed a degree of hand-holding. But I would like to take a step further, that, and we've been discussing this morning actually, that business continuity is something that we should be rehearsing on a regular basis, a bit like a fire drill. It's not enough to say that these processes are there. We need to get them tested on a weekly basis.
Yeah, that's a really important point. So, right, Clara, wedyn Claire, wedyn Jane, wedyn Mike.
Thank you, and thanks colleagues for presenting. I mean, I was handed EPMA and I can't remember my third day of arriving 6 months ago, and kind of gasped at the fact we were having to get this in by the end of the year. And I just want to reiterate what an enormous effort and actually privilege it has been to be the exec sponsor associated with it, and to see, as you say, Justine, that team working. It has been hugely, this has not been a digital project. This has been a everybody project, and the huge pride of getting things over and getting us started. We had to get Wrexham in that weekend. It snowed on top of everything else, and so, you know, we've gone, there's never a good time to do these things, and so we've done it through winter, through the snow. So huge, and we've actually, it is completed now. I've had through to say that the last ward is now going, so an enormous achievement. One of the things I would say is we've got cash and non-cash releasing. The biggest thing for me, this is a patient safety issue that we have solved by putting in the prescribing system more than anything else. And as executive medical director, obviously that's incredibly important to me. There are then, I agree completely, productivity things that can be driven through associated with that. And the challenge for us on all of these is the benefits realisation on everything that we put in, so that we are really mindfully taking those forward, as well as having it's like, you know, you've got to, once you've given birth to the baby, you've got to look after it as well, haven't you? And it's that element of getting it in, but then making sure we're using it as effectively as we can. I would agree the business continuity is incredibly important, but a bit of real-time testing is always incredibly helpful. I'd like to say thank you to everybody who looked after this over the last 24 hours. There's a few of us around the table, and there will be many, many more people across the organisation. But as Jason says, not only have we sorted that out, but we've got a learning event, the first one at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and we will continue to do those over the next a week so that we are learning from those. But this isn't an afterthought in any way, Paul. It's very, the thing that's been incredibly impressive has the really structured way that these projects have been implemented all the way through. And I also see that, you know, as the executive medical director, that digital safety is really important. And for those of you who might have noticed, I don't know the page number, Claire, but it's one of the aims that we've put in associated with quality this year, is to make sure that we have a real focus on that and are setting up the government structures associated with it.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Claire, as our digital champion, you can come in next.
Diolch yn fawr. Just to say, really great report, really positive presentation. And I think, you know, we spend so much time as a board focusing on things that we need to improve and change, and perhaps don't talk enough about some of the fantastic changes we are making. So really good to hear the presentation. And I think also to see the balance between the tech solution and the need to work alongside colleagues in the clinical and in the people space about how we get the systems to work best for our staff and for the people that we're here to serve. So it's not just a solution that works digitally, it's been co-developed and created, and that's so important. I think have to say thank you to all the staff in the service and the team, and particularly done so much, you know, let's be honest, we've done so much this year without a director in place as well to lead the service. And I think we need to acknowledge the fact that that's a great team, isn't it? You want a team where when there are gaps, people still can crack on, deliver and lead the organisation forward. I think in my digital sponsor role, I think we also have to recognise though that all this is amazing, but we have so much more still to do. And there are real challenges around our capacity from a financial perspective, but also from a kind of people perspective to enable us to keep improving and changing things that are still high risk for us in other aspects of the services that we provide. And I think at some point, one of the things that'd be helpful for the board to understand more fully is how digital gets done in Wales, because some things are national programmes that we're politely told to do. Some things are funded nationally and delivered locally. Some things are funded locally and delivered locally. And the whole kind of space around that. I know it's all up under review at the moment, but it's quite confusing. And I think it can pull and push our resource in different directions when we maybe partway through a year are asked to do something faster or slower. And I guess I've got to ask Carol, where are we with the kind of general electronic health records? Because it must be a year ago now when we submitted our outline business case to Welsh Government. And, you know, we can see all the benefits from some of the other changes we've made. This isn't a nice to have in my view, it's a fundamental, so that'd be helpful to understand what the progress is around that. But that's one that's such a big financial and resource change. We can't do that without Welsh Government support. It's not one where we can say, well, we'll just get on and do our own thing.
Great. Mike, nesa, wedyn Jane, wedyn Teresa, dwi'n meddwl, wedyn Caroline, a wedyn ni'r Debbie, and then we'll make the stop. Okay.
Who needs Anton Deck when you've got Jason and Jessica? It's all really good news. I enjoyed your presentation. Dear Whit, Jason. I know you're a Waterford man, but that was crystal clear. I do have a question on this. You're accumulating a large amount of data from these new systems, and data is very powerful. Have you been talking to Clara and Lynn Grundy about the capacity for research using that data? Is it something, or are you so busy implementing it's for the future? Sorry, I'm the research champion as I am, so I've got to ask you that.
Okay, come back to that one then. Jane.
To just pick up the business continuity. And I think what this highlights is that with all digital is the combination between the human and the system, and it's essential that it's not just exactly what you're saying. It's not about getting the all singing system. It's about making sure that you have developed this from start. But it is really important on the business continuity with digital that and the cyber is one of our highest priority around some of the business continuity. And when we bring the report, we will highlight the systemised approach we are now taking around business continuity, because I absolutely agree. It's not enough to have the plans, you have to test them, which is actually go through the process and say, does it actually work when you actually try it out? And then you actually have to exercise it, which is use some potential scenarios and say what we do. Because the first thing that happens quite often on our business continuity plans, if we do a scenario that says, right, all our IT systems have gone down, is they say, oh, we'll revert to paper, and we'll say, well, where's your paper? Oh, we'll print it out. And we go at that point, no, all your systems are down. So that's why it is so important that we continue to make sure that we get that interface between the human and the system right, to make sure that we maximise both safely and in terms of the output from those systems, that they are delivering what we want them to deliver.
Yeah, Teresa, myself.
Diolch, isio diolch I Jason a Justine am ei geiriau caredig o ran gwaith rhwng y tîmau gwahanol. Mae rhaid i ddeud, so chi'n gweld unrhyw wahaniaeth rhwng y tîm clinigol a tîm corfforaethol gweithio fo'i gilydd ac yn gweithio i gwerthoedd y bwrdd yn agored o ran y heriau ac yn trafod yn agored, yn meddwl am y claf ac yn dosturiol, gwybod mae dyna di'r ffocws mewn ffordd i'r gwaith yna. Ac hefyd yn barchus o ran y tîmau gwybodaeth nhw a lle mae'r sgiliau, ac yn rhannu o ran dysgu be maen nhw wedi dysgu yn ystod i gwaith nhw, rhannu hynny gyda gweddill Cymru, ond hefyd dwi'n gobeithio yn rhannu hynny o fewn y bwr iechyd, a fydda i weld hynny yn y tîmau risg ac yn y tîmau iechyd meddwl. Wedyn mae'n diolch i'r tîmau am y gwaith da chi wedi rhoi yn arwain hefyd. Wedyn diolch Deirydd a Heidio Siwrich.
Iawn, Teresa. Hello.
Yeah, diolch yn fawr iawn. O'n i'n mynd i ddweud hynna hefyd. So I just wanted to say thank you to both of you. Really enjoyed the presentation, and having both perspectives, the IT and the clinical together, really brought it alive. I've just got two questions really. Lots of different systems here, and Claire mentioned the electronic patient record as well. I'm assuming that they've all been designed to be compatible with each other and information will be shared with certain systems. So I'd like assurance on that. But also the second question really, and partly linked to that, is the safety of patients' information. And particularly with the reference that Justine made to making sure there's good governance around any future use of AI as well. Having integrity around all of that and public trust at a time where AI is really exploding, yet most of us have very limited understanding of its potential for good and for worrying elements. Can we just have some assurance around both of those elements really, the compatibility of systems, but on the other hand, safety of patient data.
Okay, diolch yn iawn. We'll bring Debbie in and then opportunity Justine for you and Jason to respond to some issues, and then Canning to round up. Okay, Debbie.
Thank you. That was really, really informative, and it was really, I'm so pleased to hear and see the digital academy and that being developed. And it was also good to hear that we were first in Wales in certain areas. My question is around our students and our clinical students that come in. How do we ensure that they are ready and able to support and continue to provide care with these new systems? And is there anything we need to do with the universities or educational establishments to support them coming in and being ready to go with some of these systems?
Okay, yeah, so Justine and Jason, I don't know if you want to respond to some of those comments perhaps.
Yes, we can take them in that order. So the research and data end of things. We had a meeting last week. Was it last week? Yeah. We're We are, and this is something that we've been trying to get off the ground for some time, is actually making those connections with the universities to see what we can do from a research point of view. We do obviously have a data and intelligence and insight team who are looking at the data from our point of view, but we were there is a certain degree, it's all about money, isn't it? There are certain funds and grants that are available that would be really useful for us to be able to look at. And so we're aiming to put together a meeting with some of the representatives from Bangor University to see if we can explore what we could do to get our name on that on that particular dance card, but necessarily to see what finances could we help to bring in that could help with some of the developments that we're doing. And if we can do that in a sensible way, that would be really good. So yes, it's something we would definitely like to explore.
So I'll take the system issue and the data integrity issue, if that's all right. So the past 2 years, definitely, I know that part of the technical specification requirements has to be interoperability with different clinical systems. And this is the start of our journey onto that EHR program as well. Some of the things that we're also doing around the scanning strategy, that will give us the document repository, which will then sit behind the EHR, and then we'll have a seamless process and access into it. So yes, I can give you that level of assurance that is a new requirement coming forward. Some of the legacy systems that we have got could have upgrades too, to give us that facility. Some will not, which is why we're starting on that journey now, looking at all of those to see which we need to decommission and move away from. Safety of the patient information, yeah, right from the get-go, obviously they have to complete a data protection impact assessment. We have to do a cybersecurity assessment. And if they don't meet a certain level of specification that we require in line with the Welsh Health Circular, then we will go and do an assessment on level of risk. So what type of patient information is it holding? What level? Is it the highly sensitive information? We will base a risk assessment approach to the senior information risk owner, which is currently Jane at the moment, and we will present a recommendation towards her. If it's too high risk, then we wouldn't support it. But again, we would work with our clinical colleagues. If it's an absolute must do from a patient safety perspective, then we've got to weigh up that risk assessment. But again, we're looking at that third-party suppliers as well to make sure that we're doing a mop-up exercise. Anybody that didn't have it, that said that they were going to get Cyber Essentials Plus in the next 12 months, we're making sure that they have actually achieved that. Okay.
And yeah, I will also add on that the interoperability thing is something that it's really starting to take up, where the electronic prescribing system will, not quite yet, but it will be able to pull medication directly in from the GP systems. We will be able to view lab results in the system as we see it, so that if I am prescribing particular medication, I need to know if patient's potassium level is, or their clotting factors. I can see that in the system in front of me. So that's something that we're looking for. The students, again, there's a really good example of that with the electronic prescribing system, in that we have made the training that we have for the system available to the universities, so that they can train their students as to the systems that they will be using when they come to work for us. And interestingly, Bangor University were not particularly happy with because it wasn't a student-focused training package. It was just a standard training package, and we thought that was fine because you'll be using it as a practitioner. And they said no, this wasn't good enough, so we've had to go away and have a think about that, and we are delivering something for Bangor University that has that as its focus, so that you don't feel that you're being thrown something that is beyond you.
Thank you. And on the research innovation, there's also the potential with MSpark, which is not far from you and I'm looking here, when going offshoot of the university, of course. So that's another possibility. Great. And Carol, to round up then.
Yeah, well, thanks both. I was really keen that we had this paper come, because it's been a tremendous year and a half. Jason knows I say we got sharp elbows to get in early and really push hard. And this year has been a really hard push. And it's not for digital's sake, it is to improve care and it's to improve our clinicians and other staff experience as well, which takes me to Claire's point about the wider electronic health record. Almost as soon as I came here, it was really clear that this is what we needed to build a care system that was at the highest standard, that was consistent across the region, and really gave people the tools to do the job and manage care pathways and processes. So, you know, we really threw ourselves into that. And as you say, we've got a business case, etc. we've submitted to the government. The government asked us to pause whilst they do some national work. That pause has been quite long. I have agitated a little, but there may be more opportunities to agitate, because I do feel that this will give us a leap forward, not just a step forward, a leap forward. And I think that we're starting to demonstrate now that we have both the appetite, but also the capability to do large scale implementations. So, we you know, we're a trusted health board to implement some things that are as big as RISP, EPMA. We're being first wave, and it's really quite significant. So we'll keep going with that and use every opportunity, perhaps with the new government as well, to explain why it is so important. That said, we've got the components. We're moving along, but we would want to take the big leap moving ahead. Diolch.
Diolch yn iawn. Ga i ddiolch I bawb am y cyfraniadau. Diolch yn arbennig I Justin a Jason am ddod ato ni. Mae wedi bod yn arbennig, dwi'n meddwl, yn werthfawr iawn I ni gael y gorolwg yna o'r datblygiadau a sut mae rhaid ni gyd yn gefnogi yr hyn dyn ni'n ceisio cyflawni fel bwrdd mwyn gwella y cynnig i'r cleifion ac i'r boblogaeth. Felly diolch yn iawn am hynny. Pawb yn hapus I gefnogi y gwaith ysgolch yn dda, I gydnabod yr ymdrechion ac I gefnogi y rhaglen o drawsffurio digidol sydd yn digwydd ac sydd yn gydnaws ar hyn dyn ni wedi trafod eisoes wrth gwrs gyda'n cynllun integredig a'r fframwaith y bwrdd yn ogystal. Ydy pawb yn hapus I wneud hynny ysgolch yn dda. Ardderchog, diolch yn iawn. Dyn ni am gael toriad rwan am ginio. Mae hi yn 13:56, 4 munud I 2. Nawn ni ail ymgynnull am chwarter wedi 2. Sut mae hwnna? So that gives us 17 or 18 minutes if you're very quickly for lunch. So we take a break now, please, and restart 15:15. Diolch yn iawn.
Thank you. We've done a lot.
Yes.
Thank you. It's been good, and it is good to be able to sort of really celebrate it. So you have to keep it up. Yes.
Thank you. What's the programme for this year? But there's lots.
Yeah, well done.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah. We must look into
That is a pretty good.
Oh gosh, yes. Yeah. And I think everybody that looks magical.
Message Emma.
It is, and it's all down to what are we going to use? And the question, everyone's terrified of it, and I said, well, what's it doing? what, you know, it's just another machine, it's just another piece of kit. Let's ask the same questions, let's do it the same way that we do all the other stuff, and I think that's how we.
It's big. And you get shipped around.
It will be, yeah.
When we start to get much on, it's all it is. It's really dependent on getting the algorithm right.
I'm selling it. It sounds like people have taken
Yeah, no, and it's in.
Tell me the word consultant.
No.
Surgeon. I'm a surgeon by background.
Yes. So we have had,
That's why it's just.
Nawr da, a chroeso nôl wedi'r toriad am ginio, dyn ni symud ymlaen gyda'n agenda nawn ma, ac yr eitem nesa ar yr adran perfformiad integredig ydy 3.1 ar y droddiad cynnydd ar gofal brys ac argyfwng. Fel byddwch chi'n ymwybodol, mae'r eitem yma yn un sydd yn safonol bellach i bob adroddiad bwrdd, gan y bod ni fel bwrdd yn chwilio i weld pa gynnydd dyn ni'n neud a beth yw'r heriau dyn ni angen ymateb iddyn nhw. Felly gyda cyd-destun mae'n droi at Amina. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch yn fawr. So good start.
Yeah.
Diolch yn fawr, thank you very much, everybody. So as the chair has said, this paper is part of a sequence of discussions at board, but also at some of our board committees as well, where we look in more detail at some of the performance metrics. I suppose a couple of things I wanted to say in preface to the paper, recognising this seems to be focused quite a lot on sort of medium to long term transition. We certainly had a conversation yesterday about what needs to be part of what we describe as 90-day improvement cycles, which are very much focused on each day, each week, what we're going to do differently to improve the position. But this is also reminding us that there's a medium to longer term piece of work, which is currently sitting under the Six Goals National Programme and part of our major change programme for UEC. I think one of my observations would be, when I was looking at the figures today, for example, around ambulance waits, they're looking pretty good at the moment. They often do, but they don't always. We were able to make a significant improvement on our package of care delays in terms of numbers of patients and numbers of days delayed through the first sprint, but we haven't been able to sustain that. And what that is telling me is, as an organisation and as teams within the organisation, we can get to the levels that we want to in terms of our delivery and the care we're providing. We're just not able to do it all of the time. And that is a little bit more about how we get under the skin of what's making that more difficult on some occasions. So sometimes it's not what we would expect. So the paper really offers a point in time to understand the range of initiatives that are underway. I suppose just to remind us, UEC is very complex. Urgent and emergency needs often start in the community. We know that one of the issues we have with our emergency department is there's a lot of patients in there who can't move on. So just reminding people that it tends to experience the pressures that are sitting in other parts of the system. And that's why, after a series of diagnostics and multi-agency discharge event looking at why can't someone go home today and what would need to happen to make that possible, something called the 6A's audit, which is really about understanding the flow through the emergency department. And then a 21-day review is of patients who've been in our inpatient settings, acute and community, for longer than 21 days, absolutely suggests that the biggest single thing that would make a difference to the pressure in the emergency department would be to improve our discharge profile. I would say some of that's within our gifts. So we've established and we set some clinical and quality standards late last year before Christmas. There is something about how we make sure that happens all of the time, in terms of when you get a discharge plan, how discharge planning works, making sure somebody's in an acute setting, they're only there because they need the infrastructure provided there. And if they don't, how can we support them to move to a more appropriate setting, be that a community hospital or their own home? But we also know that some of this is contingent on how we work with partners, and I think that's been mentioned earlier. I think you mentioned this earlier. Tomorrow at the Regional Partnership Board, we have a conversation led by the people who've been supporting us with our diagnostics and our urgent and emergency care pathway to look at how we create a joint vision and effectively sort of a memorandum of understanding with our local authority partners about how we need to work together and what our expectations are, so that we can begin to build on some of those successes that we certainly experienced before Christmas. But I suppose I do want to reiterate, we do still have an underlying concern about safety and quality. We are concerned about the experience of patients and our staff in receiving and giving care in our emergency departments. We know that because of some of the pressures in the community with our ambulance waits, there is some pressure to manage people in the department in what we're describing as corridors, as opposed to the areas where we would choose to do that. And certainly our clinical executives have been working with our departments to set an absolute kind of limit, if you like, about the number of people that we think it's safe to manage in those environments, and the length of time it's okay for them to be managed in those environments as well. That supports both patient experience and outcome, but it is also better for our patients as well. And it does go back to if someone has a decision to admit, how we make sure they can move as quickly as possible to the ward area where they'll get the care that they need, because the emergency department isn't a ward. And we do know some people wait there for some period of time. So I think the 90-day cycle will be really important. I think people have really engaged with that sprint methodology. We've seen it work well in urgent care. We've also seen it work well in planned care recently, and it feels like it gives people kind of a sense of momentum. With a rolling 90-day cycle, then it feels like you begin to build on. And when people start to see and bag and bank some of those improvements and change, my hope is that will create a bit of confidence that they will be able to continue to manage them. And working, as we always say, with the experts, who are the people working in our services, the things that they know would make a difference. And some of those are relatively small, some of those are a little bigger in terms of how we work with our staffing and our workforce. And then finally, just a bit of an apology. There seem to be quite a lot of acronyms through the report. I think we haven't done a glossary this time, so we'll make sure that we do a glossary next time. I think if we put them in full all the time, the report will probably be about 150 pages long, but there is something about making it easier for people to read through. So apologies for that. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Diolch iawn, Tamina, am yr adroddiad yna. Felly, wybodaeth wedi gosod allan I ni, bydd yna gwestiynau a sylwadau a droi yr erthygl gynta, wedyn Billy, wedyn Claire.
To me, it was really good to see it all in one place here, you know, with some audit, some stats and all the rest of it. And of course, we're all concerned about sustainability because we are dependent on our partners, aren't we? So that question I asked earlier, I do think that's important. If you could find a way of doing that, that would be amazing. I'm just interested. There's a comment in the paper that says this isn't a reset on how we deliver. But obviously there's been sprint 1, sprint 2, and in your point about sustainability, you kind of name the things that have been done. So consistent leadership, enhanced MDT, coordinated escalation, etc. I remember a conversation we had, probably in board, about the need for that leadership grip for achievements to be made in this area. Is that something that we would need to keep up? Do you think, is it something that would it be necessary to maintain that leadership grip in that area?
Do you want to come back on that now?
Yes, I will. I think you're absolutely right. And to be fair, we've seen some small changes in our leadership teams in the 3 sites for a number of reasons, people moving on to new jobs, for example. And there is something about, I mean, we've talked about what we need in the sites. It's often about really good relationships, that someone can go and have a conversation with clinicians about supporting kind of early review or consultation in the department for a specialty that doesn't work within the department, for example. There is also something about people being able to hold to account in that supportive way, recognising the pressures that there are in an emergency department. I think it's probably fair to say across the NHS, we've not really invested as much as we would like to in maintaining that sort of capability around operational skills and enabling people to be consistent when there's quite a lot of pressure around them. And certainly I think that's something we need to keep building on and reiterate. And I suppose the other point about sustainability is sometimes when you focus on something, you make a big change. And then if your attention is somewhere else, it slips off again. So it's getting to that point where it's so second nature that we almost don't need to think about it. And it becomes kind of unconscious competence, if you like. And I don't think we haven't reached that yet.
Diolch yn iawn. Billy.
Yeah, good. Thanks for the report, Ian. I previously talked about corridor care, and I'm glad you acknowledge it as well. There's been a focus on corridor care, and I do want to express my heartfelt thanks to all our staff who work in all our ED departments, from consultants to domestics. When I've asked before, as a previous board, and Angela was talking about the Next Patient Please initiative, is that working effectively? And if not, what more can we do to prevent the normalisation of corridor care. And it's not just corridor care, but the inappropriate treatment of patients.
Do you want to come back? Yeah, come back on that.
Yes, thank you. And I might bring Angelina on this as well. We've done quite a lot of work over the last few months about differentiating between what we're describing as forward waiting, which is when someone is ready for a bed and the bed is about to come up, that someone could be moved up into a ward environment, and then sort of in more times of pressure where we would place those patients when we need to create more space in the department. I think it's probably fair to say there are some ward environments where they feel much more comfortable with managing some of that in the next patient place and pulling patients in to the point at which they might be, or close to the point at which they might be ready to take a new patient. From a ward perspective, sometimes there's a sense about wanting to create a little bit of space before the next patient comes in, so you can make sure you're doing all the right things in those wards for the patients that you have. But I guess what we haven't really got yet is that risk balance between the level of risk and safety concerns we might have in our emergency department and what it feels like to provide care on a ward. I'd also say it's not just our wards in our acute settings, but how our community wards are receptive to putting people out of the acute setting when they're ready to do so as well. But it's probably worth handing over to Andrew, if that's okay, Andrew.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. So from a corridor care or a care in, sort of undesignated spaces, as we like to say, we've done a lot of work within our ED departments, and we've identified, Claire and I and Teresa have an exec oversight panel on a Tuesday morning, and we review the ED positions and identify around those places that we're looking after patients, shall we say, that is not a designated bed space. Identifying how many we have in those spaces, and within the ED department we now have a live dashboard that I could log into now and be very clear about how many patients are in those undesignated spaces in the ED. We have intentional rounding within that, so we make sure that we've got extra nurses to support that ED department, to make sure that care is given within those areas. We also ask, as part of the reviews of the ED department, from an exec perspective, to let us know if there are any issues where their red line is, if you like. And we've reduced that red line in the past 5 to 6 weeks to make sure that we're in appropriate area. There is a development of a dynamic risk assessment. So if there is a need for us to go over that, there will be a very, very clear escalation and then a de-escalation down to below that red line. And we're managing that very well within the departments currently. From a forward waiting your next patient perspective, we are monitoring that as well on those meetings to identify, compared to the number of discharges that we're having during the day, how many of those patients are being moved as forward wait against those discharges in waves through the day, to make sure that we've got that flow through the organisation, which will reduce the corridor care in the ED department. Working with the teams really closely to identify if somebody is ready for going home, then they could be potentially moved down to that bed space, depending on their circumstances, to allow the patient who needs that care in that bed space to be moved into it. So rather than it being care in an undesignated space for somebody coming up from an ED or from an acute area, that wouldn't be what we would want as our preference. We would want somebody who's ready for discharge to release that bed, as anybody would want to make sure that somebody who needs that care in a bed space more to have it. So we're working really closely with the teams to allow us to be that more systematic. But there are some wards where the acuity on the day doesn't allow that to happen because they're dealing with those patients, and that is assessed on a daily basis to identify what's happening. We always do an assessment of the staffing to make sure the staffing is appropriate to allow us to do that. And then if we do need to look from an out of hours perspective, whether we then need to de-escalate the stress and the position within an ED department, if we've got significant numbers of patients, significant ambulances coming through, then we do have an accelerated boarding policy, SOP, that we have in place. But that is with full risk assessments and identification that staffing's appropriate, the patients are appropriate, and it is only actioned by Gold on Call. And with the site team making that decision. So if that does happen, a risk assessment's undertaken, but it's also reported as an incident, and then it gets discussed by the clinical executives at the oversight panel the next week.
Josh. No? You next?
Yeah.
Diolch yn fawr. So thanks for the report, Nina. A bit like Gareth, I kind of read the report, felt quite positive, and went further down the agenda and thought, it's good that we're having kind of a transparent conversation about this here, isn't it? And we know this is a very, very long-standing issue for Betsy, certainly well before I even joined the board. And so what I can see at the moment is a lot of focus on making what's called the existing system work better. So the partnerships with local government, the role of home care, et cetera, et cetera. But it'd be good to see, I'm thinking back to our conversation yesterday evening about best in class. So what do other models in other parts of the world look like that might help us to really transform this for the long term? And also you'd said that the work has identified that the key challenge is in discharge, but I also wonder what we're doing to stop people that could come into A&E in the first place, because we all know, anyone who's been there recently, there'll be a number of people there who absolutely need to be there. There's a number of people there who, if there was an alternative option, wouldn't have come in the first place. So what I can't see in the paper is what work we're doing alongside this to develop our community hospitals and our telephone service, et cetera, that mean that people aren't coming to A&E in the first place if there is a suitable alternative place for them to get advice, information on treatments, evenings and weekends, etc.
Observation. Yeah, and Caroline and Paul and then back.
Just very quickly, I would have said very much what Claire was saying, but just to add to that, I'd like to understand a bit more how the discharge to recover and assess and home first and these things actually work and the risks associated with them. Is there follow-up for people who go through this, and how many of them actually come back in through A&E within a couple of days or a week or something like that? I think I'd like to understand a bit more about how that is working, if that's meant to be a major push, and also how trusted assessors are playing a part in all of this.
Caroline.
Yeah, thank you very much. We had a paper on this subject of QSC 3 weeks ago, and of course that was during the week when there was quite a bit of media coverage as well. And Clara did report at that meeting. Clara and I can't remember who else it was, had been to ED it was Angela and Tamina had been to visit more than one of the EDs earlier in the week, and that was really appreciated by the staff there, and also the importance of the teams just seeing what the conditions were there together as a joint executive team. So I know I'm very aware of how much focus there is on this, just in terms of public interest in it, but how focused the senior team here are, and the emergency departments within the 3 district general hospitals are as well. I've also been on this, I've been involved in this from the other side, from the local authority side previously in my role as a Director of Social Services. So I've seen the other side of the pressures in terms of delayed discharges as well. There's just one thing I wanted to ask in light of the presentation we had earlier on from Justine and Jason in terms of electronic prescribing in particular. That is one of the bottlenecks historically, is people waiting till mid-afternoon, late afternoon, early evening for their medicines to arrive before they go home. Will the electronic prescribing speed up that process and therefore help discharge as well?
Okay, Diolch. Paul, then we'll come back.
I would think that if you look at risk on per patient, the highest risk is when they enter the emergency department, and probably the lowest risk is when they're going to be discharged. But we keep people who are about to be discharged in a ward bed, and we have the people who are just entered being looked after in corridors. Why aren't the people who are going to be discharged put into another area whilst we try and move people to as fast as we can? Yeah.
Okay, diolch. So a few questions there, Tamina.
Let me start with that one. We do actually have a discharge lounge on all of our sites. The way that works is if someone is due to go home that day, they should be moved to the discharge lounge as quickly as possible, which will enable us to create some flow.
Sorry, why not a discharge ward where you move the beds out and you then have the space?
Effectively, that's how the discharge lounge works. Apologies. So the discharge lounge is a way of describing a space where people who are ready for discharge would go. I don't disagree with you in terms of where the level of risk is. Clearly, when someone presents at the ED, that's why we need triage and a doctor review or a clinical review so quickly, because we don't know until we've done that what the level of harm or kind of acuity is associated with that patient. So I don't disagree. I think there are a number of challenges around discharge. There is something about our internal discharge practice. We do have clear standards. I don't think we do them every day. So do we have a discharge plan within 24 hours of being admitted to a ward? I don't think we do for every single patient. Do we make sure every single day we're doing what that patient requires as part of their recovery within that setting? Do we take sometimes a kind of a really robust line about actually you're not going to benefit from being in this acute setting anymore. We need you to move you to a place where you can move around, have a bit more freedom and autonomy and start to mobilise. And there is something about how we work with patients and with their families in those situations as well. The earlier we can get people discharged during the day, the easier it is for our ED to then kind of move people up really quickly. But we absolutely do have people staying in hospital longer than they need to. And we absolutely have to focus on that, because being in a bed longer than you need to be is not good for you. There was a term that was framed a number of years ago called pajama paralysis. And what that means is if you're in a bed and you're immobile, creates pressure damage. It means you decompensate, so you decondition very quickly, and so you don't go back and you're not able to recover the abilities that you had before you came in. So it's really important they're sort of timely moving through the treatment pathway and that people move on to rehabilitation as soon as they can. It does pick up a bit on the discharge to recover and assess. The best places to assess somebody is actually in the place where they're going to end up. So where we can assess somebody in their own home, we're much more likely to see what their abilities are. Not in this place, but in a previous trust. There was a circumstance where somebody was waiting for a stair assessment, but they lived in a bungalow. Something about not being intuitive about what needs to happen to enable us to make a decision for someone to go home. And if we can assess them in their own home, we'll see much more what their abilities are and what their care needs are going to be. I think there's a lot we could do in the community space. And although we're talking to the local authorities tomorrow about discharge, as part of a different conversation, they are more keen actually, or as keen to start talking about what we can do to maintain people in the community. We did, I think, in a few boards ago, have a presentation from a team based in the West who work with individual patients, so that they have some triggers.
Care, yes.
They can intervene quickly. They can, if someone goes into the ED, they can pull them out again because they recognise that it's much better for them to be managed or cared for at home. There are some really good models in the rest of the UK around this, urgent care response teams. It takes a bit of time to develop the specific skills around that, but they are really, really effective in managing people. It's effectively like a virtual bed or a virtual ward while they're in their most acute phase, but that they can receive that care at home because they don't need some of the additional support that you would only get in an acute setting. And I think that's absolutely where we need to go. And then the paper does talk about the single point of access as being a place where individuals or healthcare professionals can call and say, I've got Tamina, she's presenting with this. I don't really want to send her to the emergency department. What else is there available in this area that she might be able to access or support? And building that up, I think, will make a significant difference as well. And it will help people feel more confident about going somewhere else other than turning up to the ED. But people go there because they get looked after and they do get really good care. And we don't turn people away. So we just need to sort of change the mindset of people so that they naturally go to where they're going to best receive the care that's appropriate for their need.
And that massive discharge that you described, there are several avenues for it. Local authorities is the obvious one, and discussion with local authorities. Then there's support from third sector, community, and there are also then families, who we know that the pattern of families has changed to what it was. The nuclear family, as it was referred, doesn't exist to the extent it used to. And I think that means that there are people now who don't have people to turn to look after them as used to be maybe 20, 25 years ago. But there's something about that societal responsibility, I think, not just the NHS or social, that perhaps we can look at and help work with some community groups and see what the potential is. If somebody is waiting to be discharged, but they need some assurance that somebody will just look in on them once a day or something, then there must be potential. I know there's potential to do that at community level. You know, it seems to me we have people who are stuck in hospital, as you've described, who some of them need minimal support, but just need that little bit more support, assurance to help them get home. So really keen for us to be able to look at that. Clara, maybe some comments from your perspective.
Thank you. So obviously this, as medical director, remains a significant area of focus for me. And as Caroline was pointing out, over the last few weeks, that has been very much the case. The first thing I would like to say is that every day, lots of people come into our emergency departments and have very successful treatment for time-critical conditions that, you know, occurs every single day, day in, day out. We are the emergency open door for people within this community. And the teams that deliver that care are very proud of the care that they deliver in the time-critical instance, be that heart attacks, strokes, etc., etc. Nobody wants to provide care for people on corridors. None of us want to be able to do that. It is unfortunately a situation across the UK, and we look across the border associated with that as well. And our job is to minimise that, but also to make sure that our staff and our patients can work in those situations and be cared for as effectively as possible within those situations, whilst we are looking at the things to change so that that is reduced. And so part of the work that we're doing, as Angela described, is making sure that we are learning if there has been any instance associated with that, and we now see those, you know, all the time through our safety governance. But the and also then working with the operational teams to make sure that we, as Angela described, that we've got red lines in place for what is enough. Our clinicians every day have to make really difficult decisions about, should we leave this patient on an ambulance? Should we bring them in from the ambulance to allow that ambulance to go? And if we bring them in, does that mean that they need to be cared for in an area of undesignated care? How can we get this patient home quickly so that actually the flow goes through? So this is a constant juggling of risk for everybody throughout the system. One of the areas that we're also focusing on is what we call interprofessional standards, so that the whole hospital, I mean, of course, it has to be the whole system owns the emergency department. We've talked about the kind of front door and the back door, but particularly the whole acute site owning the emergency department. It is a symptom of flow and therefore needs to be owned by everybody within that regard. And all the hospitals have interprofessional standards around response to the emergency department when they ask for review as well. And we're working to make sure that the people who are not currently working in the emergency department but working in the hospital understand their responsibility associated with care that allows the emergency departments to feel a little better for patients and staff. We talk about complex discharges, and we've talked about those patients waiting to go into other areas. Of course, the vast majority of our discharges are not associated with transfer into complex areas, but are simply getting people through hospital, through, you know, relatively straightforward from a medical perspective, stays and home again. As we've talked about, getting drugs and getting people home. One of the delays may have been associated with writing of that, and now we will have removed that associated with the digital element. But of course, there are other elements associated with that. But equally thinking about how you might be able to do some tests that we've kept people in hospital for, but actually could be done with people going home and coming back for those tests. And that then has to be balanced with the risks, the weights that we have for diagnostics that we've talked about in other areas this morning. So how one has what we would call scheduled emergency care, so that you know that you're coming back on Tuesday for it, as opposed to waiting in a long queue. So from a medical perspective, there are issues within the hospitals as well as within the wider areas that need to continue to be worked on. And the teams have great innovative ideas in this space. And as we've talked about earlier in the day, a lot of this is freeing our staff to be able to do what they need. They know they need to be able to do also.
Diolch yn iawn. Carol, do you want to make some comments and then we'll round up on this?
Thanks very much. And I think it's important that we continue to discuss this at every board meeting until we're in a place where we feel confident that we have got sufficient improvement coming through, because this is one of our biggest quality issues for us to tackle now, and its impact on staff is really quite significant. So really important. A couple of things that I would just add. I think there are some really interesting international models, and I will find some work that colleagues in Wales went to Denmark, for example, and a couple of months ago, as part of a study group, looking at Kaiser Permanente in the US as well. It's a different funded system, but you know, so I'll share some of that, but that will certainly come into how we design services in the future, because people shouldn't need to get in their cars or ask their neighbour for a lift to a ED and feel that's the only sort of option, really. So I think there's a lot to do on that, and some very interesting work. And I am wondering, David, as well, whether the board might benefit from a bit of a board briefing with Claire, who is one of our improvement colleagues, you know, and that sort of discussion. So we get underneath the skin of it a little bit more. I also just wanted to mention, I had an opportunity a couple of days ago to meet with the care sector. And of course, we were talking about fees and things like that, you know, and the things that are important to them. But remembering that the care sector has more beds in their sector that we support than our own hospital beds, and how we might develop more strategic opportunities, particularly with domiciliary care, actually, because people want to be in their own homes, and how we continue that, but also with housing associations and others. So I still think that's a real opportunity for us.
Agreed. And the development at Penrose is a really good example of potential, isn't it? So Reit, nawn ni ddod â'r drafodaeth yn ei ben. Diolch o'r iawn Tamina am yr adroddiad cynhwysfawr yna, ac fyddwn ni'n cadw golwg ar y datblygiadau a'r cynnydd trwy'r pwyllgorau, ac sicrhau adroddiad yn dod i bwrdd yn ein cyfarfod nesaf yn y gystal. Pawb yn hapus felly i ni dderbyn yr adroddiad a'r cymrdwyo yr gweithredu sydd wedi amlinellu, sgwelwch yn dda. Ac dyn ni'n edrych ymlaen i weld yr llwyth y trafodaethau gydag awdurdodau lleol sydd yn digwydd yn ogystal. Reit, diolch yn iawn i chi. Ymlaen 3.2, dyn ni'n rhedeg yn hwyr iawn gyda llaw jyst nodyn i rocio ni gyd. 3.2, yr adroddiad sicrwydd cadeirydd pwyllgor ansawdd diogelwch a profiadau, a wedyn 3.3, adroddiad ansawdd integredig. Troi at Caroline, os gen ti unrhyw beth i nodi o'r adroddiad, sgwrs na?
Wel, o ran yr rhan alerts yma, da ni newid drafod urgent and emergency care, so na i ddim mynd trwy hwnna eto. Ond da ni jyst tynnu'ch sylw chi at the learning repository. A mae'n bwysig ofnadwy bod ni nid yn unig yn dysgu o ddigwyddiadau, ond bod yr ddisg yna wedyn yn cael ei dreifio trwy'r corff i gyd. Peilos wedi bod y pharmacy sydd wedi bod yn llwyddiannus, felly fydd y system yma rwan yn cael ei i roi allan mewn rhannau eraill o'r sefydliad hefyd. A da ni wedi sôn ar diwedd y papur yma, da ni'n awgrymu bod yr audit yn cael golwg ar hwn, mae'n rhywbeth sydd wedi codi yn y maen audit o'r blaen. Mae gryn dipyn o beth oedden ni hapus iawn o gael adroddiadau, gweld cynnydd mewn nifer fawr o lefydd. O'n i jyst sôn hefyd, mi gyda ni sesiwn datblygu gynnar systwytha. O'n i'n ddiolchgar iawn i Leon a Matt am arwain y paratoada a papura, y sleidiau a drafodaeth ar gyfer hwnnw. Nethon ni glywed am y broses newydd mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi i weithredu erbyn hyn sydd yn weithredol. Gwrando ar bobl, the NHS Wales Complaints Incident and Redress Process. So mae hwn yn golygu newidiadau a dod o bethau fewn yn genedlaethol, a mi oedd elfenna ohonyn nhw eisoes yn ei lle gyda ni fel PALS. Felly bydd y gwasanaeth PALS yn newid y modd mewn gweithio a ffordd mewn cael ei drefnu hefyd yn fuan iawn. Felly dyna cwbl dwi eisiau gyflwyth ar y mater yma.
Diolch yn iawn, Caroline. Diolch am y gwaith yn gadeirio pwyllgor yna. Unrhyw gwestiwn y sylw? Na, gawn ni ddiolch i Caroline a nodi'r adroddiad yna felly. 3.3 adroddiad nesaf adroddiad ansawdd integredig. Angela, dros at o hi.
Diolch. As Caroline has identified, the listening to people guidance and regulations comes in, and we are completely ready for that. The team are all lined up. The training is undertaken across the organisation. So our complaints performance at 83% currently against 75%. We're confident we can maintain that. And although there isn't a national target of that now, we are maintaining that internally to ensure that we're meeting the standards. We're also already meeting the standards of early resolution that has been set for us. So we're confident that the new integrated processes we put in September 24, so not so new anymore, are working and align with the work that's been undertaken nationally. We need to report around never events, and we had one never event around wrong site chest strain insertion during the period, and we've strengthened the emphasis on our lock sips, which is our almost similar to the WHO checklist that we do in theatres, where we make sure the steps are followed and all of the procedures are in place. And that is a piece of work that is going to be taken forward and made sure that we've got those strengthened processes in place. Infection prevention control, we've still got our improvement structures in place, and we've got targeted programmes underway. The board needs to be aware that we did have some issues around norovirus and influenza in January, where we lost 174 bed days, which was a significant pressure to the sites, as you can imagine, especially in Stigma. We've now seen a reduction in that, and we are managing those small outbreaks effectively. Prevention of future deaths, we did have a notice of prevention of future deaths around gastroenterology, endoscopy in isophytic fluid, and medical director is taking forward work around this, and had a gastroenterology rapid review a number of weeks ago with identification of how we can support the service and take things forward. And then from a public interest report perspective, we've got one report that we're just waiting for it to be published, and then just an action that we're working on around the commissioning assurance framework, which is progressing. The Ombudsman has given us an extension to that. But I think that's the highlights. I'm happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw yn droi at Julie gynta, wedyn Rhia. Wedyn Claire. Billy.
Thank you very much for that, Angela. I've asked at a previous board meeting if we can collect data on corridor care. Apologies for sounding like a stuck record, but I just wondered if we can, in future reports, actually include some data.
Okay, hold that for a minute. Rhian, wedyn Claire.
Just a couple of points. I haven't really got a handle on the nationally reportable incidents. You know, you mentioned some of them, and presumably behaviour including violence and aggression. That's from the patient. So I just wonder, are there patterns of NRI? You know, there's certain things that are common all the time. So that was one, just a little question. And there was something I found a bit worrying about when you're talking about complaints. They talk about attitude and behaviours. Well, that's always been one of the main things. But here it seems to be attributed to work pressure. Have we got evidence for that? You know, I just thought, oh, that's a bit odd. No, that's all really.
Claire, and then we get Angela to come back.
Yeah, it was about the public interest report comment. So it says that we are accepting all of the recommendations, and there's quite a lot in there about improving how we deal with complaints.
Yeah.
So it kind of reminds me that one of my stuck records is always about we've got good at responding to them in a timely fashion, but what this identifies is that how we respond to them, there is still a scope for improvement. The fact that we've had this public interest report, and I think we need to be prepared when this is published, because we audience and saying how we're best in Wales, and actually I'm more interested in quality of the response, the learning from the event, and the timeliness of the letter.
Yeah,
that makes sense. So it's worried me a little seeing that.
Yeah, and I flagged that up in a message to, so I think I copied you in and asked if we can look at those two specific things actually in QSE committee. So because that's the sort of takeout from that report, I think. Angela, do you want to come back on other things, please? Yeah.
Data around corridor care. As I say, we've now got live data and dashboards, and we're identifying how we've got that. So I absolutely can provide that information around it will be called on designated spaces, not corridor care though, but we'll make sure that it is there. NRIs, to be honest, it fluctuates through the month. So the National Reportable Incidents of what they call serious incidents in England, and they have a threshold for whether it's caused harm and whether we've got lapses in the care and things like that. So they do fluctuate through, and Clara and Teresa and I sit on the panel, and they all come through for us to do that review of. So I wouldn't thought there was specific themes around, apart from some of the things that we obviously do see around, you know, we're seeing patients waiting for a long time for surgeries or things like that. There may be a group of them that come through, and that might be a theme that we pick up then and identify we need to do some more work on and things like that. But sometimes they're just, you know, not very thematic, I would suggest. They're just through. And we do have a lower number than we have had previously, which, you know, obviously I'm not jumping to conclusions yet, but that would suggest that we're not seeing as much harm that is happening if we've got those lower numbers. From the complaints perspective and the attitude and behaviours and it related to work pressures, etc., when we have a complaint in about attitude and behaviour, we go back to the teams to get some information around what the situation was, especially if we've got the specifics. If it's more general, then we do some general probing and identify with the ward manager and the team what's going on. If it's very specific and named individuals, then we will go back and identify whether it's a pattern, whether it's something that's happened on the day, whether that it is about the work pressures of that happening. And if that's through, that's because it's been identified in those areas that is what was contributing. It may be like something different next time. So we do that sort of interrogation, and we're supported by HR sometimes with the conversations following complaints to make sure that we can get things into place. And then from the PIR perspective, as David said, we're going to be looking at that and doing a bit of a deep dive to identify. From the initial conversations with my team when I asked about this is the complaint was done before we put the new policy in place. So it's historic. This care delivery element was 23. And so we put the new processes in September 24. So I will unpick it to make sure those dates actually fit. But my team initially came back and said it's historic before we changed to the integrated complaints process.
No, comment, Carol?
Just a brief one, if I may, and that's on gastroenterology and endoscopy services per se. so we've got a business case that the executive supported for expansion of endoscopy. In the ministerial advisory group on performance and productivity in Wales, the recommendation, which was accepted by the government, was to put capital investment into Ysbyty Glan Clwyd for a new unit. That'd be really important for us. And for us to move towards what's called JAG accreditation. And I'm very keen that we do that. That is a hallmark of a high standard, industry standard. We have got to do some more work on endoscopy pathways because Claire commented on this earlier, this balance of who was most likely to benefit from a procedure that is difficult, and make sure the right people are coming through that, because that will benefit more people than that, just that individual as well. So this is a key area for us to take forward. And that's what our response did say in relation to this case. So we've got that work. It's in the IMTP and we'll be driving it forward.
Great. Diolch yn iawn. Ydyn ni gyd yn hapus felly I ddiolch am yr adroddiad yna. Diolch yn iawn am y gwaith ac derbyn y cynnwys a'r gweithredu sydd wedi amlinellu. Diolch yn iawn I chi. Ymlaen at yr eitem nesa 3.5 ydy'r adroddiad o'r Bwyllgor Llywodraethu Perfformiad Cyllid a Gwybodaeth neu PIFIG fel mae'n cael ei alw, a fe wnaeth rhiangamu yr adwy yn ystod absenoldeb Gareth. Felly dwi am wahodd rhian os oes yna rhywbeth I ychwanegu at yr adroddiad.
I think the underlying thing was that the committee felt we do need more targets and timelines and be a bit more specific about when and who and how. I think that was the underlying theme, which you will see reflected there. One other thing which isn't on the report is that it was suggested that planned care didn't come to PFIG last month because there was nothing new to say. And I said, no, we would like always to have that update, however small it was. So I just wanted you to be aware of that as well. So I think those are the main things there, but of course I can answer any questions possibly.
Well, planned care as other items should be standard to come to
the main item on our next.
Should be at every committee. Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu unrhyw sylwadau? Os nad oes, diolch am yr adroddiad. Diolch yn arbennig I rhian am gamu i'r adwy fel oedden ni'n deud yn ystod absenoldeb Gareth ac gydeirwr cyfarfod yna. Ddiolchgar iawn am y gwaith. 3.6 ydy'r eitem nesa, y fframwaith rheoli perfformiad. Russell I gyflwyno'r eitem yma. Diolch yn iawn.
Diolch, Chair. So this is a refresh of the performance framework that was previously by our board members, and we have widened it and effectively in the main suggested we need to move to performance and accountability framework, of course. And what we've tried to do within the report is give a bit more transparency as to how we will evaluate performance and how we make that visible through the organisation as well. And how we monitor, effectively manage and report on that performance is therefore categorised within the report itself and the framework. That will be through regular structured assessments, and there'll be clear lines of accountability developed within that profile as we move forwards as well through the areas and directorates that support care. We are adopting a balanced scorecard approach, and we've articulated how we would look to implement that through the system, and how that modelling could then be used to report back through to the committees, and then obviously that can be highlighted back through the health board membership as well. And really the emphasis on the report and the framework is to show how we can give support to areas where performance is off plan or not as expected, and also how we can distinguish between delivery versus challenged areas. So those areas that need support and also those areas that are excelling in the current delivery model. I think then we can actually use this report to focus in on delivery of the strategic objectives of this board, in that they will be underpinned by the realization of the performance criteria that will be used to assess individual performance as well. So really it just takes it a step on, I think, in terms of just giving that ratings model an opportunity to look through a balanced scorecard approach, making sure those metrics align back to our strategic delivery ambition, and then being able to report that visibly, both through the health board, but also used then by our systems and our officers on the front lines effectively, so that they can be empowered to take those decisions as well, and have that performance really from the board to the floor. I'll leave it there, Chair, and happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Sylwadau, cwestiynau, dwi'n gwybod bod Gareth efo beth i ddweud. Gareth gynta, wedyn Claire, wedyn Rhian.
I just want to make the point that I'm very happy with this as a description of what we ought to be doing, but I don't think it's a description of what we are doing. Decisions being made as close as possible to the point of service, areas performing well benefit from increased autonomy. A central feature of the system is earned autonomy. Now, the controls that we introduced on finance, for example, blocking any adverts of non-clinical jobs, those weren't applied just to some parts of the organisation. They were applied to every part of the organisation. So those are not consistent with what we're saying in this document. And I notice in the IMTP, there's a thing saying we're going to continue these controls into the new year. I won't labour the point further, because I know we have, I think in time since yesterday, between yesterday and today, we've got a meeting in the diary early in the new financial year to discuss this. But as I said, I'm very happy to endorse this as a description of what we ought to be doing, but I don't recognise it as a description of how we actually are behaving in practice.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that corresponds to the paper where implementation item 6 is described as error bookmark not defined.
That's the context.
So maybe that is why. But no, you make a good point, and it's always easy to get into lots of theoretical things, isn't it? But what happens in practice is the key. Claire, within Rhea.
Doug, sorry if I'm going to be a bit controversial. When I read this, and I read the rest of the papers on the agenda, I think this does not feel like a document that is reflective of a compassionate culture. So I relayed back to Debbie's item on employee experience and our whole vision around compassionate, connected organisations, valued, heard and involved, and our strategic engagement framework. Then Carol's report, which talks about staff engagement scores and how they've dropped for us around staff using their ability to contribute toward improvement at work. And I raise that because in a compassionate culture, you shouldn't have to earn autonomy. You should be trusted to get on and do your job well, and you shouldn't have resources held back to prove yourself. I would much prefer in a compassionate culture to see that you perhaps lose autonomy if you don't behave in keeping with our values and our performance targets and our management approach. It just does not feel to me that this. So we do need a framework. Of course, people have to be held to account for performance. That's not in with our values. But the way that this reads around earned autonomy just doesn't feel to me like it's the kind of culture where.
I'll bring Ian.
I've not seen it before until I read it.
No, and I think you raise a point. As with lots of policies and strategies, some of them led by government, is how do we put our context around it? You know, that's the key thing, isn't it? So that it aligns with other policies such as compassionate leadership and so on. Rhian, ti nesa.
Jyst un peth cyffredinol, ma hwn fel bod o ond yn berthnasol i staff ysbytai. Dwi ddim yn mynd dim pellach na ysbyty. O jyst isio cael nhw jyst wneud yn glir, mae dyna be ydi o. A o'n i hefyd, o'n i wedi gweld, ond ddim wedi cael cyfle i trafod, commissioning assurance framework. Ac o'n i'n meddwl, wel, lle mae hwnna'n ffitio mewn? i'r peth yma hefyd. So dyna'r ddau beth oedd sylw gynna i.
Iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn. Russell, we've got some comments and I know Carol will wish to say something as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair. So absolutely, this is the way we want to move forward. So I agree with Gareth's sentiments, and we want to get rid of those control environments as soon as possible, don't we? Those additional controls. I think that's the challenge to us to underpin the model that we have on sustainable solutions for our services. Then we can move away from those. And this is the model we want to get into, of course. In terms of clarity and autonomy, that's more. We are starting with a baseline essentially of everybody meets within these criteria. The freedom for you to act outside of that is then the benefits that we effectively get. So perhaps earned autonomy in the context of you get your budget and you can only use your budget in the way that you wish based on earned autonomy. That's not how this works. This works with everybody starts with a baseline. They all have their budgets, and then we release some of those oversight on visibility of performance and assessment. So the monthly continues can move away because effectively they've got their delegated budget to live with. But at some point we have to have that initial baseline as oversight where we meet monthly to report visibly performance against what we consider to be the key metrics. And as people deliver within their delegated budgets, then we start to move away from that escalation process. So perhaps it just wasn't as described as it could have been within the document, and apologies if that's where it landed.
Okay, I think this sort of triggers a broader discussion maybe sometime as well, which we can do when we meet soon. Carol.
Oh, I saw Eartha either waving at me or.
I think those comments are really hit a chord with me, and I feel as though I need a stronger response to what she said. I've just heard in that last response, if that's okay.
No, I think it sort of addresses something more general actually than just this paper, doesn't it? The whole approach to finance and the way we operate and everything we've discussed. So we are going to convene a meeting in the next 2 or 3 weeks, I think, which will give us an opportunity to have initial discussions. If we feel that there is a need to have another broader discussion, then we can arrange that maybe in a board development or informal board session, I think. So, yeah. Carol.
Great, thanks very much. And maybe I'd take a step back because the first performance framework we developed was in 2023, signed off at the board in September 2023, because the health board didn't have one at the time. There's been quite a lot of things happened since then, and the Ministerial Advisory Group on Performance and Improvement is one of those. And the changing approach to performance and escalation in NHS Wales and Welsh Government is another one of those. I asked what our improvement of our advisor to have a little look at our performance management mechanisms, and she took our previous framework and said, your framework looks pretty good actually, it's a really good one, but the evidence of implementation, so that has been in a way our Achilles heel is actually what the words that we had in the last framework were fine, it's just we didn't get to implement it, and that talks to Gareth's point. Under foundations for the future, this is a core deliverable, and hence Gareth, your comments about all this looks fine, but we're not doing it now is absolutely right, because we're not doing it now, and that's the intention of bringing that through to implement that. I think earned autonomy is a really interesting phrase because I'm not particularly a fan of it, but we've talked about having moving towards a mature organisation that has a high autonomy, high accountability. So and that's where we're trying to move to. So we can be reframing that so that it is more particular, perhaps, because that's what we want, is we want people to have the freedom within their roles, with really clear roles, really clear responsibilities, support and help when they need it, and being held to account. Held to account is not a bad thing, it's a good thing. And so I think we need to sort of change a bit of the perspective on that. But look, we're in an earned autonomy situation as well. And I've forgotten what the phrase is, but Paolo often says that almost when you're in more challenge, you need more space, but you often get less space because that worry about, well, are you improving? And this is what people expect. So this is not easy work. And trying to get the balance within our organisation, let alone us within the system, is quite tricky here. And so I think it's probably right that there's tension on this one. I think ultimately, and I'm accountable for the system of performance and accountability, aren't I? The real essence of this is that role clarity, holding to account, and putting in mechanisms where people need additional help. And I know we've just had the conversation about complaints, but that's exactly what we did quite a while ago now, probably 2 years ago. We weren't satisfied with our complaint performance, and we said, right, we're going to grab hold of it, which is what we did. We took it out, we put some actions in, we sustained it, and then we de-escalated. So and we did the same with clinical coding, if anyone remembers. So how do we create that supportive improvement? But there is accountability in here. So I'm wondering whether there is a sense of us just refining some of the language a little to try to get that across a little bit more effectively.
And I was going to suggest just on that, then we will have this discussion in the next few weeks, and then maybe something to come to PFIG, which Gareth chairs, to look at that, and then sort of see how it progresses.
Yeah,
is that...
we have got the current framework in place, even if so we don't implement it. So we're not leaving ourselves without one, but that we bring it back to the next report.
I did the comparison. Can I say it's not that different?
No.
Okay, just in case we think this is a completely completely new one.
What we are doing.
Because I've added into this framework as well the issues around things like, making sure we are broad. So you just seen the Kaiser Permanente reference. That was mine in there. I am keen to. I have to immediately strengthen performance management and accountability arrangements. I hope, and Claire referenced this, that you will believe that that will be done in the right way, but we do have to do this. Our population deserve for us to be holding people to account in the right way to get improved performance. So, but it's all about in the right way. That's what I've taken from the conversation.
It's creating the context where staff can give up their best. We believe the staff coming into work want to give their best, and giving up their best will produce the best for our population. So it's creating that context. And it's getting that balance right. I think that's the discussion. So we'll take it.
Just come really just to take out. I absolutely get what you say about the way in which we are managed, but let's not copy the poor practice by which we are managed with our own staff.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Sometimes do the opposite. So Right, diolch yn iawn am y drafodaeth yna. Felly gawn ni gyfle I drafod mewn rhai wythnosau, ac yna dod I mae Gareth yn cadeirio, Gareth I ti edrych ar unrhyw welliannau gan blaen. Reit, diolch yn iawn. Ymlaen at item 3.7, adroddiad perfformio integredig, and Russell, this one is your sort of standing item, isn't it? So over to you, please.
Diolch, Chair. So just take you through, we've talked a lot about the quadrants, and we're just about to talk about the finance report as well. So if I may, I'll just reference to members just the we've already discussed essentially the improvements around delivery of some planned care. So the 52 weeks moving from the 30,000 to the 5,000, that's significant improved access. We talked about the 104s. You'll see in the report the 104s moving down to 2,000, circa 2,500 of the forecast position from over 10,000. So we've seen that significant improvement. And I think it was already alluded to just in terms of the diagnostics impact from all of that additional work and the amount of work our teams have had to accommodate. That's seen the diagnostic 8-week wait grow quite substantially. So there's a clear focus for us to improve on diagnostics as we go forward. I think Tamina referenced it earlier in conversations, and see how we can target an endoscopy, non-obstetric ultrasound, and of course MRI. So we can get those improvements and get those 8 weeks down. Now that those big national initiatives are coming to a conclusion, of course, as we move into the new financial year. I won't say much more than that, Chair, and happy to take any questions.
Diolch yn iawn. Unrhyw gwestiynau sylwadau fel mae Russell wedi deud, da ni wedi cyfeirio at nifer fawr o'r agweddau yma yn ystod trafodaethau blaenorol. Ond os rhywun efo cwestiwn, neu sylw? Claire?
Yeah, just, oh, sorry.
Claire, and then Gareth.
And it was a positive comment really, just to say that it's really good to see the action plan around cancer care and to see the progress since the last meeting. So the performance is still obviously concerning, and we can see differences across the region. But I think we've talked a lot, haven't we, about analysing the performance, and then so what are we doing about it, which is really good to see so what we're doing about it in this paper. Thank you.
Yeah. Diolch yn iawn.
That covers more or less the same thing. So yeah.
Okay.
Mike.
We seem to have a sort of stubborn, not improving situation with the cancer pathway delivery. But I did notice that Upper GI has met the national target. It's the only service that has. Could I just ask, do other services look at what Upper GI is doing and seeing what is? I appreciate all cancers are treated differently and they're not directly comparable, but is good practice being shared across these directorates? Just wondering.
Yeah, good point. If there is something that's happening there that's encourage that improved performance, can it be replicated? And
these are quite
what is it? Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, Tamina.
To come in as well, but so Caroline Williams is our network manager for cancer, and so she sits across all specialties where there is a effectively cancer pathway, and we similarly have a clinical lead who supports that across all of them. There is there's a cancer review meeting, there's a cancer audit, which is there's one internally and one externally as well, where we're looking around at what's happening in terms of cancer practice. But you might have anything else you want to add, Claire?
No, thank you. I mean, the upper GI is much less, it's much fewer than the lower GI pathway anyway. But we are now starting to use capsule sponges in the east, which we're then taking across the whole health board as well. So that of course reduces down. Moving some resources. Okay.
Thank you.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiad yna felly, gan diolch yn iawn am y gwaith, a diolch I sawl sy'n paratoi yr adroddiad cynnwys fawr yna. Eitem 3.8 felly ydy'r adroddiad cyllid, ar ysgol troes â chi am yr adroddiad yma.
Diolch, Chair. So I'll whistle stop through the headlines and then again, happy to take any questions. So year to date, £17.3 million deficit. Pretty much stayed static in months. Largely, we've released some balance sheet to support that position. Of course, we may need to do the same again as we go into March. Our forecast position, £17.4 million for the end of the year. That was the reforecast we put forward. That's about 0.6% of our deficit position. It is driven by some national pressures that we've seen. So the cost of the fact that the inflationary difference between funding and charge, cross-border patients, and then the employers NIC, of course, but we've also got other pressures referred to in the document that have driven that position. I will say that does include the 82 million going forward, and we've already discussed that. So it is in the 26-27 plan. So it was conditional on us delivering that break even, and that's the debate we had earlier. In terms of savings performance, savings delivery is very positive within the report. We've put just below the 40 million targeted on normal savings delivery, but we've also got some balance sheet gains which push us up to circa 54 million pounds now. So we've exceeded that 40 million target in a year. So savings performance has been very good, but we are off plan and heading for off plan, unfortunately, at close of the financial year. I will refer, if I may, just to capital as well, Chair. So £60 million programme. We still need to find 22 million within the last month of the calendar year. So it is a big number. We've got to get within £500,000 of our targeted position. We can't go over. So that's our trajectory. We do have plans to get there. There are assurances being received that we will get there, but it is still challenging with the £20 million still to go.
So as of yesterday, I think there was about 800,000 short, and there was contingency plans for about 500,000 spend, which would bring us within the parameters.
Yeah. Good. Diolch yn iawn. That's good to hear.
Thanks. Answer my question before I wait.
Yes. Yeah. Well then, unrhyw cwestiwn, unrhyw sylwadau ar y adroddiad yna. Os nad oes, gafon ni ddiolch am yr adroddiad a diolch am y gwaith ac da ni'n nesau am diwedd y flwyddyn ariannol wrth gwrs ac mi fydd yna lot fawr o waith yn digwydd dros yr wythnosau nesaf. Da ni'n i baratoi adroddiadau ac yn blaen, felly diolch i bawb sy'n mynd i fod yn hlwm â hynny. Reit, ymlaen at yr adroddiad nesaf, llywodraethu risg a sicrwydd 4.1 yw'r adroddiad sicrwydd cadeirydd a pwyllgor archwilio Paul, troiad Paul ar gyfer isio tynnu sylw at unrhyw beth yn yr adroddiad, Paul.
Very quickly, the report in front of you, the alert gives a paragraph, gives some of our concerns, but we talked this morning about having the executives coming along to the audit committee and hopefully will drive down those issues. You'll see further on that we're doing what we can to improve some of the governance pieces and the advice piece. And the review of risks, I agree with Claire, what she was saying this morning, is we need to triangulate and ensure that all the gaps are filled in overseeing those corporate risks. Personally, I believe that some of our corporate risks are too broad and we need to split them up and actually align them with the concerns that the people have, such as looking at urgent and emergency care as a particular risk and having level of risk.
Diolch yn iawn, Paul, a diolch am y gwaith gydeirio pwyllgor yna. Unrhyw gwestiwn neu sylw? Na, felly gawn ni nodi'r adroddiad yna sgolch yn dda, a troi at 4.2, y gofrestr risgiau corfforaethol, a bydd Pam yn nodi unrhyw bethau penodol. Pam.
Diolch yn fawr, Cadeirydd. I will be brief. The risk register has been through all the committees. I think just to build on the conversations we've had at the board and at audit committee, as well as the other committees around the risks, around the actions driving down the risks. So there is, you'll see covered in the paper, the work that we previously agreed that the executive doing in terms of reviewing the risk register. It aligns to the conversations Paul has had, and we will obviously be having a separate session with the whole board on risk appetite and risks in the forthcoming months. So I think hopefully the report is self-explanatory. There will be some slight tweaking to some of the risk reporting that's coming through the committees over the next month or so, which is really focusing on less actions, but making sure that what are the actions over the next 6 months that will drive down the risks. So we've started the scrutiny sessions at an executive level to make sure in terms of some of that. So, so I know I've reported that at committee, but just for completeness with the whole board, happy to take any questions. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn iawn, Pam. Diolch am y gwaith yna. Unrhyw sylw neu cwestiwn? Yeah.
It's just clarity. Pam, what does the column additional controls required mean?
Yeah, so it's where there's a risk that's outside of the appetite. So
those aren't controls there, are they?
No, so if we were within the appetite, if everything would be, you've either mitigated your risk or your actions are, but this is where there could be, we could have had, I don't know, there could be a separate external review. We need some additional controls to be put in place to drive down some of the risks. What I would say is some of the completion of some of the risks, which are obviously owned by the individual executives, needs further scrutiny and additional completion. So that's the work we're doing at an exec level, because if you put in the additional controls that are required, once you've done those, you should start to see corresponding driving down the risk. And that's the problem. I think the actions aren't necessarily mapped to the gaps which we've currently got. So, and that's frustration probably that board often see, because they see no movement in the risk because actually we're focusing on the right things. That answer, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just a lack of understanding. Does that mean that there are controls on the horizon for these particular areas, or they're actually in place now? And if they can't be already in place, they've been in the left-hand column.
Yeah, so they should be the additional controls that are required to drive them down the risks.
But there's no time for any of these. It's just as and when you can.
Yeah, so I think that's why as an executive, we really want to make sure, and it's back to Paul's point really, are they the right risks, the things that we're currently facing as an organisation? So more work. I think, we've come a long way. We've done, the process is sound, the team have done fantastic, but it's about how do we truly manage risk well in the organisation. And I think this is, again, this is the focus for this year. We need to make sure we are really managing that. And hopefully you'll see some movements.
Yeah. Yeah, diolch yn iawn.
Right way anyway.
Yes, in the right direction. Good. Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus i dderbyn y droddiad a cefnogi'r gwaith sy'n digwydd. Sorry, nes i'n gweld ti fyny.
The last time the audit committee met, we did ask what do we do if the risk never goes down. I think we haven't got to the bottom of that exploration yet. So just to say, we are aware that there are questions that still need exploring. Sure. Just a comment.
Great. Okay. Diolch yn iawn. And the audit committee can help promote those discussions, can't they? So diolch yn iawn. Reit, ni dderbyn y droddiad a chefnogi y gwaith sydd yn digwydd, os gwelwch yn dda. Diolch yn iawn i chi gyd. Ymlaen 4.3 yr droddiad llywodraethiant corfforaethol, a troi at Pam i nodi unrhyw bwyntiau. Please, Pam.
Diolch. I'll take the board to the recommendations. The report is self-explanatory. Not to overload your board pack as well, but in the supporting pack are the standing orders and the SFIs, which have been reviewed by audit committee. Right. But because it's a matter reserved for the board, I need the board to agree those minor changes as I covered in this specific report. So if I just draw the board, there's some to the recommendations seeking approval there in there, and then just finally to say there's work on progress about realigning the annual business cycle, and certainly the work that we've chatted about in terms of board development and formal board. What does that look like in the future? Happy to take any questions. Diolch.
Diolch yn iawn, Pam. Unrhyw cwestiwn, unrhyw sylw? Os nad oes, gawn ni ddiolch i Pam y droddiad. Diolch hefyd i'r tîm i gyd sydd yn rhan o'r gwaith yna. Diolchgar iawn i bawb am y gefnogaeth maen nhw'n rhoi i'r bwrdd. Pawb yn hapus i nodi'r droddiad ac i gymeradwyo y gweithredu fel sydd wedi amlinellu. Ie, o'r gorau, diolch yn iawn. 4.4 ydy'r eitem nesaf, adroddiadau caderyddion pwyllgorau grwpiau cynghori. Fel dwi'n gwneud yn arferol, yn nodi bod y cyfan yn y papurau ac wedyn gwahodd unrhyw un o gaderyddion y pwyllgorau os maen nhw eisiau tynnu sylw at unrhyw beth penodol. Os nad oes dim byd i ddweud, does dim angen dweud dim byd, ond cyfle os ydych chi isio unrhyw un sy'n gadeirydd un o'r pwyllgorau yna ar y grwpiau cynghori. Unrhyw un eisiau dweud rhywbeth? Os nad oes, mae'n rhwg iawn gen i Rhian.
Cwestiwn, ma' 'na nifer o bethe ar y pwyllgor y weithredwyr, y execs. Oes 'na ryw targedau neu oes 'na rywbeth fedrwch chi rhannu efo ni cyn bo hir ynglŷn â dyddiadau tai a pethe neu sut maen nhw'n mynd? Mae'n deud rhywbeth fi wedi trafod a beth sydd ar y gweill, ond does 'na ddim lot yn arfer mi pryd.
Any thoughts on that, Carol?
That's all right, dim problem. That's all right, we did, that's right, the translator didn't get all of that, Rhian. Now I have tied together a few words. You might get a completely different answer to the question. What do you want me to try it?
Yeah. Rhian is red.
Doing a waltz to disco music, isn't it? That feels like this, you know. Let's have a go.
Oh, sorry, I was
Still updates and
but there was lots of in the exec committee.
Yes,
but are really good actions that are happening. I just wondered if you in a position yet to share any sort of timelines on any of them.
Yes, no, thank you very much indeed.
Is that what you're going to answer?
I got timelines and I got work, and so that was that.
Yeah.
So how we work generally is if we have agreed an action, we'll agree the timeline for implementation of an action as part of our action log. On the whole, we expect to have the work that comes through the execs as part of the IMTP and the deliverables in line with that. There will always be things that crop up. So, you know, a lot of our work, as you can see, is not, you wouldn't be able to go, oh, that's 2.1 in the IMTP. No. It might be a contract on mental health, which we had yesterday, for example. So on the whole, Rhian, yes, timelines for delivery are part of this. If there's one or two specifics, happy to take those away though.
Yeah.
Diolch.
Diolch yn iawn. Pawb yn hapus I dderbyn yr adroddiadau yna. Diolch yn fawr iawn i'r pwyllgorau am gwaith. Lot o fawr yn digwydd yn y gofod yna'n does efo pwyllgorau yn gweithio'n galed iawn. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn I bawb sy'n rhwng a hynny. Mae'n dod â ni I derfyn cyfarfod a'r materion I gloi adolygu epithiolrwydd y cyfarfod a gwahodd unrhyw sylwadau. Mae'n amlwg fod yr agenda heddiw wedi bod yn hir iawn a hynny bennaf os gael ei ddweud oherwydd lot o bethau pwysig i'w trafod. Dwi'n meddwl, dyn ni wedi cael 4 neu 5 o bethau swmpus sylweddol ac mae hynny yn golygu bod ni wedi treulio, wel, 6 awr yn trafod. Ac mae hynny'n ymddangos bod ni ddim yn effeithiol. Ond mae'n bwysig bod ni'n rhoi amser I drafod yr materion yna sydd yn hyn yn sylw ni, byddwn ni'n dweud. Ond rhywun arall efo rhywbeth I ddweud, rhywbeth I helpu ni ddatblygu ac I wella o ran y cyfarfod yma. Ac unrhyw un sy'n gwylio, os ydych chi isio cysylltu I gynnig unrhyw sylwadau, mae croeso chi wneud unrhyw amser wrth gwrs. Caroline a wedyn Pam.
Ie, dwi'n meddwl un o'r sylfa mae'r heddiw wedi bod yn hirach nag arfer ydy oherwydd bod 'na gymaint o sylwedd yn y papura a mae'r ansawdd llawer iawn gwell nag oedd o flwyddyn 2 yn ôl. Dwi'n meddwl bod hynny'n adlewyrchu bobl sydd gennym ni bellach ar y bwrdd o ran yr execs yn benodol. Yr un eitem nes I mwynhau dwi'n meddwl bod ni wedi cael llawer iawn allan ohono fo oedd yr eitem digidol efo Justine a Jason a mi oedd o'n fuddiol iawn cael y ddau iawn yn yr elfen technegol a clinigol yn ochr o'i gilydd. Nes I ddeall llawer iawn mwy am beth yn union 'di rhai o'r systema yma heddiw rand o'r Jason disgrifio sut ma'n cael ei gweithredu'n ymarferol na dwi 'di gael o blaen.
Mae'n pwynt diddorol lle 'da ni 'di cyplysu yr strategol gyda'r ymarferol ac oedden ni'n trafod hynny gyda posibilrwydd o gael eitemau tebyg yn y dyfodol lle dyn ni'n edrych ar wasanaeth. Ddim eisiau grwydro i faes pwyllgor, ond dwi'n meddwl i bod yn cael golwg dipyn bach mwy manwl ar beth sy'n digwydd mewn gwasanaethau yn ogystal â'r elfen strategol. Dwi'n meddwl bod hynny'n peth da yn gyfle i ni ddysgu a dweud y gwir. Wedyn Pam.
Yeah, so I think there were two useful comments that came out today, and one was Gareth about the tone of the papers, that the tone matched.
Yeah.
So we have different reportings on different people, and that was really important. And also I think it was Claire about the triangulation to work better at that. I think that was another really good point that we should work at. So two benefits from today.
Good. Worth keeping those in mind, isn't it, going forward? Pam, and then Carol, and we'll close up that.
So appreciate it's a long day, but actually I was just reflecting on some really interesting, good strategic discussions today. So I think I felt as if we spoke the board's best time in that space. So I suppose that's just wanted to reflect on that. And then I think it links back to conversations, David, that we've been having is around how we use the informal space to almost do some of this, getting people on the same page, understanding the same context. So when you're in the board space, then that will allow some of the discussions to be at that more strategic because people are, have more of an understanding. So I think there's just something about how we align some of those which we've already been thinking about what we could do in the next as we go forward. So I think that was just and then, you know, one of the things which we picked up in the Chair's advisory group is a desire to move to more of a consent agenda for some items going forward, and if there's an appetite, certainly from a board perspective, that will allow matters that have been through committee, for example, to spend in. So I think that's a bit we've been chatting as a team that we'd like to progress further. So I think there's more to do in that improvement space. I just wanted to share some thoughts.
Great, definitely. That's really useful, and I think that could be a good development, but at the same time ensuring that we put things in the public domain that we feel we want to share with the public, which is all our activities, but highlight stuff that is of significance. So consider how we can do that as well. Carol, to close on this, please.
Diolch. Well, it's been long, but I've enjoyed it, so that's not too bad, is it? And you know, I was going to say much the same as Pam, really. We are spending more time collectively as a board looking forward, which is good. And the role of committees in getting into the detailed scrutiny. And I know we want to make that much more open and transparent for people who want to have a look at that part. So I wouldn't want anyone sort of looking in thinking that that isn't happening. It just happens in a different place. So the more we can make that visible. I particularly, you know, reflective at this time of the year, given we've been a level 5 organisation now for 3 years, and just sort of standing back with Audit Wales, taking a bit of stock on that, the level 5 escalate, you know, the progress report, and then the IMTP and the strategic intents. You know, we are moving in that direction. The only paper I don't think I commented on was the integrated performance report, but you know, I would encourage people to get into some of the detail of that to be able to see the progress that's been made on planned care, the progress that's been made in mental health and children's mental health, and a number of other areas without being exhaustive. But we're still discussing in public, rightly so, the biggest area of issue for us, which is UEC at the moment. So I think that still requires our full attention as a board, because I don't think any of us are content with where we are now, and recognising it's a UK issue, but it's an issue that we're responsible for in North Wales with partners, of course, you know, not on our own. So yeah, I thought it was a good day's work. I hope anyway.
Diolch yn iawn, Caro. Reit, nawn ni ddod â'r cyfarfod i ben gan ddiolch i bawb mewn cyfraniadau. Diolch yn arbennig i Philippa, Laura a'r tîm i gyd am wneud y holl waith baratoi. Dwi'n golygu bod ni'n gallu rhedeg yr cyfarfod nesmwydd. A mae hynny'n golygu bod y technoleg yn gweithio, wrth gwrs, a diolch yn fawr iawn i'r tîm sy'n sicrhau bod ni'n gallu dibynnu ar y technoleg heddiw. Ac mae'n cyfarfod nesaf ni mis Mai a 8:20 o Fai, ac wnawn ni edrych ymlaen at ymuno, neu chi'n ymuno â ni bryd hynny os ydych chi yn gwylio ac i barhau gyda'n trafodaethau wrth gwrs. Dwi rwan am symud i eithrio o'r wasg a'r cyhoedd o'r cyfarfod gan fod gynnon ni faterion i drafod fel bwr sydd tu allan i'r cyfarfod cyhoeddus. Felly dwi am gynnig bod yr wasg a'r cyhoedd yn cael ei eithrio, a hynny o dan adran 1-2 o ddeddf cyrff cyhoeddus 1960. Ydy pawb yn hapus i wneud hynny, os gwelwch yn dda? Diolch yn iawn.